Hi, this is Regina Y. Favors with the theme of Setback and Interview with the Hitman, which was released in 2012. And so I want to look at understanding how a character's narrative history frames plot setbacks and give special attention to attachment theory, which is a psychology concept. And so the interesting thing about this film that I noticed after watching it probably 2 or 3 times is that the main character, whose name is Viktor, walks through a lot of doors from childhood to adulthood until he is finally assassinated by his lover. And so I thought that was interesting. We're still going to discuss the theme of setback, but I want to look at how the character's narrative history, his background leading to adulthood, frames the setbacks that the writer-director plots. And the way that the writer-director plots these setbacks is through flashbacks. So we are introduced to the character of Viktor as a child, then we are pushed forward to him as an adult, then we flash back to him as a child again, and then we get other elements of him as an adult when he is operating as an assassin under assignments. Also, when he meets his lover, Bethesda, and then when he is forced to eliminate some of the other assassins who were hired or who were expected to kill him. And so I thought it was very interesting to focus on the doors aspect in terms of looking at the switch in timelines, the plot development in terms of that central character of Viktor, and then of course his narrative history, how that is plotted throughout the movie. So the writer-director is Perry Bandal. So I feel like he did a very good job with this film. I am not offering a critique, however, I am offering a film analysis. So this is theme of setback and interview with a hitman. Understanding how a character's narrative history frames plot setbacks with special topic on attachment theory. Please like the video, subscribe to the channel, and hit the notification button if you are interested in further topics. Again, theme of setback and interview with the hitman, understanding how a character's narrative history frames plot setbacks with special topic on attachment theory. This film analysis is subject to fair use. And so let's get into the plot summary. So Interview with the Hitman explores Viktor's, and he is played by Luke Goss, who also played in Blade 2, Hellboy 2, Death Race 2, and One Night with the King. Viktor's narratives as a professional Romanian hitman who is interviewed by a disgraced film director eager to regain some semblance of his career and respectability. Viktor begins the interview with how he became an assassin, who he worked for, the betrayal from his mentor, and how he met Bethesda. Viktor thrives as a hitman until he is forced to make decisions that are counter to his initial goal of becoming a mob enforcer, later desiring to get out of the business, fall in love, and raise his own child. He makes a series of decisions that reveal a change of heart. However, he is prevented from accomplishing his desire, coming full circle to the root of his first kill. Viktor's narrative leads to discovery of his mortality. By the end of Interview with the Hitman, Viktor involuntarily leaves a legacy for his unborn son. So here are your learning objectives. By the end of this discussion, you will be able to do the following. So summarize the plot, outline Viktor's roles as child, mob enforcer, lover, and father, create character descriptions of the main character and one or more supporting characters, define attachment theory, apply one or more attachment examples to Viktor, and then apply the theme of setback to one or more frame analyses. So remember, we're looking at this frame by frame. This particular film analysis does not utilize film clips due to trademark and copyright restrictions. So we're only going to look at a frame-by-frame analysis. Also, the subsequent learning objectives relate to the 7 stages of setback that I outline in my book, Overcoming Setback: 5 Keys for Entering and Exiting Correction, which I will place on Amazon August 2021. And so the 7 stages are missed opportunity, punishment, pain, correction, recovery, restoration, and advance. And these are the 7 stages to get you out of setback. Many times we tend to survive. We live in survivor's mode, but we don't have as a vision overcoming the setback. That means getting out of it, crossing the finish line. So missed opportunity, punishment, pain, correction, recovery, restoration, advance. These are all the 7 stages that will help you to look at your missed opportunity. What was the missed opportunity in terms of maybe an instruction or an actual opportunity? And then the punishment you felt, the pain that resulted from that, the correction process, which can take longer than pain, even though when we are in pain, we tend to think it takes longer. The recovery is recovering from that bad thinking, right, concerning that missed opportunity. Restoration is that time, that season where you need a mentor. And then advance, that forward and continuous movement. I think people stay in setback because they don't have a vision to advance beyond setback. If you have a person who is in prison, they are in setback. And if you have a person who exits prison all the time and come back and forth, go back and forth in prison, they are in a perpetual setback. And so, and then of course, if you have someone who is in prison for life, that is your life setback. So these are your 7 stages we will explore at the end of this film analysis. So I want to get into the narrative structure, the 3 plots, before we get into the analysis. So I feel like there are 3 main plots and they relate to Viktor. But in thinking about Bethesda's decision to set up Viktor, that might actually be also the main plot. So the 3 main plots is Viktor's decision to become a mob enforcer. He does that from a child. Viktor's decision to attack the system that raised him. So he has a change of heart later in the film, to the point that when he is betrayed, he has to go out on a run, and then he positions himself to be an enforcer for another boss, but then later changes his mind and says he can't risk it. And then after that, more betrayals, and I think he changes his mind about the system when he meets Bethesda. And so Viktor's decision to trust Bethesda is one of those main plots that really turns the whole plot on its head, because we will learn later that Bethesda has set up Viktor this whole time, and that she's the one who reveals the fact that he's still alive and sells him out to his previous mob boss, and then this all comes ahead at the end of the movie when she shoots him. So then Bethesda's decision to set up Viktor, the interviewer's brother, and any and all related mob members responsible for the death of her family is a plot in which the whole movie hangs. And because we get Viktor at the beginning, we just automatically assume that it's really about him. But you could argue that it is also about Bethesda. So I feel like there are 3 main plots, but I also think that the plot by Bethesda to set up Viktor and everyone related and contributed to the death of her family could also be a possible main plot. So this is analyzing interview with a hitman using setback as a theme. So we get this image first of a gun, and this is young Viktor holding a gun. and he is about to shoot. He's already, by the time we get this image here, he's already shot the father. He shot the wife, and he's on his way, and he's in the process of shooting the two young girls, which he does not shoot. But I thought this image of the gun of a young boy holding the gun and making a decision to shoot two young people who look like him in terms of age, that he will be okay to point a gun at them. Not understanding the full implications, you could say that when the father makes fun of him and mocks him for being a mob enforcer at his young age to come and get the money that he owes to the mob, he mocks him and says, "Who are you, essentially to come here and enforce any money out of me?" Laughs at him. Then you could reason that, okay, he shoots at the father, pulls the gun, and that's his way of getting back at him. But it was the wife who was trying to reason with her with her husband about the money that he owed. And she was sort of like the person who was the peacemaker in that moment, and he still shot her. So that lets you know on some level that, of course, he is immature in his thinking. But a mob enforcer doesn't have the wherewithal or the care or concern to say, well, just because the wife is on my side and trying to get the money out of her husband to pay me, I shouldn't kill her. He's a mob enforcer, and regardless of whether he can be sympathetic to one or more parties in this moment is really beside the point. And that's why you're going to see that this very immature young man is willing to kill the father, willing to kill the mother or the wife, and willing to kill the kids. But when he gets older, his heart changes. He may point a gun, but he's not so willing to pull the trigger. There are some people that he does pull the trigger on because of their betrayal. And it's almost like he has no choice but to pull the trigger. But in other regards, he says, okay, I'm not going to pull the trigger because he's having a change of heart. Bethesda is pregnant. He loves her, and he's looking to get out of the system. And so we have this aim. Again, this is a young boy, immature. He doesn't have the logic or the emotional wherewithal. I do think on some level that there should be some sympathy in him, considering that they probably represent the same ages, maybe 1 or 2 years older than each other. But it's interesting that he will pull a gun and hold it up to her head just without any real thought as a child. And the director sort of has Viktor to pull the trigger, but not shoot. And so, and he's only really stopped by the major players who come in and basically stop him. So here's Viktor in terms of his youth. There is no real emotion, He has on this leather jacket that you will see him in something like this as an adult. But there's no emotion. He's learned how to hold the gun, aim the gun. That has been the extent of his preparation. And you will see when he gets older what Sergey, his mentor, teaches him about infiltration, eavesdropping, preparation, elimination, etc. But this is the mob enforcer who starts out as young, as a child, preparing or getting ready to shoot another child. And so here's this face right here, and we will find out that this is really another person. We don't know for certain if this is Bethesda as a child, because when she gives her parable at the end, she basically suggests that her sister was the one who couldn't take the sexual appetites of men, but she was strong enough to learn the ways of men. So we don't know if this is the sister or if this is actually Bethesda, but we do know that it had an impact on her. This whole experience had an impact on her to the point that she just trained herself and learned the ways of men to until she was able to get her vengeance. And so this is Viktor pulling back the trigger, and he's literally on his way to shooting this young girl without um, much resistance to it. He has to be pulled back instead of pulling the trigger. Before we will know if Viktor is going to shoot the young girl, the other child, we get the opening credits of the movie. And so here it is. We have the actor Luke Goss, and he's coming into an airport with a suit. Interesting that he doesn't have a tie. That I would think that anyone who is sort of wound as tightly as he is in the movie, that he would always be dressed. He would always have a tie. He would always be sort of sharp. Here he looks like a businessman. He doesn't look like a hitman in a sense that we would think that he would be a hitman. No, we just see him as a person with other people coming through an airport and getting ready, I guess, to do business. So he's in a bathroom, in a restroom, and he's taking off his jacket, his suit jacket, and he's going to change into some street clothes. The interesting thing I think about Viktor as an adult, that same blank face that he has as a child, he maintains throughout the film. It isn't until he really, I'll say his blank face changes when Sergei betrays him and attempts to kill him. And then we see some emotion. And then it returns to maybe a focused half blank face when he's trying to become another mob enforcer for another person. And then that face changes again when he meets Bethesda or helps Bethesda. But it's interesting that his face here is basically just a adult grown-up face from when he was a child. So he has changed into his street clothes. So he's changed from being on an airplane to now on a train. And he's now going to, it seems like he's just a regular everyday person, which is possibly the disguise. When he comes to the airport, he has on a business suit. So as to not draw too much attention to him. Well, he needs to look like the people who are, going about their day every day. And so no hitman, of course, is going to look like a hitman or should look like a hitman. But basic clothes, jeans, shirt, leather jacket, shoes, etc. And then some sort of bag that's hanging from his arm is just your basics. You don't need a long sort of suitcase or anything like that because you're not going to be here that long. So then we have a cut to this man, this older gentleman. He was in a car. He's trying to figure out what's going on. He's gotten out of the car and he's about to walk across the field. We don't know who he is. We don't know what purpose he's going to serve. I can tell you right now he's going to be the interviewer, but there's a lot more to him that we will uncover throughout the film analysis. I think it's important to pay attention to age because he's the interviewer who is looking for a way to bring back some sort of respectability. He was disgraced. We don't really know why. I don't get a sense that we know why he was disgraced. He might have been caught in an uncompromising situation. After all, he and his brother are the ones who sort of, um, the film doesn't say he raped Bethesda and her sister, but Bethesda and her sister were put to service, put to work. And we know from Sergei, when he's trying to get the money from a person he owes, he tells him that if you don't give me the money you owe me, I'm going to put your wife to work. And so we just have to assume that this is probably a sex trafficking ring, or men who just use young girls and women to service rich men or other types of men. So age does play a factor a lot of times in the decisions you make, because he's looking to come back in a sense, or make a comeback, but he's not as discriminating enough, because he wants to interview a hitman. So, you know, he's interviewing a hitman. Who would ever want to go on camera as a hitman? That exposes you. So he's not thinking, he's not paying attention. Why would someone ever agree for me to interview them as a hitman, knowing that they could be exposed, and of course knowing that they could be arrested? So he's so desperate in his goal to become a more respectable person that he sort of misses the obvious. And so that age is not always an indication of wisdom. This is a person who looks desperate, is, you know, desperate to make a comeback, but is not really thinking long term. He's not thinking beyond the minute. So he's looking at this red trash can, iron-based trash can, in this beautiful field, and he's going to walk to it. And it's interesting that it's away from the main road, and so it's almost like a lure, because now that you are out here, it's hard to say, okay, I'm not going to walk to that trash can, but you feel compelled to see what's actually in it, in the same way that you feel compelled to see what's in the hitman and what's in the whole ordeal of being a hitman. So again, age is not always a strong indicator of wisdom, because if you walk to that trash can, you really don't know. You have no true idea what's in that trash can. It could be a bomb in that trash can. It could be the whole thing could be a setup, which we will find out in the film that this actually is a setup. So he walks to the trash can, he gets the bag out, and it's a trash bag with particular items in it that he's going to rummage through and get instructions for, and then we will begin the movie. So he pulls out a gun from his ankle. We have a watch there that's basically telling us time, of course, but he's sitting in his car holding his gun, thinking that whoever is behind all of this is near. So he wants to basically be prepared. But the enemy that he's thinking is really not his true enemy. The hitman in Viktor is not a true enemy. He only becomes an enemy for this man here because of Bethesda. But Viktor doesn't really have any grievance with this man. Remember, this man is part of the mob system. You have the drug deals, you have the assassinations, and then you have the clientele. This person is a clientele. He represents the clientele, just like his brother, who also does, you know, something with the girls, right? And so abuses them and likely rapes them, right? This is a system. He represents a system, and he shouldn't honestly be afraid of the system that he's in. He shouldn't. Everyone should carry a gun because they are part of the system, but if he's interviewing with a hitman, why is he so afraid? But it's interesting that Victor Victor is sort of working against the very system that he's supposed to be enforcing, because this person represents a client within that system. So then he aims the gun for, I guess, for whatever, practice. Interesting that is contrasted with Victor as a child aiming a gun, right? And so you have to wonder, when did he start aiming a gun? Did he aim a gun also when he was a young child? He seems to be a filmmaker, but I think it's maybe porn films or other types of films that may not gain universal appeal, or they were the types of films and that led to him being disgraced. And again, we don't get a lot of information about that, but he has some sense within himself to aim a gun, whether it's for practice, whether it's just to aim. But that tells us that there's a narrative history with him, that he not only has a gun in his ankle, but he's also pulling it out to aim as a way to practice for just in case. So then he reads instructions, and the instructions tell him to do certain things. He takes some pills, he put this on his head, and then he falls, whether, I don't know if it's asleep or just unconscious, but his time in the car ends here. He's not dead, but he's going to wake up in a room, I guess an apartment or loft type place, wake up confused. So we have a cut to Victor in an elevator, an old-fashioned elevator, and we don't know if he's contemplating. We don't really know what his purpose is. We still haven't been really introduced to him as a hitman. We don't even know if he is the person who's going to be interviewed by the guy who was in the car. It just looks like two different people in different areas, one in this building, one in a field. And we don't get any sense. He doesn't talk. He doesn't really speak until he meets with the interviewer. So the man wakes up in a room, confused, doesn't know what's going on. Looks like there's an envelope on the desk, and I'm quite sure he's going to read it, but he's going to walk downstairs, and downstairs will be the interviewing camera equipment and some film DVDs. So this view, I think this shot here is very interesting, how the director gives us almost like an outsider's view of this person. He's on his knees. He's looking through the camera equipment. It's interesting that he doesn't come with camera equipment if he's going to be an interviewer. We don't know if this comes out of his car, but it's interesting. Usually if you are sort of like a camera type person, or these are your tools of trade, you will usually have them near you in the car, or you will go to your trunk to check and see if they're still there or something like that. And so we have to assume that these were supplied to him. He's taken off his jacket, is on the couch, so he is getting himself comfortable. And it's interesting that he still, even if these are not his cameras, he understands them enough to set them apart, to prepare them. And so he knows that he is here for an interview. Also, before he does this, he walks to the door to see if it will open, or, well, he walks to the door just to open it and then realizes it's locked. So he's locked into this place. In the same way, you can say that he's locked into his career or disgrace, and the only way that he's going to be able to get out of it is to make a decision that is illogical. You know, you come into a place where you were blindfolded, or you had to take pills and be unconscious or whatever. It's really unsafe. And we don't know how he's transported from the field in the car to how he gets here. We don't know if Viktor is the one who does it, or if even Bethesda is the one who does it, but he is here and he's locked into a place, and that doesn't bother him. That's strange that that doesn't bother him. That I would, if I couldn't open the door, I would try to break a window, just for the just in case. In the same way that he's carrying a gun for just in case, he doesn't think enough to check any of the windows for just in case. So again, he's not operating with a good sense of logic. He's trapped. And he feels that the only way that he can get out of even his current life trap is to make a decision that could cost him his life. And it's actually going to cost him his life. So then we have a cut to Viktor. He's now taking things out of the suitcase or this large bag, and he doesn't appear to be OCD or obsessive compulsive, but he does lay out his clothes as if he could be. We could argue that he is a person who's very, very focused on the task, focused on the assignment. And for him, this is an assignment to meet with the interviewer. The interesting thing is, when we get to the end of the movie, we're going to talk about his different assassin assignments, or what I like to call or label task management, that he lays out the clothes, and but this assignment that he's on right now is really not an assignment from a mob boss. In some ways, it's not an assignment from himself. This is where I think when we get to the end and we find out that it's really Bethesda who's been arranging all of this, that really when he lays out his clothes, this is not him laying out his clothes on his own personal initiative. This is really Bethesda managing him. That he's going to put on the jogging pants and hoodie, and he's going to pretend like he is a pizza man to shoot the brother of the interviewer that we just met or just saw. And so when you're thinking about tasks or assignments, usually he receives his assignments from Sergey, or he receives his assignments from the new mob boss that he's interested in serving, and it's mainly them telling him what to do. And Bethesda is now telling him what to do. We're not going to see that again until the end of the movie, but I thought it was interesting because I thought all this time that he was the one who was really in control, and that he's never really been as in control as this film suggests that he is. So we're going to see that now. He's in the jogging gear, and he's actually preparing to surveil the area. So he's pretending that he's a jogger, and these are kind of like actor clothes. Now, he could be a jogger in real life as an assassin, but these are actor's clothes, because if you're going to go out in the field, in a sense, or in the area, you got to look like the people who are in the area. So he has headphones, he has a hat on, and he has jogging clothes so he can blend in. And that's one of the tools of the trade that Sergey teaches him, to blend in. So he looks like he's blending in. So we get the back of him going through this, I guess, tunnel, and he's jogging. And I wonder sometimes when we look at Viktor and his back, how much he has been holding on his back. You know, he still has his childhood to contend with, that we still haven't gotten into. And he has the betrayal, you know, but you have to keep running. Even if, and he actually had to run in the movie when he's betrayed and he has to fake his death. So this back shot that I think is very important to consider, because a lot of people who make a decision to become an assassin or choose any sort of life of crime, they do so with the idea of sort of having a monkey on their back, or they do so with the idea of carrying something on their back. And at this point, we know, or we're going to find out much later in the film, that it's really, he's propelled or he's compelled to make things right for Bethesda. So when he is working for Sergey, or working for Trafficant, or working for Franco or anybody else, you don't see him jogging. You don't see him changing his clothes. You don't see him acting out a role or a part, or trying to blend into the environment. So this dress that you see here, this garb that you see here, almost like a theater actor, this is all for Bethesda. This is not for any of the people that he has served before. He never looked like the jogger for them, but he's looking like a jogger for Bethesda. So we have a cut to a very nice, clean, white image that we don't see. We move from dark to light, right? And that when he is with Bethesda, his eyes look different, his disposition is different, his facial features look different. They look wider. He looks like he wants to smile. He looks like he wants to be sympathetic. He looks like he wants to care. But pay attention to the idea of moving from dark to light. And that the irony is that the person who is setting him up, that who he's lying in the bed with right now, is actually dark. That for her to set this whole thing up as a way to take vengeance reveals her dark heart. But when we see them in bed together, it doesn't look like that. It looks like sunlight. It looks like insight. It looks like new wisdom. It looks like new discernment. It looks like hope. It looks like movement forward. But he doesn't realize, lying in his bed, letting down his guard, that he's actually moving backwards. That she has set this up so much to the point that very gun that he was holding towards that young girl is the same girl, possibly, who's in the bed with him now. So we see Bethesda here. She, as a character, we only see her looking at him, and we see her sort of maybe complimenting or being complimentary to him. We don't see much of anything else in terms of the negative aspects of the relationship. It just looks like maybe like a traditional relationship where two parties are in love with each other. We wouldn't necessarily think that this is the same Bethesda who's going to dress up for the assassin. The assassin, the assassination for the moment. And so this Bethesda here looks like a person that he met, he fell in love with, she's going to get pregnant, and he's going to want to leave the mob for her. And he looks at her with great intent. And usually when men are in this mode, they are looking to protect. So when you see him in that running outfit, running garb, he's thinking, if I don't sort of help her or sort of make sure all of her enemies are done for good, they may come after her again. In the same way that when he was in a restaurant and those three guys come in and they take her to the back to abuse her, and he has to make a decision to either leave out the restaurant or go back and help her, he has that image in mind. That's how they actually get to know each other as an adult, as adults. He had finished a kill. He's in a restaurant, drinking from a drink. She comes in, sits at a table near him, maybe 2 tables down, looks at him. He doesn't really look at her other than the glance at one time when she was sitting down. And then the three guys come in and they attack her and they take her to the back, likely to rape her, abuse her, and not knowing that that was a setup too, that all of that was part of the setup. And so you see the maybe the fright in him, the fear, the fright in him to want to protect her. And so we don't know if they are making a decision about meeting with the interviewer or taking out his brother or anything like that. We don't know that, but we see a lot on his face, and his face tells a lot about impending danger, trying to take out our enemies, making sure that we are secure and safe, that we can go on ahead and live our lives together. So we have him still running, right? And the kind of running that he's doing, there's a lot of distance between where he started and where he's going to surveil. And so that makes a lot of sense in terms of making sure that you blend into the environment. Maybe the place that he's going to could be a very expensive area. It could be in a very expensive area, or it could simply just be his strategy to position himself in a different area so that he's not perceived as anything other than a person who is residing in a hotel or in an apartment or something like that. But this gives him time to think. This running that he does and it started out from almost night, I guess, late afternoon to now evening to almost night. This gives him time to think. So by the time we get him shooting the brother, he has already met Bethesda in that restaurant. He has already fell in love with her, found out that she's pregnant, likely will want to marry her. So he has started something that he has to finish, that he has no other choice but to finish. You're going to hear Sergey and Cesar, his childhood friend, who are sent to kill him, to kill Viktor, say that they have no other choice. They had to do it. If they didn't adhere to the boss's command to kill Viktor, then they would have been killed themselves. And so in the same way, he has no other choice but to take out this interviewer's brother because he knows too much. It's not like Viktor and Bethesda can go on and go get them a townhouse and live their lives and be free. They know too much. And these are probably people who are in positions of power who can really do some damage to them. So when you see him running, it's this feeling that I have no other choice. I got to do it. It's the same thing he heard when his betrayers were sent to kill him. So then when we see Bethesda actually shoot him in the end, it's almost like she's suggesting that she has no other choice. When in reality, she has someone who loves her, who wants to be a father to her, to their child, who likely wants to marry her, but she sort of says, no, I have no choice. I'm going to go ahead and do this. So this running is not something to take lightly. I don't think the writer-director says, okay, let's just have them run. When you understand the full when you understand the full film, and that by the time we see Bethesda and Viktor together, we get that first, but towards the middle end of the movie, you see them meet for the first time as adults. And so we have to just assume that when we see them in the bed together and we see them connected and talking or not talking, that they have already met. So what he's doing here is one of those, I have no other choice, I have to do it. And this is them again. So that means that these are different days. he was on one side of the bed and she was up, and now he's on another side of the bed and she's on another side of the other side of the bed. And so that lets you know that their relationship has movement. In a strange way, their relationship has movement. And I mean, even when you see him running, that's their relationship having movement. Now it's movement towards killing somebody and setting up the interviewer and killing his brother, and then she's setting up the whole thing, of course, and then killing Viktor. It's movement regardless. But you're going to see him look at her back, and her back has all the scars from when she was abused and used as a child. And the interesting thing is that Bethesda represents the system too. She services the clients, and it's involuntary, right? Of course, but she services the clients. Now he's the mob enforcer for the larger system. Again, the system is drug dealing, other types of dealing, maybe arms dealing, drug smuggling, assassinations when they are necessary, of course. And then the women that they put to work, and then also the clients, the high level, high value type clients. And so he is the mob enforcer or the mafia enforcer for this whole system. And he's now sleeping with a client, actually a client of someone else. So in some ways, he's taking the future revenue from the system, because he's not supposed to have anybody for himself, at least not without permission, and also not without payment. But there's movement in their relationship, whether he knows Bethesda fully or not, and whether she knows him or not. And she knows who he is. She knows he is the young boy who came into her home and shot her father and shot her mother, and the two, her and her sister, were put to service men and be abused by men. So when he's looking at her scars, he may have some invisible scars from his own childhood, because he used to hear his father beat his mom. So his scars are invisible because he never really spoke much. He never really expressed. He never really cried until we see him having to shoot Sergei, his mentor. But this movement that they have is a false movement, right? It's a false movement. She's as a character, she's a very patient character. If I was wanting to take vengeance, I would be sort of impatient and want to take out the person as soon as I could. The guy, the interviewer who was in the field, she could have easily taken him out right there. But then it really wasn't about him the whole time, and that it was really about Viktor, and she just used Viktor to sort of kill him, and then she turns around and kills Viktor. So he's looking at her scars, the scars that in some ways he contributed to, even if he wasn't the person who directly abused her, he has contributed in ways. Now, we don't know if she tells him that she's part of the larger mob system as a person who has to service men, but he does know that on some level she may be connected to that system. We don't know if he knows that she's connected to trafficking or anybody else who's a mob boss. He's the same one who has Sergei and another guy come in and take the two young girls. And regardless, what he has put his hands to in holding a gun and enforcing the dictates of his boss, he's looking at the results of that. He's holding the results of that. He's feeling the scars. He's looking at the scars. And on some level, he thinks about it. He sort of turns his head about it. It is something that he considers. We don't know if he's completely moved by it, but we do know that this particular scene here is something that kind of bothers him. So we are back to when he is now surveilling the brother's, I guess, apartment with a hoodie. And of course, he's still blended into the environment. And here is the actual brother here. And we don't know what the brother does. We just know on some level he must have some influence. If there's a need to take him out, he must have some influence. Because we don't see Viktor taking out everyone who has hurt Bethesda. It seems like is the interviewer that we see at the beginning of the film and this guy, his brother, who they look alike in a sense. It's something about these two that Viktor must take out, in a sense, must assassinate. And we know now that it was really Bethesda who's pointing out these two men. So Viktor continues his sort of acting role. He's at a courier place, a delivery place, and he's getting a package. And the package is going to be clothes and other items. Well, not clothes, but other items that basically suggest that he's a pizza man. And here's the pizza box. And I don't know who puts all of this together to mail him a fake pizza box with other types of items so he can look apart. But it's interesting how the system is very organized in this way, that he could request a delivery of a pizza box, a fake pizza box with other items, so he could look the part in order to be a pizza man to shoot somebody who is a target. So this lets you know how organized the system is, how thoughtful they are in terms of their strategies, right? Because the goal is to take the assignment, complete the assignment, and you have to do all that you can to do that. And you don't want a record of calling for a pizza, right? To me, it would have been simple enough just to call for a pizza and then deliver it to that person, right? The pizza that you bought, but then that leaves a record as well. So he's laying out the particular tools that he's going to use, a gun. He's taking this all apart from a particular laptop that he used. But again, this is this laying out that you see when he's laying out his clothes, you know, the jogging clothes. Most people don't really lay out their jogging clothes. They may lay out a suit pants and suit jacket and shirt or something like that, socks, underwear, anything that they're going to put together and put on and wear, but you don't really lay out your jogging pants, right? So in the same way that he lays out the jogging gear, he's laying out the elements of the gun. Okay, remember that he does have some practice with a gun, you know, and so he knows all of the components of a gun. So he's wearing the uniform and with matching hat, matching jacket, and then a pizza container, and then of course the pizza is on the inside of that container. And so it's interesting how focused he is on you know, selling this idea. This is a way also of blending into the environment, because you know, you surveil the area to know who delivers pizza in this area, right? And so this sort of takes some time to determine what type of pizza place. And when the guy opens the door, that means he was expecting a pizza. So if he was expecting a pizza, then this also further means that Viktor had studied the area and studied him long enough to know what his pattern was. Because why open the door, right? Especially when it's night like this. I don't open my door, but he thought enough to open the door. And so Viktor knocks on the door, and then when the brother opens the door, Viktor has his silencer. He comes in, and we're going to see an image, the guy asking why, and Viktor saying, you know why. And this is that image here. And I like the fact that the writer director only focuses on the actor's face and then just half of his face, which kind of signifies to me, the part of the decisions that are in the dark that we sort of make, and then the ones that are actually in the light. And so by the time he gets to this point in his life, this brother here, how many bad decisions has he made to the point that now he's having to be assassinated? And maybe it was his other brother, who is the interviewer, who got him into a lot of the stuff that he got into. But it's interesting, though, that he's now reaching a part of his life, his mortality, where he's being assassinated. Not sort of walking along somewhere and someone attacks him, or maybe he having a heart attack or just dying of natural causes. He's dying here a tragedy. Being assassinated is a tragedy. And also the fact that he has to be assassinated tells you about the level this man is on. That he has to, most people are not assassinated, they are killed or murdered. For him to be assassinated, he must have been a very important figure who was doing things sort of like, not on the down low, but in, in those dark areas, that you connect with people who are part of the criminal element, and they give you this little passcode or key code or something like that, and you meet women and you have sex with women, and we have to assume that they were having sex, because when Bethesda gives the parable at the end about the farmer who had had a farm, and because this very important man decided that he wanted to take the farm, and the farmer refused, and then he took the daughters, or he took his precious commodities. And she talks about the how her sister could not withstand the heavy sexual appetites of men, but that she could. She says it from a standpoint of being 10 years old. So whatever they did to her and her sister, they did it to them while they were 10 years old. And so how does a person get to that point in life where they are raping a 10-year-old, right? So we see him assassinated. There's no recovery. There's no way out of it. He's just going to be shot. And then Viktor takes the ring. He knows that this ring is an identifier. So when he's interviewed by the interviewer, the brother, and when Viktor is about to reveal Bethesda, he gives the interviewer this ring. And so the interviewer knows to whom the ring belongs. And that's what sort of shakes him and unsettles him. And that really sets the scene for him to hear out Bethesda, and then for Viktor to finally shoot him. But this ring is an identifier. It has an identity. It has a history. We don't know what the history is. I don't remember seeing the ring taken off Bethesda's parents. I remember Bethesda holding a necklace, or maybe taking the necklace off her mother. And so it's the necklace that she leaves behind for Viktor to then contact her. And that sort of sets the scene for them to get together, fall in love, get pregnant, and then for her to betray him as well. But this ring here has an identification. It is an identifier. It belongs to a specific person. So then when it's used at the end of the movie, we understand why the interviewer is shaken up, and why he realizes that Viktor has killed him. After all, he's a hitman. Again, the interviewer is not working with logic on his side. What would you think if a person who is interviewing, what do you expect them to do if if the person is a hitman? And so again, this ring is an identification. You don't even need his actual identification. The brother knows to whom this ring belongs. So Viktor has met his particular task. So he has assassinated the brother, and now he's on his way to going back to where he came from. And so this time he's taking a bus. So remember, he comes in the movie on an airplane, then he transitions into a train, coming off a train, and now he's returning on a bus. How significant it is, I don't know. It could be economic, from one thing to the next, from one level, higher level, to a lower level. Usually people who take the bus really cannot always afford the plane. But it also says a lot about not being easily identified, because someone could have seen him shoot the guy or pretended to be a pizza man and then saw him shoot the guy, right? And so returning on a bus versus returning on an airplane sort of keeps him under the radar, right? It keeps him, it sort of lengthens the time. So by the time you figure out what he's done, it's too late. But I thought it was interesting that he's returning on the bus, and it looks like is he returning in his jogging gear? It's hard to tell, but he's in that same hat that he was jogging with. He's also in, he also has headphones. So I don't remember. That looks like the leather jacket that he's been wearing. Regardless, he's blending into his environment. So he was a airplane rider, he was a train rider, and now he is a bus rider. The only thing I think we don't see him in is in a car. So he's now surveilling the area, the actual townhouse where the interviewer is. And again, it's interesting. Again, the interviewer doesn't think to look to see if there are any cameras. He doesn't even really search out the place. He just goes for the camera equipment, sets it all up. But there's nothing in him that suggests, let me look around this place. I mean, after all, I'm in this place by myself. Let me look around it. Versus when you see Viktor having to be on the run and trying to meet up with another boss, a mob boss, he sort of goes into another person's, I think it's his room, and immediately he searches out if there are any bugs in the room. And so he finds a bug behind the bed. He finds other types of surveillance equipment. And then he's able to take out that person and then become, or listen to how he can get into the new system that he wants to get into. But this is him surveilling this particular interview, the person who's going to interview him. And the interviewer is just sitting down, waiting, not even plotting how he's going to do the interview. There isn't a pen or pad in his hand or anything like that. He's just waiting. And so we see Viktor again, contemplating maybe how he's going to approach. This room that you see here is, I think, the very same loft that he and Bethesda are living in, because the same color scheme is in a subsequent frame. So maybe Bethesda is asleep somewhere. But again, by the time we see Viktor meet with the interviewer, he's already in relationship with Bethesda, and she's already pregnant, and there's already an indication or a suggestion that they're going to stay together. So Victor comes to the place. That means that he had a key to the place in order to be there. And then this interviewer comes down. He is shocked to see Victor, of course. And of course, he's going to be a little reluctant. You know, we don't know. He doesn't know if Victor is going to pull out a gun or something like that. After all, he is a hitman. Victor shows proof that he is the right person who he's supposed to be interviewing, as with a Polaroid photograph of this interviewer, basically asleep. So then we still don't know if it is Victor who took the picture. I do remember the guy holding the Polaroid camera, and he might have taken his own picture. Oh, actually, he does. He does take his own picture, because from a distance we see a flash that looks like he was shot. That's why I thought at the beginning that it was a trap for him and he was shot. No, he was the one who took a picture of himself. And so we have to assume then that Victor was the one who transported him to this apartment and locked him in, because here is proof of that picture. And so Victor is ready to sit for the interview. So the guy he's already set everything up, as we understand, as we know. And it's interesting that I like this this picture that is a reflection of this mirror image that is a reflection of the window. That it looks like that window is at the back of the interviewer, which is really just a reflection. But it's interesting again that he never opens any windows. He never gets any air. He never thinks about moving about the apartment or anything like that. He just sits and waits for Victor to come along. In the same way that you might see Bethesda just timing when she would meet with Victor. So that means if she's coming into the restaurant and sort of eyeballing Victor, then she must have been surveilling Victor in the same way that he has surveilled his targets, assassination targets. She must have surveilled him to know when he would come to that restaurant. I'm not sure if that's the only restaurant in the area, but it is a specific restaurant. And I remember one of the guys who takes her in the back and abuses her when they finally meet, saying, "Why don't you stay?" or something like, or "Why don't you stay this time?" And I didn't catch that the first 2 times I watched the movie, but I thought to myself, she's been there before. And that got me to thinking about her role. And it still wasn't until the end of the movie that I saw that she set the whole thing up. And every time I get to the end of the movie, I'm still shocked when she's holding a gun and she shoots Victor. But she must have been surveilling him the whole time, keeping tabs on him. So while he's running around and surveilling other people to assassinate, she was running around and surveilling him to assassinate him. Isn't that interesting to think about? That that parallel, that she becomes what he is. And she didn't expect, or he didn't expect her to become what he is when he was first holding that gun to her head when he was a child. But as they grew up and he went his way and she went her way, involuntarily, of course, their worlds collide and they both become what the other person is, or she becomes what he is. So she essentially becomes the mob enforcer. But what we see here is just the interviewer getting ready to ask him, how did it start? How did you get into the business? Things like that. And Victor says, let's start from the beginning. And that's essentially from when he was a child. So the child that we see at the beginning is the child now that Viktor is going to talk about. And so this is him saying, let's start from the beginning. You know, again, we don't know, when we look at Viktor here at this part of the film, we don't know that he is setting up this interviewer. So this face that he puts on is also acting. This garb that he's wearing, the suit without a tie, is also acting. And this could be the same garb that he wore when he was first coming off the plane, and that he handled as much as he could before he then returned to the hotel to become the pizza man and then kill his brother. So he had to get the ring somehow. But this is him acting. And it's interesting that as a hitman, I would think you would want to go ahead and solve that problem immediately, not wait it out, not plot it out, not think about it. But I think that the writer-director, Perry Vandal, really does a great job of sort of pacing out the plot setbacks, because in some ways, he's not plotting a setback in a sense that he has that in mind. We are looking at this as a plotted setback. And so the desire to now to kill him at, you know, Bethesda's bequest, or I said behest rather, and not being able to do it in this moment, is sort of like a setback, having to set back that assignment. See, remember, Bethesda really has assigned this task of assassination because this is her show. He's not really on assignment in the same way that he was on assignment when Sergei sent him on an assignment, or when any of the other mob boss sent him on an assignment. This is really Bethesda's assignment. So he's taking really a lot of direction from her, which is strange because none of the men take any direction from women. If anything, the women are expected to take direction from men, and the women are abused in the film. They are expected to be put to service in the film. They are expected to not have a voice in the film. When Sergei kills Viktor's father and he sends the mother some money and the father's lighter in the envelope, she doesn't get a say in her husband being killed. And also when Viktor goes and kills the father and the wife doesn't get a say in the father being killed. Viktor pulls out a gun before she can even realize what he's doing, and he kills the father, then kills the wife, and then almost kills the two girls. So the women in the film do not have a say, but Bethesda behind the scenes is the female puppet master, the voice that all of the women in the film don't have a voice to speak. She gets to speak. She gets to have the last word on men dominating the women in the film, abusing the women in the film, raping the women in the film as young girls, and expecting, and the men expecting that they can make decisions on behalf of women and still keep their life. Sure, Viktor impregnated her, or she allowed herself to be impregnated, but she's not going to give him a voice in their son's life. And she does say it's a boy. But this face here is a face of real tolerance, and it's really an attitude towards the interviewer. And it's, strangely enough, it's an ironic attitude because Viktor is looking at the clientele of the system who paid for the girls and paid for the women, and now he's a man working against another man in the very same system that they support and enforce. and it is a woman who comes in between them. So there's a lot I can do with this, but I just want you to think about that face that you see here, that is much more that is going on, and that is not really at Viktor's. He may think he's in control, but he's been out of control for the longest when they met each other in the restaurant, and probably way before that as well, when she put all of this into motion, when she gave herself an assignment to set up all the people around her who hurt her and her family, as well as Viktor. So this is where Viktor is talking about, let's start from the beginning. And so we are returning in the film to Romania, and is represent the slums. We can look at this and tell that this is not a higher level expensive area, but it's, you know, it's home to Viktor and his friends. And so we get a sense of this. Clothes are hanging outside of the windows. The building is not as freshly painted as it could be, and mainly older people living here, as well as families. And so now we see Viktor as a child, right off to the right frame, and then we see all his friends. So these are the 4 friends. This is Viktor and his 3 friends. One of them is Alexei, another is Marku, and another is Cesar. And Cesar is the one he's going to end up shooting, because Cesar is sent to kill Viktor later. Marku is the one who actually does not get into the mob enforcing business, right? And he marries, he sort of gets fat, has children. And then Alexei is a one that he was going to shoot, because he found Alexei is the one who sold him out, right? When in reality, it was actually Bethesda who set them up to sell him out, to sell Viktor out. But Alexei is the one he's going to let go, so that lets you know that later he has a change of heart. But these are the 3 friends with Viktor all to the right frame here in the yellow shirt. So these 2 neighborhood bullies come to attack Viktor because he owes him some money. So in the same way that Viktor borrows from, say, these bullies who actually work with the mob as well, the mafia as well, his father does the same thing, and we're going to see that later. So Viktor is resolute in his face. He knows what they are after, and he sort of, you know, prepares himself to be attacked, because he knows he's going to be attacked. And I noticed that he has a habit of lowering his head as a child. So he does this a lot throughout this part of his part in the film. He doesn't go all the way to the end until Viktor has flashbacks of his childhood, but essentially we see him throughout the film with his head lowered, and we see these 2 older guys approaching him. And so one of the guys attacks him. Viktor sort of pushes him away, and then he attacks him again, and then he takes him to the ground. And it's interesting how when you are within a certain economically depressed area, how you all fight against each other. And I never could really understand that, how when you live in the slums or the ghettos or any of the types of areas that do not have a lot of economic advantages and people are just living paycheck to paycheck, why would you really fight each other? I mean, you look exactly the same. I would think you would fight the people who don't look like you. Of course, I understand why. I'm not naive. I understand that you don't fight the system, or you don't fight the people who basically hold you economically hostage. It's not like you can go and fight the rich man. The rich man has resources, has he He donates to the police unions. He may have some police officers in pocket. So you know you can't really do that because they can shoot you. But I never quite understand why you could fix your mind to hit somebody who looks exactly like you. I understand this older boy wanting his money, and that Viktor borrowed some money from him, and now Viktor cannot pay him back. I get that. And why would he need to borrow money anyway? That's another, question to think about. But I just never quite understood how people within the same area who look exactly the same would fight each other. And I could just be naive, but I always thought about that. And so he is also determined in his goal to sort of uh, get Viktor to pay him back his money. And remember, don't forget these two guys. These are the two guys who are going to bow their head to Viktor later when Viktor decides to join the mob as a child, and he becomes a major enforcer even just as a child. When he goes to enforce um, money from a person who borrowed money from the mob, the mafia, these two guys are going to stop and lower their heads. So, it's interesting how that transitions. We see Viktor lowering his head and sort of in, I don't know, maybe some shame or fake shame. And the guys, their head is raised, right, because they have the power. Viktor doesn't have power, but then when he goes and seeks power by becoming a child mob enforcer, he's the one who has power. Sergey puts him in charge, and these two guys that you see are going to be the ones who lower their heads. And so this is one of the bullies sort of really going in on Viktor to the point that it's almost like he's choking him. And then this kid here is the one who calls out and tells Viktor that he needs to come inside or something like that. I don't remember him being a brother to Viktor because we don't see him later other than him being on this balcony. But something about him breaks up the fight between Viktor and the bully, and Viktor has to return to the home. And so Viktor is laying on the ground. He's actually going to kick the guy. So there's some kind of fight in Viktor. It's, kind of misguided, of course, but there is some kind of fight in Viktor because I would think I wouldn't kick a guy who just took me down to the ground, but there's something in him that still wants to fight back. And that's in contrast to his own mother, who doesn't fight back. Viktor is position on the ground, so that's that feeling of being sort of pushed down and having to find your way to get up. And I think when Viktor decides to become a mob enforcer as a child, I think this is the image that he has in his head of being down, especially when he sees his father being attacked by Sergey, and thinking to himself, I don't want to become my father. But this whole idea of being vulnerable, he's vulnerable here because the bullies could come back anytime, but he's vulnerable here, and he's got to find a way to pull himself up. And that's when he makes a decision after seeing his father beat up and everything. He makes a decision to pull himself up. And pulling himself up in this kind of environment is no different than pulling himself by the bootstraps, right? It's not a legal way to do it. It's a criminal way to go, but he feels like he has no choice. And choice is very interesting that I didn't think about, because all of the people who betrayed Viktor, as I noted earlier, say they didn't have a choice, right? And many of the young guys who join the mafia or the mobs basically suggest that they don't have a choice. But we do know that there is a character in this film, Marku, we'll see him later, who chooses not to join the mob. Now, Cesar says that Marco is mother fucked, right? That his life is so lower than a mob enforcer, that he's fat and got a wife, and he looks horrible, and he does that. We will see Marco later. He doesn't look like a person who's fresh. He looked like he let himself go. It looks like he let his surroundings affect him, right, in a negative way. But that's in contrast. Him seeing everyone else saying they didn't have a choice and they had to choose to go this route is in contrast to Marco saying he didn't. Marco hasn't had to kill anybody. He hasn't had to go on assignment as a mob enforcer. And so and the people who chose to become mob enforcers towards the end of the film are saying they want to get out. So that lets you know that they really did not want to get in. And, instead of going to school, he chooses to become a mob enforcer. So him being on the ground, feeling powerless, vulnerable, not wanting to become his father, as we're going to see, is sort of the reasoning that he uses in making the choices that he makes. So this is his father. This guy behind him is not Sergey. He's just probably like a foot soldier type person. And Trafficant, who is a mob boss, is going to talk about Sergey being just a foot soldier and how it was easy to get him to sort of kill or attempt to kill Viktor, right? He's just a foot soldier. He does what he is told. So the father here, this is Viktor's father. He owes the mob some money. And so these are, like your enforcers trying to take him down. And this is Viktor standing behind the door. And this is where I say that the door aspect of this film is very interesting, because while Viktor is watching his father be attacked, there's nothing on the inside of Viktor that runs and opens the door and maybe jumps on one of the guys and says, don't hit my father, don't touch my father. His hand is on the door, is on the door handle. He can open it at any time, but he's choosing not to open that door. I don't think that the guys who are attacking the father, sure, they would hit Viktor and knock him down, but I don't think they would take a gun, at least not at this point, right? Because they want the money. But it's interesting that he doesn't walk through that door. He doesn't, there's nothing in him. And when we talk about attachment theory, Viktor really suffers from an insecure attachment. Nothing that he does, he doesn't have a firm attachment to his family, his mother and father. And so he doesn't feel like the need to come to their rescue of any sort. Even when he becomes a mob enforcer, he doesn't actually try to protect his family, right? But I thought it was interesting, and I didn't catch this until maybe the third time I watched the movie, that he's standing at the door, that he's making a choice to not intervene, that he is, suggesting to the viewing audience, this is not my problem. And he's going to say that to Sergey when he decides to become a mob enforcer as a child. And Sergey asks, so are you here to pay your father's debt? And Viktor says no. And Sergey says, why? Because it's not my debt. And so I thought that was interesting. If all of us actually had that attitude as grown adults, we will probably not get into a lot of the issues that we get into in helping people. But here, he's not going to help him. He has the power right now in that hand on the door to help his father, and he's not going to do it. Here we have Viktor's mother and then his father's wife interceding or intervening. And even when we see her trying to fight for her husband, who owes money, to the mob, Viktor still never comes and tries to rescue her, right? This man here hits the mother in the face, and she turns around and falls down. And we don't see the husband actually hitting the guy who just hit his wife either. Remember that the women in the film are not women who are protected. They're not covered. They may have a husband, but that husband's voice is much louder in the film, even if the husband ends up being assassinated himself because he owes money to Sergei. But I just really think it's interesting how Viktor as a child, and Viktor is powerless. I do understand that he's powerless, but like I said, there's nothing on the inside of Viktor that runs through the door and says, don't hit my mother, don't hit my father, right? That basically everyone is in this thing individually and by themselves. Sure, we live in an apartment together, but we are not really here to take care of each other. However, the women in the film, except for Bethesda, this woman here, this mother here, and then the mother that Viktor kills as a child, while he is a child, they intervene. They say something. They try to help their husbands, even if their husbands are just do not have the character enough to try to help their own spouses. But he's going to hit her here, and she's going to flip around and fall on the ground, and then the father is also going to fall on the ground. But again, there's nothing on the inside of him. There's nothing that pulls at him emotionally that says, don't hit my wife, right? So she falls, he hits her, she falls, he falls down as well. Viktor is still in the background on the other side of the door, protecting himself. And then Sergei comes in. He is the one who owes, the father owes the money to. And the mother is somewhat off the ground, right? Looking at the two men. And then the father is just, he acts like he is so helpless, that he can't do anything. He has a lot of height on Sergei and the other guy. He has a lot of, he's thicker than him, but somehow he is so vulnerable. He's so victim-like, Viktor has more fight in him when the two bullies take him to the ground and then they get up and about to walk away. Viktor is the one who kicks the guy in the leg. He has more fight in him as a child than his father has in him right now. So then you think about his narrative history. Where did he stop? Where did he stop fighting? Has he ever been a person who fought at all? Did he see his parents? Did he see his own father beat his mother, right? What is his narrative history? Because this is a setback for him. We are flashing, well, we're not flashing back. We are basically, the writer-director has now positioned us to see what Viktor's background was like, his toxic environment. So this is Viktor's memory of what he had to endure as a child. But we don't get the father, talking about his father. We don't get a narrative history about the father. So we just have to assume that he had some of the same issues in his childhood, because you do what you know. You do what you've seen. In the same way that the woman is afraid here and she was hit, she's used to being hit. Her own husband, who's on the ground, hits her all the time. He's always beating on her. He takes a belt to her. When Viktor flashes back to his childhood just before he decides to help Bethesda, we see the father taking a belt to the mother's back, and her back is bloodied, right? Viktor doesn't come in and try to help her and try to stitch her up or anything like that, or put even a cover on her. But they each have narrative history. Sergei has a narrative history. The guy next to him has a narrative history. But it's interesting how the writer director plots this setback in a sense that Viktor is confronted with a decision and he doesn't take a decision, and then his father is confronted with the decision and he can't make a decision because he doesn't have the money to pay. The mother is confronted with a decision to try to help the father, but she's helpless because she doesn't have the money to pay. And Sergei is confronted with a decision that he's going to have to make because he can't pay. And he's the one who says that if you don't pay me my money, I'm going to put your wife to work. And that shocks her, because when you're putting a woman to work in this environment, knowing that there's a mafia as well, they all know what that basically means. So Sergei is sort of impatient here. This is Sergei who's going to become Viktor's mentor. So we get a pretty good image of him. And so when I said that he had height on them, he has height on them. Look at him and look at Viktor's father in terms of, in contrast to Sergei here. Sergei has a lot of power and he has a lot of weight to his authority, but this father definitely has some kind of height to him, that he has some kind of advantage, but he's stuck in his mind that he can't do anything other than listen to this man tell him that if you don't, that you owe me money and I want my money. And so he hits him in the stomach. And the wife is still screaming out, as all women do in these abusive situations. And this is where Sergei says that if you don't give me my money, you see him pointing at the wife. If you don't give me my money, if you don't have my money, I'm going to put your wife to work. And she's shocked by that statement. You know, it's interesting how it's probably common knowledge in this slum that women have to be put to work if their men can't pay, but it's still a shocking thing when someone says it. And Sergei is not, the father is not really all that concerned about it. He's just looking at Sergei as you know, understanding what's going to end up happening. And again, Viktor is still behind the door. He has taken his hand off the handle where we saw him before. His hand was on the handle to come in, to go through that door. But here he is not interested in going through that door. He's watching the events unfold as if he's watching TV. And I don't remember them having a television in the apartment, but he's watching this as if he's watching television, as if he's watching something that he might see on a cop drama, you know, or something like that. But he's not, but he has made up in his mind that he's not walking through that door. Now, we don't know what his narrative history is in terms of engaging a situation like this. This may not have been the first time, and we have to assume that it's not, because the father is an abuser. So we have to assume that it's not. But regardless, he's not walking through that door. So when they finally leave, Sergei did see Viktor standing behind the door, and so he went on ahead and left with the other guy. And so once Sergei and the other guy leave, Viktor then opens the door. His head is kind of lowered, but he's looking at his father and mother. But that's the only time he decided to come through the door. And then the mother looks at Viktor coming through the door. It's interesting how the mother feels the need to comfort her husband when her husband is the one who's beating on her. So maybe that's the motherly thinking in her to comfort him. But of course, when you are a woman at this time in these types of areas, usually the woman is basically a housekeeper. She doesn't really work, and if she works, is maybe maid duty, housekeeping duty. She may be a cook or something like that, but she's not really bringing in a lot of money. So their life is very vulnerable when the man should be the one who's working, and the wife is the one who has to tend to the house and the kids. And when the husband dies, you don't have anything else. You don't have a job, you don't have education, you don't have any other options. And so then in that case, sometimes women put themselves to work in another type of way. But she is comforting a husband who just let another man hit her and who didn't come to her rescue, and who also hits her as well. So we have Viktor here, just coming through those doors. His mother is basically yelling at him to help, and Viktor, with his head held down, is refusing to help. Again, there's nothing in him that pulls out of him some sort of emotion, some sort of sympathy, even mercy, even grace. And maybe he doesn't understand those concepts, right? But still, something human in you should come out and say, okay, let me help you, mom, right? Even fall to the ground and I don't know, hold your mother's hand. But Viktor has resigned himself not to be of any use. And one of the things you're going to see with the older Viktor is him basically saying that I can be of use to you, to the second boss, right? And that when you become a mob enforcer, it is understood that you are going to be of use. But here, he's refusing to be of use. He's refusing to be of service, which is going to be contrasted with when he goes to talk to Sergey to become a mob enforcer as a child, as you see here, and he's basically wanting to be of use. In many cases, he doesn't want to become his father. He doesn't want to become the person who's lying down on the ground right now, who was just beaten by some footmen, some foot soldiers. He doesn't want to become that person. And maybe in some ways, he looks at Sergey as a person that he could become. It is Sergey who actually is the one who mentors Viktor all the way till up until adulthood, and up until he actually betrays Viktor. But right here we see him not wanting to be of use. There isn't enough cry in his mother for him to be concerned about, to respond to. And so you often have to wonder then, when he was a baby, did his mother respond to his cries? Because at the end of this lecture, we're going to get into the concept of attachment theory, and that sometimes parents will respond to their children, to their babies, on their own time schedule and not on the baby's time schedule. You have, for secure attachment, a parent who responds appropriately, timely, plays with the child, engages the child. The child can wander off a little bit, crawl away, but turn around and look at the parent and still feel safe and secure, versus an insecure child doesn't have the same relationship with their parent. The parent is available or not available, or is inconsistent in his or her responsiveness. So the way in which you see Viktor responding to his parent tells you that she may be reaping what she sowed, what she has sown in him, that she may not have responded to him as a child or to any of his cries when he was younger than what you see right now, and that now she's reaping that fruit in a sense, because it just doesn't make any sense. Even children who may be afraid of their parents will still put on an act, will still put on a face, and still do something to help or whatever. Viktor is just not inclined to do anything at all in this moment. So we see Viktor walking outside with his head held down. I thought that the actor really does a great job conveying whatever emotion is going on with him. You know, each child has his or her own emotions, and you can tap into your own childhood and think about the times that you've had your head down, So I don't want to give sort of like this universal um, analysis about the child's head down. It could mean many things. It could mean that Viktor wants out of this current life that he has as a child, and a child of two parents who have produced a toxic home. It could be Viktor wanting out of this neighborhood, this slum neighborhood. Viktor wanting to look and do better in his life, even if he doesn't have a full understanding of that. So you would have to tap into your own childhood to think about what this head down looks for you. I'm quite sure that you have experienced your own vulnerabilities as a child, especially if you were bullied, especially if you dealt with a toxic father or toxic mother. Only you can make a true assessment of what this means for you as you look at Viktor walking with his head down. And think about this contrasted, this whole filming image of Viktor walking throughout the courtyard with his head down. Think about this contrasted when we see him running with the hat on, the earphones in his ear, the jogging suit, and that long sort of filming sequence of him just running. He's walking here, but he was running as an adult. And so you're going to see that as well. So Sergey, his center, he is the one with the cigarette. The other two guys are other types of foot soldiers. The two young men who join to become mob enforcers, right? Just little fighters. Look at the scene. The scene is an apartment, but it's definitely more geared towards an adult. It is not necessarily a bachelor's pad or anything like that. Remember the back that we saw of Viktor right when he was running through the tunnel? Well, we get his back here as well as a child. And he's forcing himself to make a decision before he truly understands the type of decision that he is making. But in his childlike understanding, he does, I think, for me, I think he doesn't want to be his father. And that's the reason why he's pushing. Because if you think about him being bullied in the courtyard, it is a parallel to his father being bullied by Sergey. And something in him, now that pulls something out of him. He may not be emotionally invested enough into trying to help his mother and help his father in that moment. And he's definitely not going to accept their debt. He's not there to work off their debt, right? But he may not be emotionally invested there, but something in seeing that fight while he was standing behind the doors, seeing Sergey hit his father and his father fall to the ground, and seeing one of the men hit his mother and the mother fall to the ground, something in that dynamic and that visual image pulls at him enough to push him to walk across the courtyard and into another building and into where we see Sergey and the other men, and offer himself to be of use as a mob enforcer. So he's standing here with clothes too big for him, which is ironic because the choice that he is making is a choice that is too big for him. It's too big for him to understand. Because I look at it like this: if this was the best choice for you, why would you feel like you need to quit it later in life? You don't see Sergey really quitting. He's killed by Viktor because it was trafficking who sent Sergey to kill Viktor. But I don't get the sense that Sergey is willing to leave the mob, leave the mafia, right? So he doesn't feel like the job is too big for him. Now, he does make a point of saying that he had no choice but to come and try to kill Viktor. So maybe the job is too big for him in that way. But it's only connected to the idea that he was Viktor's mentor. But in this case here, in looking at Viktor, this shirt is too big for him. he should have a regular size shirt. And so it is likely his father's shirt. And that's interesting too, because when he takes this job to become a mob enforcer for Sergey and for the mob system as a whole, he doesn't take the money that Sergey is going to give him and give it to his mother. So not only is he not willing to pay the debt for his father, to offer to be of service to pay the debt for his father, but he's not even willing to take any kind of money that that he gets from Sergey and try to give it to his mother. Most kids, when they grow up in these toxic environments, they're so wounded in their childhood and abused, and there is so much exposure to domestic violence that they usually feel compelled. They just feel compelled to bring back anything that they have earned. Well, he doesn't really earn any money here. Sergey just gives him a bill, and maybe Sergey is thinking, well, I'm going to give him this bill, and maybe he's going to give it to his family. That's really why he's here. But Viktor is resolute in his understanding. I am not here to pay off the debt of my parents, especially my father. So again, this shirt that he has here is very significant. I didn't really think about it, because the other shirt that he had on was yellow, and it seemed to be a little fitting for him, even though it was kind of big, but it just seemed to be fitting. But this is clearly a very big shirt that does not fit him, that it falls almost to his knees, and is symbolic of taking on, making a choice to put on a garb that is too big for him to wear. In other words, making a choice to become a mob enforcer for a job that's too big for him to wear. So when we see him when we get his back, while he's running in the tunnel, there isn't any indication that this choice that he's making is too big for him. But when we look at it from the back, we could assume that having to make this choice is too big for him, because when he kills the interviewer at the end, it is unsettling. It bothers him for a strange reason. And I was wondering if it bothered him because he had to kill somebody in front of Bethesda. He hasn't had to kill anybody, and maybe he had wanted to keep that part of his job secret, and maybe that was the reason. But I think that his unsettling, that emotional unsettling, that psychological unsettling, is really about the fact that he no longer wanted to do the thing that he has been doing for so many years, and that he felt compelled to try to save Bethesda. And so, okay, I'll do this one more time, because when he comes in from an assignment where he was supposed to kill someone and he doesn't kill that person, he puts his gun in the drawer of the nightstand. And I had thought about that, and I said to myself, so he put the gun in there, and I think to myself, if Bethesda had all that opportunity to kill him, she definitely had the opportunity to take that gun and shoot him the whole time, but she never did. So that was more or less about Viktor wanting to put away old things, childish things, no longer, because he takes on this role as a child, and throughout his process, he's really no different than a child in his thinking. And so when he places the gun in the drawer, it felt like he was wanting to retire the gun, right? In terms of being an assassin. So again, this is significant. This large shirt that he's wearing is too big for him. He can put it on and it can hang on his body, but that's just it. It's hanging on his body. So we see Sergey kind of mocking Viktor. Everyone is sort of listening in, and they usually take their cues from Sergey. So if Sergey is laughing, the men laugh. But when Sergey says basically shut up, the men shut up. So that means that Sergey is running this room. He's running this room, he's running the men, he's running the two young guys that you see in the back, and he's running this game. And so when he talks to Viktor, It's a little mocking, it's a little jest, it's a little comic relief. It's a number of things because he's really trying to read Viktor. What is he doing down here? Why is he here? And I think to myself, why would you need to read somebody if you know they want to become what you see the young guys behind you wanting to be, which is a mob enforcer? Why isn't there sort of like a formal celebration? Come on in, you can basically be a mob enforcer, you can be all that you want to be. But is that way of kind of using mocking to set Viktor back, to set him back emotionally, to challenge him. You don't really want this, do you? Oh, you're really down here to pay off your father's debt? And Viktor's like, no, it's not my debt. And so they kind of laugh about that as well. And then Sergey basically tells him to shut up. And so he's running this game, Sergey. He's running these people around him. He's running his environment, and he's running this table. And so how he interacts with Viktor is based on the game as well. So Sergey wants one of the young men to challenge Viktor, and so he goes over and he hits Viktor in the face in the temple. And so Viktor returns with a kick to his stomach and takes him down. So he's already proving himself. It's a little bit of a test for him to prove himself. And it makes sense, you know, what kind of fighting skills do you have? We don't necessarily see any sort of training ground. So whatever skills they have picked up as children is usually on the playground. Someone comes along and hits them or something like that, and they hit the person back. And then, of course, once you enter a certain environment, it is expected that you're going to fight. The goal is not to sit around and look pretty all day. You are going to fight. So that means that Sergey is trying to see just how quick in his understanding that Viktor has about what he's actually doing and what he's actually choosing. So it is Sergey here who is offering, once basically Viktor has proven himself in kicking the guy, and to me that really wasn't too long of a fighting test or something. I don't know what Sergey is looking for, and I'm not a man. Only a man would sort of understand what Sergey is really looking for. But, you know, I've seen sort of fight scenes where there's like a little bit of a test, and it's longer than that. But, you know, Viktor proved himself at the same time. The person that he kicks in the stomach stays down on the ground. So that lets you know that Viktor knows how to handle himself. So it's interesting that he doesn't handle himself really with the two bullies at the beginning. That the only thing he really does is once the guy gets up and starts to walk off, Viktor kicks him a little bit. But he doesn't do what you see these guys that he does with the young guy here. Basically, you know, his contemporary in a sense, in the same age range or something like that. He kicks him, and that's the extent of it. And I'm thinking to myself, so why didn't he show these same fighting skills with the two bullies? You know, but a kick is a kick. Whether the kick is him kicking the guy while he's walking away or him kicking this guy in the stomach and taking him down. But there is a difference. I do believe that this guy that he kicks in the stomach, this young man, that young child that he kicks in the stomach, they're likely around the same age and the same height. Whereas the two bullies, if he kicked him in the stomach or if he kicked him more than what he did in the courtyard, it might result in a punch to his face, and he might stay on the ground for a long time. But what you see here is Sergey basically accepting Viktor into the fold and giving him a bill. And I was wondering why he gave him that bill in that moment. But I just believe that he assumed that Viktor is going to take that bill to his mother, and sort of pay some part towards the mother, because later when Sergey kills Viktor's father, and gives an envelope to the mother with money in it and a lighter, his father's lighter, he's concerned about the mother. He's concerned about her making it. And the interesting thing is he doesn't put her to work. At least we don't see him putting her to work. Marco tells Viktor, older Viktor, when Viktor returns to this slum area after being discovered that he's actually still alive, that she shortly died when Viktor left initially. Viktor killed the man who owed Sergei money, and his wife and the two daughters were taken away. And then Sergei is the one who took Viktor out of the slum area and into the city. And so I'm wondering then, did the mother sort of die of a broken heart a year later? And so he's giving him this bill for whatever reason, payment or something like that. It could be just payment for passing this little test that he does. But I also think it has a lot more resonance with the fact that he wanted Viktor to take it to the mother. Because if he didn't, he wouldn't have left the mother any money after he assassinated her husband. So Viktor goes back home. The father is sitting in maybe like a rocking chair or lounge chair, and Viktor doesn't have a relationship with his father. He doesn't talk to him. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't sit before him. He doesn't really respect him. He goes in, he goes out, and the father is, sort of yelling at him. And he's yelling at him in a sense that you need to respect me, even if he's not necessarily saying those words. He's coming from a standpoint that I am the head of this house and you're going to respect me. But Viktor actually has more respect for Sergei, the one who beats his father. And so the father is making his own comments about why Viktor needs to say something to him. And Viktor looks at him, doesn't have much of a doesn't have much to say. He doesn't say anything. I want to note that this is a different t-shirt from the one that we saw him in when he visited Sergei. So now he's back in his child-like body, in a sense, right? That this t-shirt actually fits him. And this is a t-shirt that fits a child. The father could not take this shirt and put the shirt on himself. So this lets you know that Viktor, interestingly enough, has some clue about what to wear, what not to wear. And when he goes down to see and talk to Sergei, he's wearing a shirt that's too big for him. But when he returns, somehow he's changed into a shirt that actually is the right fit for him. And the contrast is that the decision that he's making to become a mob enforcer is way too big for him to actually make that decision. In contract law, children cannot sign contracts without the parents' signature or permission. And so it is Viktor operating as an adult when he's wearing that long shirt. But it's now Viktor operating as a child when he's among his parents. So it's like he's basically not telling his parents what he has just done. He's coming back in, operating like a child until he can make the transition and leave for good. But I think that was just kind of interesting that the shirt changes when he's in the home, when he is back in the home in front of his parents, and he has to act like a child. He doesn't say anything to them, but he has to act like a child here, because if he had had that shirt on, that long shirt that was likely his father's shirt, if he had had that shirt on, the father would have asked him, what are you doing with that shirt on? What are you doing with my shirt on? Take that shirt off. That shirt doesn't belong to you. It doesn't fit you. It's not right for you. You need to grow into that shirt. Take it off. So the father would have reprimanded him and basically would have given him an instruction, a warning. That would have been like a warning. You are not supposed to wear that shirt. Take that shirt off. It is not the right fit for you. Take it off. You are not a man yet. And that would have been the warning. And that's kind of like the missed opportunity that we're going to discuss later in the film analysis, that the missed opportunity is to receive a warning about making certain choices. The missed opportunity is also understanding that if you go this route of taking money from the mob, from the mafia, and you cannot pay it back, it could cost you your life. And so Viktor understands a lot more than we realize. Just in the changing of the shirts, he understands a lot more than we realize. So Viktor is lying down in the bed. That cut that you see on his head is from the young guy who hits him in the head, and then Viktor kicks him. And so Viktor is essentially hearing his father beat his mother. And when he hears that, he sort of turns around in his bed. So he's turning around in discomfort. He's turning around in violence. He's turning around. His ears hear things. His body vibrates when he hears the hits that his daddy takes or he puts on his mother. He's turning his head in ignoring. And I believe that Viktor's father gets upset with the idea that Viktor doesn't respect him as the man of the house, and then takes it out on the wife. He was going to beat the wife regardless because he's been beating the wife. But I think that exchange that he had with Viktor, when Viktor did not recognize or respect him in that moment as he was talking, I think that was sort of like the fuel that pushed him to take his belt and beat his wife. So he's looking, we're going to see in a flashback later the belt and how he is beating his wife. But what we're seeing here is maybe his disgust, the feelings that he have for the woman, for the wife. And a lot of times it's more or less projection that they really need to beat themselves. But it's much easier to take a target and beat that target, right? Versus maybe taking their hand and hitting their hand in a wall, punching a hole in a wall, or going to the gym and punching something or whatever. They would rather beat something. Even if they have to hear the cries of the person, somehow they just ignore it in their mind. It doesn't matter to them. That in that moment, they got to express their anger. They have to express their disgust about their life, about their life's choices. So when did he start beating his wife? And I don't know if this is his wife. I'm just assuming it is his wife. But what is his narrative history? People don't get up one day and just begin beating somebody. Again, he must have seen this in his childhood. He must have seen his own father beat his mother. And so you do what you know. And this face that he has is really a face that should be turned inward. That it is him who has caused the disorder in a situation. Women usually are not really permitted to work in these types of environments. So that means it is up to him to go to work. But we don't see him going to work. All we see is him being beaten up by Sergei and his other foot soldiers. Well, and the other foot soldiers, because this man here owes money. But we don't see him working. We don't see him making money. We don't see him leaving the house. He's in the house or he's in the hallway. But we don't see much of anything. Now, we don't see him drinking. I can't remember if he was smoking. So we don't see any sort of vices that keep him bound. So maybe he's just bound because he just don't know how to do anything but be lazy, not work for anything, not do anything, not even be an enforcer. The irony is that he doesn't have any money to pay back the debt, but he doesn't go down to Sergei himself and offer himself to be of use to pay down the debt. That's interesting that it is his son who has some insight about the situation that says, okay, I don't want to become you, so I'm just going to offer myself, put myself to use, and offer myself to be of use and be put to work and become a mob enforcer. But he's too lazy even to go the criminal route, to become a mob enforcer. But he's later assassinated by Sergei. And so we see the mother. This camera angle is basically Viktor looking at his mother on the ground, on the floor, and she's bloodied, and we're going to get a closer view of her back. And remember the scars that we see on Bethesda, that the women are scarred. They're not only emotionally scarred and psychologically scarred and spiritually scarred, but they are physically scarred. We see Bethesda's scars have healed, but we can tell that those scars have been there for a very long time. Usually scars can heal a little bit to the point that they are not noticeable, but these scars have been scars that have been ongoing. So if she was beaten or mistreated in any way, it was consistent and repetitive. In the same way that you see here, this wife, it is consistent and repetitive. But we don't see Viktor going into his mother and laying down with her and holding her hand and just being there for her. So she's all alone. She got male energy in the house, and no male energy is there to actually support her and cover her and protect her. I didn't realize that Viktor had actually gone into the mother and was sort of putting his hands on her wounds. And this hand that you see is the same hand that he's going to use as an adult to look at Bethesda's wounds. So I guess in some ways he is responding to his mother. And these wounds are just horrific. They're just horrific. Even in just actors looking at this from a filmmaker's point of view, to create these wounds takes a little bit of psychology. But these wounds, if these wounds could talk, what would they say? If these wounds gave the mother voice, the only voice that we hear of the mother is her yelling. That's it. But we don't hear much more of her, who she is, where she comes from. We don't get any kind of narrative history about her. So we have to do a lot of assuming. And this is Viktor placing his hands on his mother's back. So yes, he does respond to her. So I have to take that back, that he does respond to her. But he eventually leaves her as well. The irony is that when he flashes back to this scene with his mother, when he's in a restaurant and he's contemplating whether he should go back and help Bethesda, who he doesn't know is Bethesda. It is this scene here that pushes him. He can't help his mother here, but he could help Bethesda. And that's what he eventually ends up doing. It's interesting, though. It might have been better for him to continue helping his mother and staying within this environment than to become a mob enforcer. But by the time he gets to this point, he's already made the decision to become a mob enforcer. And so the father is out here in the hallway. He's always out in the hallway. And so he's out in the hallway, and Sergei here, this image, this shadow image is actually Sergei, and he's asking for the money, and he still doesn't have the money. He's going to sort of throw something at Sergei, some little bit of money or whatever, and then the lighter, and Sergei is going to pick up the lighter and I guess the money. And I don't know if it's the same money that he gives to the wife, but regardless, he gives her money. And so Sergei is pulling out a gun as a way to enforce um, the guy to give the money that he owes. And you know, this is this is really actually, the gun here is significant only in the sense that Sergey really doesn't use it. He just pulls it out, and it's enough to spark some sort of flight in the father. But it's interesting how guns are used within this film. When Victor pulls out a gun, he intends to use it, period. Whether he is a child using it or whether he is an adult mob enforcer using it. But Sergey is a little different. The way he holds a gun um, is doesn't seem like it's really intentional. He's just using it to use it. Even when Franco, Victor, and Sergey are meeting with someone for a drug exchange, Sergey is not holding a gun. Of course, it makes sense that Victor is holding a gun because he's like security in that moment. But as soon as Franco asks Victor to give him the gun, yells at him to give him the gun, you would think that Sergey would immediately uh, place his hand on his gun, but he doesn't. So I wonder why Sergey even has a gun. Why does he even care to have a gun? I think it's just a threaten. I'm not quite sure he's as intentional in his desires. And so he picks up the lighter that the father throws, and that lighter is going to be significant because it's the same lighter that he's going to place in an envelope with some money and leave with the mother. So the mother is sitting here like any victim of domestic violence. They are just as resolute in their understanding about the situation and their desire to stay. They may feel stuck, or they may feel like this is what I have to do. I have no other choice. Remember, you will have different characters saying, I have no other choice. I don't have a choice. And so in some regard, it is true because, like I say, these women do not go out and work. And if they do, it's minor housekeeping, maid work. They don't really go out to sort of like jobs like a man does. And all we know that this is the slums, and we don't know the workforce, the economy of the situation. We don't know anything like that. We do know that people are joining to become mob enforcers, right? So she's sitting here, she's been beaten, been hurt, and there isn't anything in her we don't see her cleaning herself. We don't see her going into a shower. We don't see her changing her clothes. I'm not sure if this is the same outfit that she had on when her husband was beating her, but her face says it all. Her face is just as stone-faced and blank-faced as her son's. And so there's a knock at the door. She goes to the door and she retrieves this envelope that's going to have money in it and the lighter. And she's confused by the whole thing. But once she sees the lighter, she understands that her husband has been assassinated. So that means this man that has been beating her is not coming back home. That alone is a shock. Because if a person has been schooling you in their university of abuse, that's all you understand. That's all you know. You're going to have to now rebuild your life apart from the person who's been beating you when really that's all you've known. They might have met when they were younger. He might have been beating her from the time they were younger and married. And so it's interesting that she's wearing a t-shirt that works for her, that supports her, but she's living within a system that doesn't support her. The irony is, though, the system doesn't support her, but the mob system does. And it's the same system that Sergey is really not a person who uh, supports his own word. Because remember what he said, that if you don't give me my money, I'm going to put your wife to work. I'm going to put her to work. Well, he doesn't put her to work. So there's a challenge. We have to challenge his thinking, his authority, because Sergey is not who he really seems to be. He's not as an enforcer as much as he claims to be. So she sees the lighter, she realizes what it means. And this is the same outfit. So she hasn't gotten out of this outfit. She hasn't gotten out of this blouse that is bloody. That means she hasn't been into a mirror. She hasn't looked at her back. She hasn't. I'm quite sure that the blood was so thick that is stuck to her back, and there isn't anything in her that says, I got to get out of this blouse. And we're not going to see her development. Basically, what we see her doing here, crying, this is basically the end of her development, because she's going to die a year later after Viktor is taken out of town. But it's interesting that this shirt is her covering. She cannot get any other covering from her husband, and the only covering that is temporary is from Sergey, or the mob enforcer system. And this is just the extent. And her son is going to leave her, so she's going to be left all alone in this one apartment with nobody, no man, no understanding of how to get herself out of the system, no job, nothing at all. And this is her despair. She's likely going to go into this house, lay down on the bed, and basically die. And Viktor hears his mother crying and he doesn't know what it is, but he just hears her crying. And he's used to hearing her cry. So there's no sense in really giving way to any kind of emotion, because this is what he's used to. This is what he's accustomed to. This is what he understands as a young boy. And so Viktor is now with Sergey. He's made his decision. He hasn't fully left the home yet, but he's made his decision. The way Sergey is pulling at him is like a father. Sergey is responsible for killing his father, for assassinating his father. And now Viktor is more inclined to respect Sergey's authority than he is inclined to respect his father's authority. So there's a changing of authorities. Once he decides to make himself of use and become a mob enforcer, he already changed authorities. That's why he doesn't respect his father when he's standing in the kitchen. And so he's changing authorities. Sergey has now welcomed him. First he gave him a bill, and now he's welcoming him by putting his hand around his head, like you would see a father do. And so Viktor has been given a package, and inside the package is a gun. And Viktor is now feeling the weight of that gun. He's holding a gun, he's looking at the gun, and holding a gun and looking at the gun is really looking at his decisions, right? But it's also looking at his setback, because once he uses that gun, he sets himself back. He sets himself back in his overall mental development, social development, psychological development, spiritual development, once he shoots that gun. And right now, to me, to me, in some ways, he's at a crossroads moment. He may have a crossroads moment much later, but this is the time to make a decision and say, no, I don't want to go this route. But it's too late. Once you are basically in this system, it's hard to get out. It's like blood in, blood out. So that little fight that he had, that little test that he had, was a way of jumping in, right? If we were looking at gang terminology. And so now this is basically his first assignment, right? The first with the guy that he kicks was a test. This is now a first assignment, his first task. So the two guys that you see in the background that I noted earlier were the two bullies initially who were bullying him in the courtyard. So Viktor has now changed positions. He was the one down on the ground being bullied and being choked by those two guys. Now, as a mob enforcer, as a special maybe surrogate of Sergey, he's now in charge of them. So when he moves from one position to another, he crosses positions. In the same way that he was crossing the courtyard with his head down to go see Sergey, he's now crossing positions. And they stand there for a while as he walked down the stairs. It's not like they're putting on an act, and then once he gets down the stairs and midway, they go on ahead and change. No, they stand in that position with their head down for a long while until he is fully out of view. So he's completely changed positions. So now he's entering the home of a family. This is the wife of that family, and she welcomes him in. Interestingly enough, she don't know him. For her to welcome somebody in without knowing the person, she doesn't know if the person is a friend of her daughter's or if the person is a friend of anybody in that home, but she opens the door willingly and lets him walk in. So Viktor stands before the mother. There are the two daughters on the ground, sitting on the floor. And then the father is sitting in a chair, and he's the one who is surprised that Sergey sent Viktor, this child, to collect the money that he owes. And so the mother here is concerned and basically asks, do you owe the money? Right? And Viktor looks at her, and the mother here is much more resigned to be actually respectful. You know, she's not looking at Viktor and scoffing and mocking him. It's the father, of course, right? Because it's a man thing. It's a male energy thing. But you would think she would say, oh, get on out of here. Go on to your mother. Who is your mother? Let me find out who she is. I'm going to take you to her right now. She doesn't do anything like that. So there's an expectation in this environment that this happens. I'm not saying that it happened before, but this happens because women in general will always say, oh, you're too young. What are you doing here looking like this or whatever? Let me take you back to your mother. I'm going to talk to your mother and tell her what's going on with you. She doesn't even do that. She looks at the husband and asks him a question. Do you owe money? And so the husband is really shocked that Sergey would send a child to collect money, not knowing that Viktor has a gun in his pocket, right? But he is so bothered and annoyed at this image of a child coming to disrespect him. And I guess Sergey understood that this older man would be bothered by it. And maybe he was hoping that he would be bothered by it. And so maybe he was also hoping that Viktor would have to pull out his gun because of it. So the guy goes, he's really going to see if there's anybody else. He's thinking that Viktor has other foot soldiers, other mob enforcers. And so he goes and looks out the window and he looks around and to see And he realizes that it's just Viktor, and he comes back and he mocks him some more. And she's basically asking, do you owe the money? Right? She's concerned because right now Viktor is basically disturbing their peace. And so, like any woman, like any mother who's trying to run the home, she wants to return to a place of peace. And it's not clear that this man hits this woman, but it is clear that she has some rule in that house for her to question her husband, for her to question him and ask, do you owe the money, as if she's participating in a conversation between two men. Even though Viktor is a young child, it's still male energy. And here it is, this woman is coming in and intervening and interfering in male business, which you're going to see then in her daughter, Bethesda, later, coming in between two men, coming in between the men of the system, intervening in male business. So the guy is mocking, laughs at Viktor. Viktor pulls out a gun and shoots him without any sort of consideration to it or whatever. And I don't know if he's shooting him because he doesn't have the money, or if he's shooting him because he mocks him, but he shoots him. So after he has shot the father, then he shoots the mother. That's why I say that at this, he doesn't have the logic in his understanding. Of course, he is immature as well in his understanding because he's a child. To notice the difference between one person respecting him and one person not respecting him. Basically, everyone looks like he or she is not respecting him, so he's just going to shoot them because he's there to get the money from the man. So then why is he shooting the wife? Why is he shooting the mother? And it is the man, the male energy, that actually disrespects him, mocks him, laughs at him, versus the female energy that tries to bring about peace and tries to make sense of his presence and urges the father, the husband, to make things right. You don't see his Viktor's mother doing exactly the same thing. Viktor's mother is more concerned about Sergei beating up her husband, and so she tries to rescue him, so to speak. This woman here is actually trying to bring about peace, trying to be a peacemaker in the home, and trying to get the husband to pay him, because he didn't say the man didn't say that he didn't have the money to pay, right? He didn't act like he didn't have the money to pay, whereas Viktor's father acted like he didn't have the money to pay. He was willing to take the hits and the punch to his gut as maybe indications or implications that he just didn't have the money to pay. Ironically enough, that when Sergei pulls out a gun, all of a sudden the father is able to take out some money and throw it at Sergei, and then he runs off. But the man here in this scene doesn't act like he doesn't have the money to pay. He's more offended at the idea that Sergei would send a child to collect the money, versus even the bullies who held their heads down, or someone older than them, that Sergei would send a child. And so Sergei was banking on the man to be upset about the situation and maybe resist. I don't know. But he doesn't seem like, so really the man basically sort of sets up his own death, because if he had the money to give to pay it back, he should have just gone and gotten the money. But he didn't go anywhere in the house to look for the money. He only looked outside to see who were the other possible mob enforcers that accompanied him. And when he realized that it was just Sergey sending Viktor, this child here, that's what really got him upset. So he, in many ways, contributed to the death of himself as well as his wife. But I think to myself, it's the male energy that Viktor should have a problem with, but he kills the female energy. Interesting, interesting. So now this is the image that we got from the beginning, where he's holding the gun and he's pointing the gun at this girl, because remember, the father is dead. He's already killed the father. He's killed the mother. So we only have these two girls left over, and he doesn't have. I think it's interesting. I want to say he doesn't have the wherewithal to think of them a little differently than the two older individuals, but he does pause. He does pause, and even that image where we see him pulling the trigger, the process of pulling the trigger, he doesn't pull it yet. He doesn't complete that task. So this assignment here is interesting because we don't really know what we know that the assignment is for him to collect the money, but we don't know for certain if Sergey told him to shoot the man. Because remember, Sergey holds a gun. He doesn't shoot a gun. And so that, I don't know if that's really part of Sergey's instruction to him. I wonder if Viktor is the one who decides to shoot the gun. After all, he has a gun. He pulls out a gun. He shoots a gun. So it's interesting because it would have been interesting to hear Sergey instruct Viktor. Now we're going to see later when Sergey is mentoring Viktor that he's actually shooting the gun. Sergey is actually teaching him how to shoot the gun and everything. But it's interesting here, we don't really get whether Sergey told him to shoot the gun. So the young girl is looking up at him. This is going to be the same girl. We believe, we have to hope or imply that this is the same girl that he's going to meet later in the restaurant, because it's the same dark hair versus her sister has blonde hair. And so Sergey and his associate comes in right when Viktor is about to fully pull that trigger. He stops him. And, you know, interestingly enough, it does. If this is the system that assassinates people who do not make good on their promises, why does Sergey not let him shoot completely and finish the task? Well, the obvious reason is that he's going to put these young girls to work. Basically, sex trafficking. He's going to put these girls to work. They're going to be servicing older men for profit, right? For pay that they're never going to see. They may get $1 or something like that, but other than that, he stops it. And so now we have trafficking. Trafficking is the boss that you see in this light gray shirt or something, right? And he's going to come in, and they're looking at what Viktor has done. So they know Viktor is capable. They know Viktor will see it through. They know Viktor is conscious and conscientious about the task, and they know if they send in Viktor, he's going to get it done. So trafficking, Sergey basically tells them to collect the girls. The girls are hitting the men in the back. And the girls do not really scream. They don't yell. But it could be the sequence, how the writer-director sort of films it. The music starts, so we don't necessarily hear them scream. But they do respond in the sense that they are hitting the backs of the men who are holding them. and taking them out of the apartment. One of the girls pulls at her mother, and I think pulls at a necklace on the mother, because we're going to see the necklace later. And trafficking here is holding Victor. Victor's head is still down. And again, we don't know what Victor is thinking here. Unless you are a mob enforcer, unless you grow up in the slums, unless you make yourself choose a decision to go into criminal life, you really are not going to know what he's thinking in this moment. All we know is his head is down. In some ways, he may not feel good about the decisions that he's making. But we don't know that, and we just have to assume, and we still may be assuming incorrectly and inappropriately. Victor might be just fine with his decisions, but he just may be a person who has the habit of lowering his head. So trafficant looks at Victor and kind of smiles at him like a father would, and Victor doesn't really smile, but his face shifts in a way as if he's trying to smile. So this is trafficant looking at Victor. And then Victor is taken out of the city, right? Because he has committed a crime, and he has to be, well, taken out of the slums into the city. And because he did commit a crime, and eventually the police are going to come around to find out who shot the two people. And so now they go to another mob boss, and it's interesting that trafficking here in the light gray shirt with brown pants or black pants, this is his son Franco, who is standing before this other mob boss. And Franco is a very delicate person, psychologically delicate, and we're going to see him later in his element. He's something about him is a little off mentally. It's interesting that you see Victor and Sergey in the same kind of posture. They're both with they're standing, shoulders sort of down, head down. Victor doesn't look at the mob boss right, but Sergey is, kind of looking at Franco. And it's interesting that Victor, to me, looks like a younger Sergey, and Sergey looks like an older Victor. The difference is that Victor is not going to betray anyone, but in fighting the system on behalf of Bethesda, it's almost like he's betraying the system, right? So this is an interesting dynamic here. This is Franco, a younger Franco, and we're going to see him at play. And this is traffickant's son, Franco. And then we have Sergey. And Victor is basically the only one who doesn't have a father here. So Sergey has become his pseudo-father. This is Franco, the younger version of him. Sort of, I don't know what to say about his face. You're going to see his face as an older person, and you're going to see much of the mental defect that is present in him. I don't know if this face is the result of a deed he has done, if he's shot somebody and it has shocked him. I don't know, because we don't see Franco in action. We don't see Franco like we see Victor holding a gun and shooting somebody after an attempt to collect money. We only see this younger version of Franco, and we're going to see an accelerated older version of Franco later. So this is the University of Sergey, essentially. This man here is on his knees, hands tied behind his back, and Sergey is essentially teaching Viktor how to take down an enemy, how to handle an enemy. And the image of this is just interesting. You know, it's so shocking that this will be okay to do with a child, right? But you start them young. That's how people recruit for gangs or recruit for other type of criminal life. They get them young. And so he's eventually going to shoot him. So Sergey is teaching Viktor how to know his enemy, how to plan for his enemy, how to prepare for his enemy, how to be aware of his enemy. And we're going to see this, interestingly enough, when Trafficant sends Sergey to kill Viktor as an adult, Sergey is so far removed from his mentoring of Viktor as a child that he forgets how well he trained Viktor. So that when Sergey slips into Viktor's apartment, Viktor already knew that he would. And Sergey thinks that he still has the upper hand, but he's going to realize that Viktor has been extremely astute and smart about listening to Sergey. But what I think is very important is that Sergey forgot just how well he trained him, just how well that Viktor is able to detect when Sergey comes into the apartment, and then they have a conversation, and then he actually shoots him. So we have Viktor here reciting, "My name is Viktor. My name is Viktor." We don't see Viktor making personal affirmations up until this point in the film. I do think I remember his mother calling out his name when they were in the hallway, and she was bent over her husband, and Viktor passed both of them up. And maybe one of the friends calls out his name. I can't remember. But this is the first time that Viktor refers to himself by his own name. And this is part of the act. Remember the difference between the t-shirts I called attention to? The larger t-shirt that didn't fit, and it's a man's t-shirt, and he's trying to get into something that doesn't really fit him, that he's trying to step into shoes that don't fit him. The irony of it is that it is Sergey who says he is actually a natural born killer. So by contrast, he's saying that this killing thing, or this mob enforcer thing, is actually something that fits him perfectly. And we see when he shoots the father and the mother and almost the two girls, that it seems to come with rather ease. It's not as difficult as we might think it should be for him. And it was with so much ease that he had to actually be stopped. But that's contrast to the t-shirt that he wears in front of his father when he's kind of acting out the role of a child. That I believe he knows the difference. He may not understand the full implications, but I think when he presents himself with a child's t-shirt in front of his father, I think he's playing a role. And when he presents himself in front of Sergey with that larger t-shirt, which is likely his father's shirt, he's presenting himself as a role, right, into a role. So what you see here is this repetition of "my name is Viktor, my name is Viktor," as if he is part robotic and part actor. You know, that if he's ever called upon to go and collect money again as a mob enforcer, he's going to start with a very simple sentence: "My name is Viktor." And this is part of Sergey's mob enforcer university lessons, school lessons that he's teaching him. He's also teaching him how to blend into his environment, and blending into the environment is making that kind of statement, affirming yourself, calling attention to yourself, understanding your own identity. My name is Viktor. So that's something that I want you to think about. So here we have Sergey teaching Viktor the ways of mob enforcement. And one of the important things is he's saying, well, I'm going to go down a list of things and then sort of expand. He's saying never miss. He's saying blend into the environment. He's also saying learn secrets of your enemies. And in a few slides, we're going to see where Sergey is talking about when necessary to bring a man to his knees, to fully break him, a simple bullet is not enough. But what you see here is eavesdropping, is infiltration, is preparation, and then eventually elimination. And this is what he's schooling him. He's schooling him on the ways of being a mob enforcer. So now we see an older Viktor who has had many, many years of practice, preparation, as well as mob enforcement through assassinations. And he takes to it like, you know, a fish to water, a duck to water, as if this is something that he's been wanting to do or should be doing since it was born. But that assumption is sort of disproved at the end of the film when it looks like he wants to get out. So that can't be true that he's a natural born killer if he feels unsettled when he shoots the interviewer, or when he puts his gun in the nightstand drawer, and sort of feeling compelled to get out of the game because now he has a woman, he has an unborn child, which makes for a family. So here is where Sergey says, or he said to Viktor before, but here's the example of it, that when necessary to bring a man to his knees, to break him, a simple bullet is not enough. Now I think to myself, you're going to kill the man anyway. Why bring someone else in and kill that person? But it is clear to this man that the person that they are bending by the knee is someone that he knows, and they're going to kill that person, which is going to break the man. So of course he recognizes the individual. It's interesting that he doesn't call the person by name. I would think that he would call the person by name, and they actually shoot him. So now we'll cut to sort of like a side-by-side comparison. These are sort of two cuts at the same time. And this is Viktor resigned to continuing as a mob enforcer. And this is Franco as an older individual struggling with this idea. He's not going to say that he's struggling, but the little boy that you saw, the face that you saw in the little boy, some previous slides, previous frames, this is the older version of him who seems to not be able to take to the business in the same way that Viktor does. Viktor is very sort of cold, calculating, listens, he doesn't run his mouth, he's very silent in what he does, and whenever he brings out that gun, he's going to shoot. So Franco is somewhat excited and somewhat bothered by what he has done. We don't know what he's done, but we get this image of his head lowered as being as indicative of something that is bothering him. He's standing by a car, and Viktor and Sergey are going to drive up, and Franco is going to sort of reveal what he has done, what he has put his hands to. And so there's a lighter, and we don't see the full lighter, but I think this is going to be the lighter that Viktor gives to his father, Trafficking, after capturing Franco. That's way down into the movie, but it's something to think about. And so he's lighting a cigarette. He's, it's interesting that he's full man, full beard. The little boy in him is still there, but it's much easier to hide behind the cigarette, hide behind the beard, hide behind the dark clothes, hide behind the fact that he does have a little bit of clout, more so over Sergey and Viktor. Sergey, according to Trafficking, is a foot soldier. He does what he is told. And then Viktor is up under. He supports the authority of Sergey. But they all support the larger mafia boss. So this is Franco sort of taunting Sergey off to the left and Viktor off to the right, basically to get out of the car. And so just before this happens, Franco gets into the car in the back seat, and he tells Viktor to go look, and he kind of slaps him on the head. Viktor gets out, and he thinks it's maybe just a package or something like that, but then he goes and looks in the trunk of the car, and it's a little girl who's killed. And this part of the business seems to bother Viktor. Remember, this is the same child, this is the same man who was a child who didn't have a problem pulling a gun out on two other children his age. But now as an adult, it is bothering him that he has to pull out, that a child is in the trunk, dead, killed, and dead. So he grabs his face as if to maybe hold himself together, comfort himself, because he can't reveal too much of what he is feeling. Then it would reveal his disgust. And this is the little girl who's in a car. She's dead. And this is Franco laughing about it because he knows now that Viktor has seen what he has done, what he has put his hands to. Of all the things to put their hands to, these mob enforcers, they put their hands to hurting children. Of course, if this was Trafficking or even Sergey, had he gotten to this problem and solved it much earlier before he killed the child, Sergey would have put the child to work. Trafficking would have put the child to work. Remember, Bethesda was put to work as early as 10 years old. And so I don't know what age this young girl lives in the trunk of the car, but they would have put her to work. But Franco escalates the problem. He ups the game. Instead of putting them to work, we're just going to kill them. And we don't know. We only know with Franco, our first exposure to him when Trafficking brings him to a head boss, and he looks shocked in his thinking, right? That's our only sort of introduction to him. And then we get this larger version of him. So we don't get the same kind of mob enforcer school lessons that Sergey gives to Viktor. So we don't know how Franco has been raised, in a sense, or we don't know how he has been schooled. And so he has no appetite for doing things the right way. His appetite is more along the line of being extreme. This is extreme because we don't see Viktor killing a child as an adult. And so Franco here I think there's a screw missing. I think there's a mental issue going on with him from the time that we saw him as a child, and his face looked very shocked. So now we are at this exchange. Franco is supposed to manage this exchange. There is Sergey, there is Viktor, who is an enforcer. And so they're going to do a drug trade where there's money and then drugs. And so the main boss is actually in the middle, but this guy right here is going to give over the suitcase. And so Franco looks at the drugs, he smells the drugs for whatever reason. I don't know why he's doing it the way he's doing it, but this is the drugs. And then there's something that turns off in him, that he gets kind of spooked or something, and his head is not in the game. You know, he has other plans. No matter, even if the drug deal could have gone well, Franco had other plans from the beginning. And so he's trying to open up this briefcase that has money in it. Somehow he can't open it, and he gets up and he yells to Viktor to give him the gun. Now, a gun is not needed in this particular scene, really, but that tells you that Franco had already had plans to do something else. And so the guy who he's going to trade with is not impressed. You know, he's the son of a big mob boss himself. And Viktor is looking at Franco trying to open up the briefcase, unaware that Franco is going to mess up this drug deal. This is where we see Franco changing the plans, changing the game. It really should be just a simple transfer, a simple deal between Franco and his men. And Franco really is up under his father trafficking. It should be just a simple deal with Franco and the other drug dealer, changing drugs for money or money for drugs. But this is where we see Franco yelling at Viktor, knowing that he has that kind of seniority because his father is the boss, yelling at Viktor to give him the gun. And we know as soon as you bring in a gun, it's going to change the whole dynamic, especially when a gun is not necessary. We don't see the opposing drug dealers or mob people pulling out their guns. If anything, they should be the ones who would feel a threat, right, from Franco and his men. But it is Franco who changes the dynamics of the game. And basically, when he kills that girl, he's sort of, disrupting the way things usually are done, the standard way of mob enforcement and drug dealing. So the man he's not really all that amused, but when Franco says to Viktor to give him the gun, you see the two guys at the back ready. They are ready with their hands on their guns, just in case, right? So Viktor is bothered by Franco's request. And as in every case, Viktor looks to Sergey for direction. Because after all, Sergey is his mentor, is his direct boss. But Franco has a lot of rank in this game just by default because his father is in charge. Trafficking is his father. So Viktor is reluctant to take out his gun and give it to Franco. And in many cases, you should always be reluctant to give your own gun right? Why, if Franco is supposed to be this big mob enforcer under his father, why doesn't he take out his gun? And why doesn't Franco have a gun? That's interesting that he doesn't take out his gun. So you have to wonder if Franco has bad intentions here, that maybe he is trying to set up Viktor, or maybe he is trying to do much more than what is called for at this moment. Sergey doesn't respond. Viktor has to give him the gun because Viktor is a mob enforcer, but to Franco and trafficking, he's really no different than Sergey. He's a foot soldier, so he has to do what he is told. Remember that it is Sergey who sneaks into Viktor's apartment to kill him, and says he has no choice. He basically has to do it, right? And it is Trafficant later who says that Sergey is a foot soldier and he does what he is told. So Sergey doesn't give him any advice. Viktor is still bothered by the request, but he ends up having to give over his gun. And Sergey looks at Franco, but Sergey is powerless. He's really powerless. Remember the difference. Remember the parallel between Viktor and Sergey when they are meeting with that other boss and Trafficking and Franco. That Viktor and Sergey had their heads down, but now look at Viktor and Sergey. Viktor has his head up, but Sergey has his head down. Now he's looking at Franco to see what he's going to do. And Viktor is mindful of the room, just in case he does have to take out a gun and shoot the other drug dealers, mob enforcers. But look at Sergey and how Sergey reminds me of a parent who always has to deal with that wild child, that child who won't stay in line. Even though Sergey is not Franco's father, he just reminds you of that person who always, he trusts Viktor to do what he is told, to take the assignment, set the task, complete the task, and then report back. He trusts Viktor, not just because he has trained Viktor or mentored Viktor. Viktor is not a loose cannon. He's not a hothead. He may be misguided in his understanding about choosing to go that life, but he is certain of himself. He's sure of himself. You don't see him laughing the same way Franco is. So Sergey just reminds me of that kind of father figure, pseudo father, who always has to keep up with that one child. These two are, say for instance, these two are Sergey's kids, and he feels like he has to keep up with that one child. It's like going after that one child to sacrifice another. So I thought this was interesting, this sort of scowl that he's giving Franco. Of course, Viktor gives him the gun, so he's holding the gun. And of course, Viktor has a gun at the back of him, but we don't see Sergey with a gun. Remember when I told you about Sergey pulling out a gun in front of Viktor's father, but not aiming it, not shooting it? I don't think Sergey is capable in that way of having a gun. Sergey can lead people, he can teach people, he can train people, but I don't even think he's really suitable to be a mob enforcer. But Franco puts on an act just before he shoots the main guy. So he shoots him, the other guys retaliate, right? And then Viktor takes them both out because Viktor has had much more practice than the other two men. We don't see Franco practicing and being trained by anyone, but we see Viktor practicing and being trained by Sergey, and we don't see Sergey shooting anyone. And so Franco is slipping into his mental defect, his mental issues. We don't really know what those mental issues are, but he's laughing. And we're going to see another character do the exact same thing. I don't understand this kind of laughing. I don't understand how you can slip into this because I don't have personally mental issues. But it's scary to have a loose cannon. I do understand that. And so Viktor is forced to shoot the other guys. Sergey still doesn't pull out a gun, and Franco is on the ground laughing. So then Sergey runs to Franco to sort of grab at him. And remember the image that we had of Viktor on the ground and the two bullies attacking him. The one bully pulling him by the shirt, almost choking him. And so we see Sergey doing this exact same thing, this older guy, much more seasoned, trying to get this younger guy to act right. And then Sergey steps outside, and he's bothered by the whole exercise, doesn't really know what to make of it, but trafficking is on his way. And so trafficking is pulling up in the car. Sergey kind of straightens up like a good soldier. And then trafficking crosses Sergey with his head down. So we see Sergey's head down when he's basically adjacent to trafficking. And trafficking is a boss, of course, and it makes sense. But that's when we see his head down. He doesn't do much more than when he is engaged. And so trafficking is talking to his son Franco here, and he calls out, "Papa, I'm hurt." And trafficking is really upset with him, but he doesn't really admonish him because he's concerned for his son. And I don't necessarily think he's concerned for his son because the son has been hit and he's bleeding, but he's concerned for his son because this son killed another son of a major boss. And so now they're going to have to cover it up. But I wonder how much trafficking could have solved this problem much earlier in his son had he not put him into the business, had he not sort of put his son to work, right? That it seems like these mob enforcers, these mob bosses, that they are inclined to put their children to work. So that lets you know on some level they don't have enough money to let their children be free and go to private school away from the business. So these are really lower level mob bosses. And then Viktor looks at that dynamic between father and son. Trafficking kind of looks at Viktor. He doesn't let Viktor in on the idea that he's going to set him up to be killed by Sergey. But Viktor doesn't speak. He's just like that young boy he was when he was a child, just having that head down, not speaking, silent, etc. But his head is up this time. So trafficking is telling Sergey no traces. He doesn't say directly get rid of Viktor. It's just understood, no traces. Because he's not going to let his son take the fall for it, even though his son caused the problems. Instead, there needs to be at least a dead person from this particular mob crew. And so Viktor is going to have to be the fall guy. He's going to have to be the scapegoated person to take the fall for his friend Franco. And it's really not his friend, but you know. And Sergey is bothered by this. He understands what he must do. And they both look at what the handiwork of Franco and what he has done, and they don't really understand the implications. But it's interesting how Sergey is standing on the side of a person that he's about to kill. That this is the same person that he raised from a adolescent, trained to kill, trained how to surveil, has develop a respect for each other, and he's going to have to kill him. And they're standing side by side. And they've been standing side by side from the time that Viktor decided to become a mob enforcer. So Viktor closes the suitcase, the briefcase that has the money. And we see the son of a major boss killed, shot in the head. So this news is going to get back. There's no way you can really cover this up. You couldn't even say burn him or, bury him. This is going to get back to his head boss. And so Viktor is going through a door. This is his apartment door. And remember how I said that Viktor sort of stays behind certain doors and doesn't come through. And this is a door. Now, this door is his place of shelter. So he's walking into the door after that exercise from whatever that night is, because he has a change of clothes here. When he was at the warehouse, he had a leather jacket and jeans. So now he has a suit jacket on. So we don't know the distance between the time frame between that warehouse meeting and now. We just know that he has changed clothes, but he's coming through a door expecting to be to have peace in his own place. And so then right before we see Sergey slip in, Viktor goes into the bathroom, maybe to fake out whoever is going to come through the door, but turns on the shower. And we see Sergey slip in. So how is it that Sergey knows how to get in? There must be some familiarity. Sergey must have been there before in order to be able to know exactly how to slip in. Now, of course, he has trained himself in how to slip into an apartment. That's just obvious. He has age on him, but that also tells you on some level that there's some familiarity that Sergey has with this place, especially in the way that he moves about. So then he moves about, and then it is Viktor who knows he's coming, and we don't know how Viktor knows he's coming, but he knew he was coming because he had his gun out with the silencer. Now remember what I told you, that Sergey forgot how well he trained his pupil, that he trained Viktor in this way of knowing when the enemy is coming in and being ready with a gun. And so he forgot, or he may be slipping, or maybe he wanted to be caught. Because it's interesting that Sergey wasn't already in the apartment. Whatever time frame Viktor was away from the apartment, Sergey could have been in that apartment. And he could have been waiting to blast Viktor. The fact that he didn't have that foresight tells you that he really didn't want to do this. But we understand that Viktor knew on some level that he was going to be scapegoated, because why would he all of a sudden pull out a gun in front of his mentor? And so Viktor is turned around by this, this person coming through the door of his apartment to kill him, and he's actually surprised, and it bothers him. So his face, whatever blank face he has had throughout the film, this face is a hurt face. And so of course he has to control the situation no matter who the person is, and so he keeps Sergey at gunpoint to make sure that he can control the situation, which is likely something that Sergey taught him to do. So basically, it's interesting. Sergey is receiving the fruits of his own labor, in a sense, right? The fruits of teaching someone how to be a mob enforcer. He's now experiencing it. And so here, Viktor is looking at the choice of weapon. It's something that will blast Viktor. It's a big, long, thick shotgun type weapon, and Viktor is saying to Sergey, "Good choice." Here's that weapon. that he hits a couple of times and says, "Good choice." And then Sergey basically goes into his spiel, goes into his speech. And whether he has prepared that speech or not, is one that he has thought about when contemplating how he was going to kill the person he has helped and raised and basically loved. So he's really bothered by this. He's telling him that he has no other choice but to do it. And that if he didn't do it, that he was going to die. But it's interesting that his face changes from the time that he beat up Viktor's father and how resolute he was in dealing with the father and punching him in the gut and everything, to now looking at the son. And it's interesting that he would kill the father. He killed the father and was going to kill the son. But Viktor is well aware of how the system works. And so this is where we see Viktor actually cry a tear. He doesn't do any heavy crying just yet, but we see him. This is the first time he didn't cry when his father was beating his mother. He didn't cry when his father was killed. He didn't cry when he had to leave his mother and move to a city. I can't remember any other time prior to this, but he didn't cry. But now he cries because Sergey was like a father to him. And if he's crying, he loved Sergey, whatever love means within this context. And so for Sergey to turn on him and betray him and want to kill him and not even try to come to him and say, we need to get you out of the country and fake his death. Remember when he shoots the father and the son, the father and the wife, and then almost the two girls? It's Sergey who basically says, "Let's get you out of the town and into the city," and it was sort of like a way of faking his death. There's nothing in Sergey that basically says, "Let's do this again. Let's make sure that you're not killed. So I'm going to stage your death. I'm gonna bring somebody in, stage your death, pretend you're dead, take some identification, right? And we're going to get you out of town, and no one will be the wiser." So Sergey, on some level, might have wanted to kill Viktor, because there was nothing in him that said, "I can't really do this. I'm gonna have to find another way. Even if trafficking finds out, I just can't do this." And so that's interesting. I never thought about it until now, that Sergey was still willing to kill Viktor. All the resources at his disposal, he could have easily found a way to smuggle Viktor out of the country, and he doesn't. Viktor's head turns because he is faced with a decision that he doesn't want to make. When he has to kill other people as an assassin, it's just not a decision that he has to make. It's just something that he does. He doesn't think about it too long. He gets it done. But this one, he's going to have to make a hard life decision, which represents his setback, because it's a setback for him. It's a setback for the relationship that he has for Sergey, and it's a setback for Sergey himself. Sergey, that he has to kill the person that he's been training. Viktor, he has to kill the person who has been training him. And then both of them, their relationship has developed. It's inherent in the plot development that they have a strong relationship, and now it is experiencing a setback, and he is forced to make a decision that is going to be life-changing. That means he will never be able to have access to this mentor ever again once he shoots him, once he kills him. And that's something that he thinks about that really bothers him, that he never thought he would ever have to be confronted with that type of decision. And no one wants to be confronted with the decision to kill a mentor. You know, the way that you can kill a mentor, if we were looking at this from a different context and not the mob enforcer, hitman, assassin context, you can kill a mentor uh, when you decide to go your own way in life. Here it is. They have trained you in their ways and prepared you to go forward, and then you end up doing something that costs you your freedom and going to jail. Well, there's a teacher, there's a mentor and a teacher that we always think about in terms of what went wrong with that person. Why is it that they get to this age and they do this X thing right here, XYZ? Who trained him? Who taught him? Who helped him? Who wasn't there for him as a child? And we always go back and look back on that person's history, that person's narrative history. You can kill a mentor that way by embarrassing him, by not doing the things that he taught you. That's why I am careful as a teacher that I don't engage in certain types of activities that would bring shame to me as a person, to me as just an individual, and to me as a teacher of the profession. And so, because I would not want to kill, so to speak, my mentor. I had a mentor who was a taskmaster, and he was a mentor when I was an undergraduate, then when I was in graduate school, and then a little bit after college. And so that would be the best way to kill that mentor, would be to do something so bad that is so criminal that I end up in prison. And that's how you can kill a mentor in that way as well. Not literally, but metaphorically. So he is forced here now, in the same way that you hear Sergey saying that he has no other choice. Viktor here has no other choice. Now, he could decide not to do it and tell Sergey to give me a head start to leave the country, right? And then they go chasing after him. Viktor must, on some level, want to kill Sergey, in the same way that Sergey, on some level, want to kill Viktor. There's nothing in him that is resistant long term. So there's something is this face. I think this is the first time we're seeing a side profile of Viktor, and we are seeing the distress, the hurt in his eyes, the pain in his face, the veins in his neck. His ears even are affected. The hair on his head, the beard, the mustache, everything is affected. The clothes that he's wearing don't feel as comfortable now. And so that's something that I want you to think about, that he's really distressed about this decision that he has to make. So this is where we get the word attachment. It is Sergey who says that Viktor has no attachment, that he is just basically stone-faced, has no attachment, meaning that he's not really affected by the fact that he has to kill somebody. But it is Viktor who pulls out that bill that Sergey gave him as a child. And Sergey is actually surprised. So that bill meant something to Viktor. He didn't give it to his mom to solve a problem or anything like that, but it meant something to him for him to keep that all those years. He might have been 12, 13 years old when he first became a mob enforcer, maybe even 10, I don't know. And here he might be in his late 30s or probably middle 30s, right? And so no matter what, he has kept that for over 10 years. That whole time it has been. So that lets you know he did have an attachment to Sergey. Sergey really didn't understand the pupil. Even until his death here, he didn't understand the pupil. He thought he understood him as someone who is just a natural born killer, will do whatever he's told, etc. And he didn't really know his pupil all that well, because if he did, he would have known that his pupil, his mentee, kept the bill that he gave him as for sentimental value. He never spent that bill. He never gave that bill over to anyone. It was something that he was attached to. And this is the reason why I decided to add attachment theory to the case analysis at the end of the film analysis, because it is Sergey who mentions the term. And attachment is a psychological concept that we are going to explore later. And so Viktor is making his appeal without really even speaking. The fact that his face is pain and he's holding his bill tells you everything about how he feels about Sergey, and how much respect that he had for him and how much love that he had for him. And so now this is where Viktor is forced to confront and kill Sergey. And in some ways, I wonder if Sergey is a pseudo father to him, a father figure. How much does this gun here represent Viktor's real desire to kill his own father? Now, he never gets the chance to do it, of course. It's Sergey who assassinates him. We don't see Sergey do it, but we just know that the father has been assassinated. And so it's probably not Sergey who did it. It's probably another foot soldier that Sergey sent to kill Viktor's father. But it's very interesting that he's holding a gun at his chest, at his heart, and how much that sort of pains him to have to make this decision. And he shoots him quickly. He doesn't wait too long. He doesn't drop the gun. He doesn't have a change of mind. He knows that he has really no other choice but to shoot him, and he shoots him. Sergey is shocked by the shot, of course. His face changes. His face looks like death. And Viktor is turned around by this idea. It really bothers him. Turns his head. He can't even watch it. Can't even see it. And he drops his head there. This is where we see Viktor now faking his death. So these are men who were likely standing guard for Sergey, and so he takes them out in some kind of way, and he drags them to this apartment, and Viktor is switching out identification information, wallets, things like that, as well as this watch, so that when they come looking for him, they would think it is him instead of this person here. I don't remember what he does with Sergey. I don't know if he buries him, because he can't leave Sergey burned with the other men, right? Because if he does that, it's going to be revealed that he's actually really alive. So we don't see what he does. All we see is Viktor setting fire to the apartment. So he has the gasoline. He's about to set fire to the apartment, or to this building, whatever it is. And then we get this smoke. We get a fire and we get a smoke. And so, in other words, all of whatever progress he put into being a mob enforcer for Sergey, for trafficking, is now all up in smoke. There's no turning back. He basically has no other choice but to leave. And this is kind of when he sets this on fire like this, this is almost like looking back at his own narrative history with that mob organization, that mob hierarchy, that his narrative history now has to basically go up in smoke as if it never even happened. But the people who are part of this organization are very suspicious about whether or not he's actually dead. They don't have any proof. They just have this fire, and they have to assume that he's dead. But knowing how much they know how skilled Viktor is, it is always the case that he might actually be alive. But when he looks at this, he's looking at his narrative history, because he has to go into hiding. He's going to go to a whole new country, London, England, and assume another identity. So this look back here and is basically watching his narrative history go up in flames. And so trafficking is in what maybe looks like his library, reading a book, and someone comes in with some sort of, package or something like that. We don't know what this is. We may find out later that it is connected to Bethesda, but it's just really an envelope of pictures. So he's looking at the pictures. The book is still open. And then he places the pictures in the book and closes the book. So we know what that basically means in terms of metaphorically speaking, that he's closing the book on that person's, on Viktor's contribution to his organization. He's closing the book on him. Of course, the pictures may be more than enough at this season, at this time, to suggest that Viktor truly is dead. But for now, he doesn't have any inclination to check and see other than looking at the pictures themselves, right? And so closing the book is closing like Viktor's narrative history with trafficking. And also this closes the book in terms of trafficking still being able to operate as a mob boss, even though his son Franco was actually the culprit in the whole exercise. His son is safe. His son is safe for now. And we don't know how long he's going to be safe, but he's safe for now. So now we see London, England, and we get the back of Viktor's head. We don't know what he's thinking about, but we do understand that he's in another country. We get his reflection through the window, and we don't know what he's thinking about. The narrative when he's in London, England, he doesn't go into a reflection period. He just understands where he is, and he's got to now find a whole new mob boss. He's got to find a way to be of use again. And so he doesn't get into this whole sort of contemplative journal writing. Let's think about this. Let's think about this betrayal that just happened before we go on ahead and make a choice to do something else. And so the setback, a lot of times a setback should be useful for you thinking about areas of weakness before going on to greater battles. And that's the definition of setback that I use from a minister, Bishop T.D. Jakes' series, Step It Up, that came out sometime in 2006. And so he's talking about the purpose of a setback is not for you to be upset and pout and whine. The purpose of a setback is for you to reflect on areas of weakness and fix them before going on to greater battles. How is it that Sergei was able to make a decision to kill Viktor, despite what trafficking tells him to do? That there was nothing in him that was more resistant to it or more inclined in him to go and try to hide him or something like that. So on some level, he felt like Viktor was a person he could kill. Because if he had any fear of Viktor, if he truly had any fear of Viktor, he wouldn't have attempted it. Or if he had fear of him, he would have been in the apartment before Viktor came. So Sergei really trained and framed Viktor as someone who could be killed. It never occurred to him that he would not be killed, right? So that is also something to think about, because Viktor did not frame Sergei as a person who could be killed, because if that was the case, he would have killed Sergei a long time ago. to assume a position, to be as a higher ranking mob enforcer, he would have killed him a long time ago. So that lets you know that Viktor, it never crossed his mind that Sergei could be a person that he killed, that all of the other people that he killed, those are assignments. Sergei was never an assignment, but as much as the mob gave Viktor assignments to kill people, Viktor was forced to give himself an assignment to kill Sergei, his mentor. So we see Viktor walking up some stairs. And to me, this is symbolic of not only moving forward, but the attempt to move up, right? That the stairs represent ascension, and that he's now going to figure out who the current boss is of the city. Go into this hotel room and look for the bugs in the room, because Sergei was the one who always told him that hotels like this are the types of places that bug rooms, especially the rooms of politicians or businessmen or anything like that, so they can use something against them and get their way. And so this walking up the stairs, it represents some form of ascension, moving from the lower levels of dealing with traffic and Sergei Franco to now moving up higher levels. He's even changed his dress. He's even changed his garb. He's not wearing the jeans and the shoes and the t-shirt and the leather jacket. He's wearing a suit. He knows that in each area, in each context, you have to change your dress. You have to move yourself to a higher level of thinking. And so this going up the stairs represents on some level his ascending, his ascension. Later, he's not going to keep the mob enforcer job because he says it's too much risk. And we'll get into it, but we're looking at him from the back again. Remember the back where he was running through the tunnel, and we thought there was a lot of kind of like a monkey on his back, and then we remember him as a child from the back when he's making the decision to become a mob enforcer and be of use to Sergei. So now we're looking at him who's supposed to be a dead man. He faked his death in Romania. He's supposed to be a dead man. This dead man is wearing a suit. He's wanting to enter a whole new phase of his mob enforcement, and he is not only moving forward but moving up. So he's in someone's room. He's checking the bugs in the room, seeing where they are. It's a nice room, of course, and he finds a bug behind the bed, and it makes sense, especially if one of the mob people decided to give over a child to him to have sex with. They could frame him later for anything that they wanted in terms of benefits, advantages. This would definitely work well for a politician, like a bug in his hotel room, so that if he's caught with someone, the mob could use that against him and get him to give them economic kickbacks, right, for anything that they are wanting to do, or just look the other way. So the guy comes in who is part of the surveillance team. Viktor decides to take him down. And then he comes across the person who was surveilling, and he takes his computer and he's listening to tapes in the same way that Sergei trained him to listen to tapes, find out where he can get in, what sort of where the gaps are, right? And he listens to this tape and realizes that there's somebody who is a snitch who is stashed in a safe house. And he feels like that may be his way in to the mob boss. So Viktor is listening. getting as much information as he can. The goal is to look for something that he can be of use, because that's how he starts his career. He doesn't have any aspirations to be a mob boss himself. This is his opportunity to be a mob boss. But it looks like he might need some money, because when the mob boss he meets asks him to take on an assignment, Viktor discusses price. So that lets you know he has price in mind. He has money in mind. And I guess the strategy would be to not only be of use, but also make money so you can set yourself up just in case you have to move again. So this guy here is connected to what Viktor is going to find out later about the person Rafa. I never really quite got a good understanding of who this person is, but this person is central to Viktor finding out who the snitch is, where he is housed, where he is stashed. His name is Rafa. So this guy is not Rafa, but he is connected to information that Viktor is going to need to find where Rafa is. So Viktor sort of eyeballs him. The guy is going into the restroom. Viktor gets up. He goes through a door, and this door is his way, metaphorically, of trying to get into a new system through this guy, via this guy, but it is his way of trying to get in. So remember the door that he refused to go through to help his father and mother? The door that he crosses to become a mob enforcer, the door into his apartment, the door leaving his apartment to fake his death, right? He's in a whole new country, and this door he's entering is symbolic of him now wanting to enter a new mob hierarchy, a new mob organization. So he catches the guy by the neck, of course, to get information from him. Viktor is very focused in his efforts, so he's holding a gun. And this is sort of like maybe the third time that we see him holding a gun, from the time he was a child, the time that Franco messed up the drug deal, and to now. I could be wrong, but he's not like Sergei in terms of not having a gun at all. But when he takes out a gun, it's for a purpose. It's not for to play with. It's not for to threaten. It's for him to take action. Now, he doesn't shoot this person here, but he does make it possible for him to be knocked out. And so Viktor is watching his surroundings, of course. And then, of course, he takes down the guy. He gets the information that he needs, and then he takes down the guy. He doesn't shoot him. And here is where he's surveilling. Again, we get the back of him, so we can see the image of the pizza guy. And that's sort of like his MO. He becomes a pizza guy, right, to get in. But this is the back. We're looking at two guys. One is a pizza guy in a townhouse, and he's going to have guards that he's going to see later. So that's I think that is actually Rafa. Could be Rafa. And so Viktor is now surveilling the area, trying to figure out who is where. I'm surprised there aren't any security guards or anything like that, because it's just easy for him to get into something, whereas, I mean, this guy is a snitch on the mob, so why isn't he really heavily guarded? And we get Viktor looking at the location to see a way to get in. And then we have Viktor laying out the tools of the trade, the gun and everything that is connected to it. He's changed his dress, not only from a suit to the jogging suit, but back to his jeans and his leather jacket. And so he comes in, he shoots the guards. These are the other guards that he shoots. He takes Rafa by the neck, and Rafa is saying to this guard holding a gun, "Don't shoot, don't shoot." But then Viktor ends up shooting the guy. And then Viktor places him on his knees. And remember that he's a snitch. So what Viktor is about to do is almost a way of shutting him up. So he gives him cotton or some kind of handkerchief or something like that to put in his mouth. And you know that's symbolic of him shutting up. You won't have the opportunity to snitch because I'm going to turn you over to a boss so I can get into a new system. So you're going to have to shut your mouth. And then there's a camera that Viktor sees. And he looks up at that camera. And it should be something that is alarming. But this is not the camera really that actually reveals the fact that Viktor is alive. It is in the restaurant when the guys take Bethesda into the kitchen and harm her that Viktor doesn't realize that they are on camera. And that's the camera that Bethesda uses to frame Viktor and reveal the fact that he's still alive. So Viktor drives this guy, this Rafa guy, to this to the warehouse of a boss that he now wants to put himself to use for. And of course, they have to pat him down, right? And then Viktor walks him through the warehouse, tied, gagged, of course, which means that he can no longer snitch. It's interesting that he doesn't blindfold him. You know, what if he got away? He would know the location, but bound and tied is enough. And this is the second lieutenant of the new boss that Viktor is going to now want to work for. He's kind of suspicious, but we see Viktor with the guy on his knees, Rafa on his knees. And the boss here is asking Viktor, "Who are you?" And Viktor says, "That's not important. What is important is what I can do for you. Things your men can't." And that's sort of offensive because none of the men were able to find Rafa in order to bring him to this boss. But that's interesting that they couldn't find him, or did they refuse to find him? Because Viktor is saying things your man can't, meaning they're not able to, but it is the second lieutenant here in this black suit with the white collared shirt looking at Viktor that is going to set up the boss. So you almost have to wonder then, is the second lieutenant behind Rafa? Rafa doesn't talk or say anything to the second lieutenant, and maybe Viktor doesn't give him a chance, but it's something that a mob network of people, foot soldiers, you know, leaders, could not find this one snitch. And I have to reason that they did not want to find him, or the second lieutenant set it up where they could not find him or refused to find him. So this boss here is interested in taking Viktor on. I mean, it is impressive that he was able to find the snitch, but it is the lieutenant, the second lieutenant, who accuses Viktor of being a cop. And he's the one who suggests, why don't we keep him and kill you, right? Keep Rafa and kill Viktor. Which is odd, though, because wouldn't you want to kill the snitch? Sure, if you wanted to kill Viktor, go on ahead and kill Viktor. But why is it that you're going to keep the snitch and kill Viktor? right? When you don't even you really don't know anything about him. At least give it some time to check him out, right? To run his record through the network. But it's interesting that um, the second lieutenant guy would actually say, let's keep the snitch and kill Viktor. So the guy is, of course, afraid for his life. We don't know what kind of person he is, so we don't get a really narrative background on him other than the fact that he's a snitch and that he was stashed in a safe house. But we don't know what he's snitching about. But we do understand that this boss man, this mob boss, has a way of killing people who are reporting on him. So later, when Viktor decides that he's not going to continue with the business, and the boss man gives him his last assignment to kill a journalist, a reporter, it seems like he wants people killed who won't play ball, because his first assignment is going to be for Viktor to actually kill a cop who can't be bought, right? And it seems like the boss is the kind of person, this mob boss is the kind of person, he wants to kill those types of people. He cannot convince, he cannot persuade anyone who sort of speaks or writes anything against him. So then we have to think to ourselves, Rafa might have been a previous mob enforcer who was approached by a cop, by maybe the same cop that Viktor is going to kill through liquid nicotine, and that they are connected, that maybe it was the police who stashed him there, of course. And so, but he usually tries to kill people or has people killed who can't be bought, who cannot be changed, who cannot be converted, who cannot be persuaded, and people who basically write or speak things against him. So here we have the second lieutenant accusing Viktor of being a cop, of course, pointing a gun at him. Viktor is cool. One thing about it, Viktor is cool. He stays cool. He doesn't try to take the gun out of the man's hand. He doesn't try to fight the man. He doesn't he doesn't even turn his face to argue with him. They both are looking at the mob boss, but it's just interesting that Viktor is very cool in the way that he handles himself. So the mob boss is kind of intrigued, wanting to know much more about him, but Viktor is going to give him a phone and basically say, I'll call you, give you some time to think about my offer. But he's saying to the boss here that he says he can basically be of use. So he is of use. He did call Viktor, and they are now sitting in a car discussing his assignment. And this is where Viktor is asking about a price, or he gives information to this mob boss about a price, and the mob boss is actually surprised. He kind of chuckles a little bit, but this is the trade. He's Viktor is trading his services as a mob enforcer for pay. And interestingly enough, he's not even trading his services for loyalty, right? Remember, he just got out of a situation where he had to fake his death. He was loyal to a person who was his master or his mentor, and that person turned on him. So now he never talked about price before. You knew that he wasn't concerned about price because he kept that very same bill he got from Sergey from a child. So it was never about price. It was maybe about family, having a father figure, having someone that he can trust, feeling protected, covered, or whatever. Having a purpose, even though it's assassin being a hitman, it still feels like purpose. That's why you hear Caesar talks about Marku, their other family, their other childhood friend, calling him mother fucked, meaning that either I'm going to be a motherfucker or I'm going to be mother fucked. And he's implying that because Marku did not choose to become a mob enforcer, he never grew. He never got out of the slums. In common parlance, he never got out of the hood. He never made much more of himself than what he looks like, and we're going to see what he looks like. And so even if mob enforcing is crime and it's assassination and it's hitman attitudes, it's something that is of purpose. It gives these childhood friends purpose. So this is where he is discussing price. Again, we never hear of him discussing price in any other capacity, but now he's discussing price. So that means he's over the loyalty bit. He's over the betrayal bit. He's going to be of service to someone, but he's not going to go down the same way he did before. He'll never let himself be tricked again. And so now Viktor is looking at the information. This is the boss giving Viktor a task, an assignment, and it is a cop, and the cop is the type of person who cannot be bought. And so he basically wants Viktor to sort of complete the task. So we have a picture of the guy who is the cop who can't be bought, and it is up to Viktor to design a way to assassinate him or to kill him. And so now we look at liquid smoke. This is how he's going to kill him. He's creating the liquid smoke. He's going to place it in his coffee, which is then going to induce a heart failure. And so here's the guy who is sitting at a cafe wanting to be served, right? He hasn't quite sat down yet, but there's the intent to sit down. That means that he plans on staying, right? It's not like he came into the cafe and got a drink and walked out. But of course, this must be a popular cafe for him in order for Viktor to be there to administer the liquid smoke, a liquid nicotine. So then we have a cut to Viktor preparing it, right? And he comes in as a regular type of customer in the appropriate garb. So it's almost like he's looking like the guy who he's now about to kill. He has on this kind of like this corduroy jacket with a collared shirt and then some jeans of sort, and he's wearing some glasses. So he's now acting out a role. And I feel like remember what Sergey says, you have to blend into your environment. So in every environment, he changes his garb. And this is the way the people look around this particular environment, this cafe environment. So he purposely drops it on him so he can then turn around and go get him another, which allows for him to put liquid smoke into the coffee. And so then we see him still sort of like this going back and forth of him meeting the person and then preparing the poison at his apartment or at his warehouse. And then he's able to take part of it and place it into another container. And we see him doing that here because then it has to be something that's small enough that he could quickly do it without the bartender or the barista noticing what he's doing. And then we are cut back to where he has the coffee and he's pouring it into the man's coffee to give him a second cup. And again, look at his clothes. He doesn't even look like a hitman. He takes off his glasses, right? Which are, of course, fake. But he's wearing a collared shirt. He's looking like the man he's about to kill. He's looking like the man. You know, interestingly enough, he never looked like Sergey. See, that tells you right then and there that he never planned on killing Sergey. He never looked like Sergey. Sergey wore a suit. Not a really nice, fancy suit, but a suit nonetheless. And he never looked like him. But he's looking like the guy he's about to kill. So he comes and gives him the coffee. Then he quickly leaves. The guy drinks the coffee, feels it tastes a little funny. And then he basically keels over. Victor reports back to this mob boss. He's wearing a suit again, without a tie. And remember that this is I think this is the same suit or the same kind of look that we see when he's first coming off the plane. We have to assume that when he's coming off the plane is to meet with the interviewer. So remember, we haven't seen the interviewer in a long time, but this is basically Victor laying out how he became a mob enforcer and how he continued it with another mob boss. But he is reporting back to the mob boss here. And so he's pulling at him like he would a son. Very comfortable with Victor. Victor has proven himself here. There are two girls on the couch and they're going to go and celebrate. So he looks at him again like a father to a son. We don't see the same dynamic between him and the other guy who accused him, the second lieutenant who accused Victor of being a cop. But we know Victor is not a cop. And we know this guy believes, this mob boss believes that Victor is really not a cop. It's going to be his loyalty to Victor, or his acceptance of Victor is about to be tested, however. So he's upset, of course. This second lieutenant here is upset at the fact that who is this person coming into their environment to make changes, to be a major influence, because after all, he's the one who's supposed to be the major influence. But you have to think to yourself, why, if he's a second lieutenant, why wasn't he able to find Rafa himself? Why wasn't he able to dispatch his footmen to find him? One thing about Sergei, he could find somebody. Victor's father managed to run away from Sergei, but Sergei managed to find him and assassinate him. So Sergei was very good about, the logistics of the trade. But this person here, to me, he just wears a suit and he's part of a mob, but he's not really effective, because it shouldn't have taken Victor, an outsider, to come in and actually sort of have an impact the way he has. So then they go and celebrate the mob boss, Victor, and the two women. And remember, these are likely women who started out as children who were put to work. So it is very significant, their role. They just so happen to be on a couch waiting. I don't think so. These are usually the types of women that they have put to work. It's interesting that Victor notices that the elevator is not working, but it doesn't prompt him to think about it long enough. He just looks at it. The elevator is not working. Let's go upstairs. Nothing in him that sort of wonders about it, thinks about it, checks it out, or even push a button to check and see if it actually works. So this is where I feel like he's letting down his guard. This is a setback for him, because here it is, he's trying to push himself forward to become to be of use to a new mob enforcer, but he's not quick on his feet here to think about whether or not the setup, whether or not they are walking into a setup that he's supposed to be protecting this boss of his, right? And basically he's not protecting him. So they go up the stairs. The boss is, interestingly enough, Victor is going ahead of the boss, which is odd, right? They're not partners. He's supposed to be the mob enforcer, meaning that he's supposed to be protecting the new boss, but he's not. So that, again, that's part of his setback process, because he's not operating in the traditional way that he has normally been operating since a child. So there's laughter, there's happiness. Viktor, I guess, feels a little relaxed, and then he's about to walk into the setup. So he fights the guy, takes the gun out of his hand, um, takes him down. And then the boss tells one of the girls to get the gun, right? Viktor is actually noticeably shocked by this, which he shouldn't be. His defenses are so low that he doesn't recognize a setup before it becomes a setup. And the boss is shocked. And so he pulls a gun out on Viktor, which sets him back because remember, he's supposed to be the person who is the one who just killed somebody on his behalf, and now he's pulling a gun out on Viktor. And of course, the mob boss is going to be more skeptical now because maybe he's thinking that Viktor set him up. So of course, he has to play this role to get back to his place of comfort and his foot soldiers and his footmen. So then they make it back to the warehouse, and then the second lieutenant comes in. And I had wondered whether he was behind the setup, and we find out that he actually is. But he's very shocked, and the shock that he has on his face is kind of minimal, but it is shock. It's like, why is he here? He should be dead. And he's sitting there holding his side because he has been shot, and he's actually surprised. And it is this second lieutenant, his name is Kovacs. And he's laughing. And remember that that laugh from Franco is the same kind of mentally disturbed type laugh. And I don't know if he's the son of this mob boss. I couldn't get a good read on it, but I do realize that he's the second lieutenant and his name is Kovacs. So he's laughing. He's suggesting that Viktor is actually the culprit who set up the boss. But it's going to be found out that the boss is going to call a telephone number, and that phone that rings is actually Kovacs, his second lieutenant. And so there's this sort of ruse that Kovacs does. See, I knew it was you. I knew we couldn't trust him, right? He does this ruse, right? This whole sort of play-by-play, scene-by-scene, actor-by-actor type of thing to kind of throw off any suspicion of him. But it's undeniable that he has a contribution here. Of course, he gets into a laugh, accusing Viktor, saying, the boss is saying somebody knew we were coming, and then the boss is going to call the phone. He does a pointing, and I always remember when a liar tends to do a lot of pointing. So the more he's pointing towards Viktor, the more he's really telling off on himself, because he doesn't know Viktor enough to point at him and call him a liar. So then the boss pulls out the phone that he retrieved from the site. So whoever was hired to kill this boss, this is actually his phone. So he calls the phone, and Kovacs' phone rings. Before that, we have him holding a gun, holding Viktor at gunpoint, as if to make some sort of case that I got him, I got the person. The irony is, why didn't he hold Rafa at gunpoint? When Rafa came in, when Viktor brought Rafa in, why didn't Kovacs here pull out a gun to ensure that Rafa stayed down on the ground. He never pulls out a gun. He sort of looks at Viktor and he looks at the boss and he's accusatory, but he never pulls out a gun. But he's pulling out a gun now. Also, this is also symbolic of the idea that he never, dispatches any of his own foot soldiers, because he's second lieutenant, so that means he got some people under him. He never dispatches any of his own foot soldiers to find Rafa. So I think Rafa is actually connected to Kovacs. We don't get a full development in terms of plot development, but we just have to assume. So he's holding a gun. Viktor is cool. He doesn't do much more than just wait, because remember, this second lieutenant Kovacs is not the one in charge. So as much as he wants to hold a gun to Viktor's face, to his person, he can't shoot. He's not permitted to shoot. So this is basically theater. It's really no different than theater, because he has no power other than what the main boss says he has. And the main boss is already now going to be suspicious of him because he's so quick to pull out the gun to try to shoot Viktor. So he calls the phone because he is suspicious, right? It's interesting that he will call the phone. There's a guy who is with the major rifle sort of guarding the main boss. That's why I say Kovacs has no real power other than what the main boss gives him. And then the phone rings, and it's the number of Kovacs, or the second lieutenant. And then, of course, he falls to the ground, and the main boss does his spiel, in terms of giving him a talking to. And then we have Viktor holding a gun to Kovacs. It's interesting the conversations we have with people right before they are about to die, or they are about to be killed, or we are about to kill them. He already set up his boss. So why even have the talking to? We know that you're going to kill the person, so why even have the conversation? It's not like he's going to remember it after his death. It would have been better to keep him alive and possibly torture him and get more out of him. How many times has he sold him out to somebody, than to just immediately kill him? But these conversations that we have right before a decision we are about to make really takes a lot of energy. It's almost unnecessary. This is a loose cannon. There's no reasoning with him in the same way there was no reasoning with Franco. And so talking to him and having a conversation with him is just not going to do any good. And so we see that face. That's Franco face. That's that same kind of mental defect that Franco had when he had just shot that drug dealer, that mob son. And so again, it doesn't matter whether Viktor holds a gun to him and shoots him or not. In his mind, he's just, it really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you say to me. I would do it again, essentially. And so Viktor does kill him. And the discussion that he's having with this mob boss here is basically, how did you know? And then Viktor says, like, the closer they are, meaning that you kind of have to keep tabs on them. And then the man is saying, but you saw. And then Viktor is saying, but I'm on the outside. It's easier to look in. And then the guy is saying, the mob boss is saying, well, now you're on the inside. But Viktor is saying, I can't take the risk, so I have to go, right? So it's that sort of going back and forth, that you saw what I couldn't see, which is interesting that it takes an outsider to reveal who Kovacs really is, right? But he's deciding not to take the risk. So these two men are discussing, having a conversation, and the main boss here is basically saying, before you leave, I want you to do one more job. And it's basically send a message, no need for accidental, meaning that the person that you're going to kill, you don't need to make it look like it was an accident. I don't care about a message. I just want you to basically take the person out. And the person is going to be a reporter who is writing a story on him, and so he wants to have that person killed, and that person must be an extreme threat, a big threat for him to not even make it accidental, right? So they are discussing that information now. So I want to take a little bit of time to focus on Viktor now being, now labeling himself as an outsider. So remember a couple of frames, he's talking about the closer they are, and the mob boss is saying, but you saw it, right? And then Viktor is saying, well, I'm on the outside. It's easier to look in. So I never remember Viktor using the word outside in his dealings with Sergey and trafficking and Franco, but now because of the betrayal, he's considering himself an outsider. So then this sort of prompts the question, is he going to remain an outsider? Is he just going to be maybe a contract killer for multiple mob bosses? And what is when he says he's just an outsider, what is that that sounds a little bit like criticism of the mob hierarchy. That sounds like criticism of the system itself, that there is no one loyal. Anyone can be betrayed. The closer they are, the more likely they are to take you down. And of course, he's speaking from a frame of reference from having to shoot Sergey. And he didn't have this language before. He didn't talk this language when he was a child. I don't necessarily think he felt like an outsider in his own family. And he didn't necessarily feel like an outsider with the friendship group on the courtyard. But after his dealings with trafficking, Franco, and Sergey, he's now considering himself an outsider. And this look that he's giving you, there's pain behind it. He's not going to show his tears right in front of this mob boss. He's not going to show you what he's really thinking. But I think the word using the preposition outside is something to really think about and consider, because how he frames his decision making is going to be sort of outside of the existing mob hierarchy, outside of the existing mob system, so that whatever decisions he makes, they're going to be his own. He's not going to consider the mob as he did before. He was loyal to Sergey. He believed in Sergey. Sergey was a pseudo father for him. He respected him. So when he's saying he's outside, there's no individual respect to one person anymore. He's a man for himself. He didn't even think about money when he was with Sergey. He felt covered and protected with Sergey. So if he thought about money so much, he would have spent the bill that Sergey gave him. But he didn't even think about money. But in his dealings with this mob boss, all of a sudden it's about price. And that's essentially, it could be his way of building maybe capital reserves for later, that he might decide to be a mob boss himself. It's unclear. Regardless, he's framing himself, he's positioning himself to be an outsider. So any decision that he makes going forward will be decisions of his own, and it doesn't matter if anyone likes it, and you can brand him however way you want to brand him. And that means that he's leaving it to chance. One, he can support the very system that he chose as a child, and he could oppose it if he wanted to, and that leaves him the flexibility and the options. So being on the outside is something completely, it sort of shifts the development of the plot. It shifts the thinking of the main character. It shifts all the people that are centered on that character, and it sort of informs what he's going to do with Bethesda later. So we have Viktor sitting in this restaurant, and we have to think to ourselves, why is he actually sitting in this restaurant? Because remember, the second boss has given him a last assignment to kill that reporter. And remember, he said it doesn't have to be accidental, just to make a statement. And so instead of actually doing that immediately, he's sitting in a restaurant. And, you know, keep in mind that when he finally does go and visit the reporter, and at this time he is with Bethesda, who we're going to see in a bit, you can tell that his heart and mind is changing towards his assassination targets, because he lets her go. And he's more moved by the idea of the bassinet, the baby's crib, suggesting that there is a baby in the crib. And this is right after he finds out about Bethesda being pregnant. And so you can tell that he's likely not only contemplating a strategy, but also just reflecting on his narrative history, all of the events that led up to him sitting at this restaurant. But his life is about to change, because we already know that he's with Bethesda, not here, but it's going to happen after the events within this restaurant. And so he's basically going to rescue Bethesda. They're going to meet up. They're going to fall in love. She becomes pregnant, and then that informs how the rest of the narrative will unfold. So he is sitting here in this restaurant, nursing a drink, thinking, quiet, contemplative, and isn't aware that his life is about to change. So Bethesda comes to the door, and we're not going to ignore the purpose of doors, right? Because remember, this is a setup. We don't know that it's a setup until the end of the film, but Bethesda coming through this door is really a setup. She's setting up Viktor to be found out and discovered that he's actually really alive, and that when he framed his death, that wasn't actually true. So coming into this door is making a decision about how she's going to set up the very person who killed her family, who killed her mother and father, and who contributed to her having to be basically sold and put to work. So you have to wonder then, as I noted in some frames earlier, how long has she been surveilling Viktor? Because she had to know that he was in the restaurant or visited this restaurant often for her to come in and then look at him and then set him up. Because when Viktor goes and tries to rescue Bethesda, he goes into the kitchen and fights the other men. Well, there's a camera that we don't see, and all those actions are actually on camera, and we're not going to see that they were on camera the whole time until we get to trafficking, and we get to Alexei watching the video. And it is actually Alexei who gets the video first, and then he sells it, or he gives it to trafficking as a way of, as some kind of incentive to get out of the mob business, because he also has a family. And we're going to see that later. But the decision here is much more strategic than we realize, because how is she able to get a copy of the camera feed? How is she able to get a copy? So she must know the owners. She must know. You almost have to wonder, is she an owner herself? How is she connected to this restaurant in order to have access like that? And we don't get that narrative history of sort of how she is connected to this restaurant, but we do get, when the guys come in, the three guys come in to basically attack her. One of the guys says, "Why don't you stay this time? Stay and have a drink with us this time." And again, I didn't catch that earlier. I did not catch that earlier, but when I looked at the movie 2 or 3 times later, I realized, oh, she must know the people in this restaurant. She must have been here before. She must know the people who are attacking her, or she knows their character, or she knows their routine. So she's just not coming into this restaurant innocently. She's coming with a whole sort of strategic vengeance in mind to sort of befriend Viktor, make him fall in love with her, get her pregnant, and then shoot him so that he won't have a relationship with his own child, so that he won't have the family that he likely dreamed of. So again, coming through this door, there's a space of time that we don't have access to, and that is due to the writer-director sort of setting us back in our understanding of the narrative structure. It would be nice if we saw maybe a flashback of Bethesda having a conversation with Alexei, or having a conversation with trafficking. She's not going to be able to do that because she's the clientele of big politicians and big businessmen, or anyone with deep pockets. She's the clientele. She's the service. She's the product. She's the product. And it's interesting that when Viktor aims to shoot her as a child, it's interesting that we wouldn't see her now had he shot her. She wouldn't have been able to take vengeance on Viktor had he shot her as a child. But when she comes in the door, we do know her narrative history. We don't know it at this point that this is the same woman who was a child that Viktor was about to shoot. But it's something that's a little obvious to us, that he's going to meet somebody and maybe that person is connected to his past or something like that. But that door being left open as she walks through it is an example of her narrative history that spans all the way back to her childhood. If we had a visual right now, we could see that child, and that child sort of taking steps in an evolutionary way to the person that we see today. And we don't get images of rape. We don't get images of someone hitting her. We see the scars on her back, but we don't get the images of that. So that coming through the door, that door here is it represents a lot of decision making on the part of Bethesda that we don't have access to, which sort of sets us back. And her coming through the door is actually going to set Viktor back because he's already vulnerable from the betrayal. And he's already vulnerable from maybe almost being killed by Kovacs trying to frame him as a cop. And then he's already vulnerable by using the language of outside. So he feels alone. He feels outside. He doesn't have the mentor that he had to shoot. For the first time, he's a child still. He's a child in a grown man's body, but he feels alone. He feels maybe even abandoned. So he's sitting there nursing that drink, thinking. We don't know what he's thinking about. He doesn't have a conversation. When she goes to sit down, he does kind of glance at her a little bit, but it could be just a glance at her for the sake of glancing at a customer coming through the restaurant. But it doesn't seem like he knows her. However, when she sits down, it's clear that there's some interest on her part in looking at him, but we don't see interest on his part in looking at her. The first time that we kind of see him with the woman is when he was going with the boss up the stairs when the elevator wasn't working. And that's really the first time we've seen him with the woman. So, and when he was with that woman, he let down his guard. Now, these were women who were put to service, right? To celebrate, but and to celebrate Viktor putting that liquid nicotine into that cop's drink. But that was indicative of him sort of lowering his defenses when he was with the woman. So now then we're going to see him with Bethesda, and he's lowering his defenses. And this reminds me of the biblical story, Samson and Delilah. Samson has extraordinary strength, and Delilah is trying to figure out what the secret is of his strength. And so he sort of plays around and mocks her and everything. And every time he tells her something about his strength, she brings in the Philistines to try to overtake him. But instead, he overtakes him. Then she wears him down so much with her nagging and her pleading to the point that he goes on ahead and tells her the secret of his strength, which is, if you cut my hair, I will lose all of my strength. And then it sounds actually believable. And so she sends in the Philistines. They shave his head, which is interesting that you don't know that your head is being shaved. I don't know if she put something in his drink or something like that, but it's interesting that you don't know your head is being shaved. So they shave his head, and then he wakes up thinking, she says, the Philistines are upon you. And he thinks, okay, I can operate in the same gift, talent, and skill, and I'm going to do exactly what I did before. And this time it doesn't work. They end up overtaking him. They gouge out his eyes. They strap him to some sort of large thing, and he basically has to toil for labor. Later, he gets his vengeance, but it didn't necessarily have to go that way. He lowered his defenses when it came to a woman. And so there must be some kind of need in Viktor that he lowered his defenses with the woman that he wasn't in love with. They were about to celebrate. And now he's going to lower his defenses with the woman he is in love with, or he wants to have a family with. And so there's some kind of need in him that he hasn't tapped into. Of course, he's not going to reflect on, because he's always going to be on autopilot. Even if he's sitting here nursing a drink and thinking about the betrayal, and we have to assume that, he's still always going to be on autopilot because he is a trained assassin. So there must be something in him that has a need. So she's playing her part. She's playing her part. She's playing like she is actually a customer coming in to eat at a restaurant. She's smiling, greeting the attendee, um, the bartender, and she's playing her part. And also notice the fact that she has a necklace that's actually going to bring them back together. So he doesn't look over at her. He continues to nurse that drink. He doesn't, I'm quite sure he's listening in, eavesdropping on that conversation. Remember, he's been trained as a hitman to eavesdrop. So even if he's sitting there thinking about this drink, he's also thinking about the conversation that the woman is having with the bartender. So we can assume that his ears are always open. He's always thinking, he's always wondering, he's always strategizing. So then she takes a look at him, and it's interesting that we don't know why she's looking at him like this, but we can understand that there's a reasoning behind the way she's looking at him. Because if it's just an honest exchange, honest engagement, you basically say hi. You might make small talk. Oh, I'm coming in from work and I needed to get something to eat and I don't feel like cooking or something. You would make small talk. She sits there and doesn't engage him, doesn't have a conversation, and she's watching him. Now, remember how Viktor has been the type of person who has surveilled all of his assassination targets. He has watched them. So Viktor is now an assassination target. That's really hard to think about. Viktor is now an assassination target. So the tables are turning and he doesn't even know it. That once he is framed for betrayal, that kind of drawing a line from one person to the next, like a clothesline hanging, who's going to betray him next, has become sort of like the new focus for the film. Remember in the courthouse, in the courtyard when he was with the kids and the bullies were attacking him, and the young boy calls out from the balcony, and remember all the clothes that were hanging on the clothesline in that area, in that slum area. Well, we're now hanging all the people who are going to betray him from Sergei all the way to the end of the film. So the narrative is now really shifting for us, because he knows his targets. He has searched out his targets. He has surveilled his targets. He has planned his strategy. He's eavesdropped. He's prepared. He's done all that was necessary to ensure that he can complete the task. But there's nothing in him that says, I need to do the same for Bethesda. That's why I say there must be a need in him. There's something in him that is crying out for something. I don't know what the something is, but it is always, for everyone, a cry out for connection. So whereas he has been surrounded in toxic environments, in the family environment where it was sort of insecure, and he felt like he needed to leave that family environment to go and become a mob enforcer to secure himself, so to speak, even though the mob enforcing environment is still insecure. We know that to be true because they try to kill him. But it's his journey from trying to leave insecure, toxic, chaotic environments to secure, stable, peaceful, less chaotic environments. And so then you have to wonder, does he see Bethesda as an opportunity for having a family, to close the gap in that connection? Because I believe he considers Sergei family. And so now that has left a gaping hole in his heart and in his mind and in his thinking, the heart is searching for something to grab onto. The soul is searching for something to grab onto. You cannot live off shooting and killing people as a way to live the rest of your life. There's something in you that's always going to want to pull at something that is much better for you. And so this look that she is giving him says a lot. Without saying anything, this look that she is giving him, we know by the end of the film that he's a target for her, but he doesn't know that. And he's not eavesdropping enough to know it. He's not thinking about her enough to know it. So that lets you know that the men in this movie never really suspect the women to have any kind of strategy, that they would never ever think that the women would make them targets. But Bethesda is now looking at her target. And so this is still her looking at him. There's a lot that is going on with his face. We don't know what she's thinking right now, but the way that she is, spacing out her lips, and I'm not a body language expert, but the glare that she is giving him is something to remark about, meaning that it's like it's almost like she needs to watch him and stare at him long enough to take in who he is as an adult. And I wonder if she's watching him so long to look at the child in him. She knows who he is. She knows his name is Viktor. We don't know how she knows his name is Viktor, but she knows his name is Viktor. And she knows this is the person who shot her family, who killed her family. And she's going to reveal that at the end. She's not revealing it now, but we know that's her narrative history. But the choice of the writer-director to sort of hold her back or set her back, but basically hold her back from engaging in conversation with them is kind of strategic here, because you can't do too much too fast, because then Viktor might get suspicious and decide to leave, right? He just may decide to leave altogether way before the three men come. And so, because he's still very tender and vulnerable in his heart concerning the previous events, right? Concerning his own narrative history. He might have set fire to that apartment, trying to erase himself, but his mind, his neurology, his thinking about what transpired from the time he was a child all the way to who he is today is still in his thinking. He's replaying it like a tape in his mind. He's replaying the betrayal. He's replaying the issues with Franco. He's replaying the issues with trafficking. He's replaying the issues in his childhood. When he attempts to leave this restaurant, we're going to get a flashback of his memory to his childhood and when his father is beating his mom. He never lets it go. It's hard to let it go. And so just because you shoot somebody doesn't mean that you have shot the memory of your experiences out of your head. Just because you shoot a person who probably is the person who probably represents your father or anybody else or even your mother, they're still in your head, still replaying like a movie. It's as if you are using a remote control to continue to replay the exact same image over and over and over again. And so we could say the same thing of her too, that when she's looking at him, she's thinking about her childhood. She's thinking about sitting on a floor holding her dead mother. And she's thinking about seeing her father fall to the floor after Viktor killed him. And so that's a lot that could be going on in those eyes, could be going on in those cheekbones, could be going on in that mouth, the almost desire to want to say something, but you have to hold yourself back. And that takes a lot of patience. You are making someone an assassination target, and you have to walk it out with a lot of patience. You have to tolerate. She had to tolerate having sex with him. But remember, at the end, when she's talking to the interviewer, she said she learned the ways of men. So she knew how to turn off that part of her brain and that part of her mind to do what was necessary to gain the advantage. So there's a lot that is going on in her thinking, in her face. Viktor never turns to look at her. I'm quite sure he's thinking that she is looking at him, but he never turns to look at her. And I don't know why he's not. You know, I would think that any red-blooded man would sort of engage her, but he's not. That lets you know that he's stuck in his thinking about something. He's stuck in whatever he's thinking about in terms of his narrative history and the decisions he made. He's likely feeling his mortality. That there's a lot that we do in our 20s, and then we need to start getting serious in our 30s. And then by the time we get to our 40s, we are now feeling our mortality. We are realizing that, oh, we could die. That I can't make the types of decisions, risky decisions that I made when I was in my 20s, because I can actually die. We think we are invincible in our 20s. And we might start to get a clue in our 30s, or we should get a clue in our 30s. But in our 40s, we are really, it's a shocking revelation that, oh, we have mortality. Oh, I can die. So the people that he's been shooting, he's never thought about their mortality. He only thought about the assignment. He only thought about the task. And he only thought about the instruction from Sergei or from Trafficking or from Franco. So it didn't really matter to him whether they had mortality. They were already dead from the get-go. Once he took out his gun, they were dead. But now sitting in his restaurant and thinking about the next assignment from that mob boss who says, I want you to kill this reporter. I'm quite sure he's thinking about that. I'm quite sure he's thinking about Sergei, of course. And I'm quite sure he's thinking about a lot of the events that have transpired up into him nursing this drink. So this is a sort of wider view of how they are basically not engaging each other. Nice restaurant, nice sort of setup. This part of the set, it looks believable. It might be an actual true restaurant, but again, they're not engaging each other. Even though as children, they know their child histories know each other. This is the same man who was a young child who held a gun to her family. And this is the same woman who, as a young child, looked into the barrel of a gun. And I don't know what she was hoping, but she looked at him, didn't say a word. So the same child who didn't say a word is the same woman you see here who is not saying a word. The same child who was holding the gun to her head and didn't say a word. This is the same man who is not saying a word to her now. And I just thought this was interesting as sort of like a wider view of how distant but close they really are. And again, if they got to talking and having a conversation right here in this restaurant, because you kind of spill all your guts when you're hurting, a lot would have been revealed. But when you think about how they engage each other, she never reveals who she is. She never reveals her narrative history, how there was this guy, there was this young boy who held her family at gunpoint. She never reveals that. So again, that takes strategy. That's a setback for Viktor because he's not getting all the information about who Bethesda really is. And it is a setback for herself that she's personally setting herself back from revealing who she truly is, because she needs to pace this out in the same way that the writer-director needs to pace the development of Bethesda and her goals throughout the narrative. If we get that too soon, then the movie would end, right? So it's important that the writer-director is just as patient as the character that he is writing for. So the three men come in. You can tell one is in charge of the other men, or basically his backup. Right before he goes and grabs Bethesda, the bartender comes up to him, and the guy with sort of like the jacket sort of takes his head and hits his head up against the counter. Then he falls out on the ground. So there's something about the bartender who doesn't like these three guys, to the point that he basically had to address them. I can't remember if he addresses them in a sense of asking, "What are you doing here?" or something like that. Regardless, this guy who is at the front of the game, he just looks like the type of person who would just start something just to start something, even if the bartender was nice, right? He's just going to start something because he has another agenda, and his agenda is always to create and perpetuate chaos. So Bethesda catches their eye. She is noticeably afraid, but in thinking about Bethesda and her sort of strategy to set up Viktor, I wonder if this is a true fear. I wonder if she truly knows these men. Because when Viktor goes to save her, she only basically has a cut on her lip. And I'm thinking, if they're trying to attack her and rape her, why didn't they punch her in the face? And why isn't she sort of crying from her eyes or something like that? She only has a cut. And it could be that they could have easily taken a knife and just cut her lip the way it looks when we see her face. But her face is not as misshapen as it should be. If these are rowdy, disrespectful, dishonorable, abusive type men, and usually these types of men will do all that they can to subdue you. It could have been that they had her in a hold enough to rape her or do whatever they needed to do to her. But it's interesting that her face is not as damaged when Viktor finally fights them and then takes her out of the restaurant to put her in a cab. That is not as damaged as you think it might be, right? So she sees them. We are afraid for her because we are in this part of the movie. But when you get to the end of the film, you have to wonder if this was also part of the setup. So then we see the scars on her back. Viktor also sees those scars. And, scars have their own narrative history. I think I mentioned this earlier in this film analysis. So we don't know. There are lines on her back. And it's likely someone used a razor or used some kind of item to kind of make those scars. They're not necessarily from whips. Usually a whip would have maybe they might be circular, they may be longer lines, right? We do see a longer line in the middle of her back, so that might have been by a whip. But those two lines at the top of her shoulder are different types of lines, and we don't know what those lines are, but they tell a story. There is a narrative history behind them, and the writer-director does not give us that visual. The only visual that he gives us is when Viktor's father is beating his mother, and then Viktor comes in and looks at her bloodied back. And so the woman that you see in Viktor's mother could easily be the woman that you see here in Bethesda. So the main guy is, sort of looking at Viktor, almost challenging him to do something, to say something. I always say about bullies are very effective in their strategies because they usually have a crew. But if he was by himself without his security, I wonder if he would have challenged Viktor. It's interesting, though, the way he looks at Viktor. It's almost like it seems like he knows him. But he just might be the type of person who has contempt for people. Remember, Viktor was bullied before, and he knows how to handle himself now, but Viktor doesn't have his crew with him either. And so he has to play it cool, because he can't so much as try to take on this crew in a sitting position. He would need to be in a more frame of mind for fighting. And we're going to see that later. Viktor looks at him, doesn't say a word. It's a man thing. I'm not a man, so I don't know what they are saying to each other as men without saying anything to each other. But the guy doesn't engage Viktor either. I mean, he sort of bams the bartender's head into the counter, but he doesn't pull back the table and the chair to engage Viktor. So, as I noted, this must be just as much as a setup as Bethesda is setting up Viktor. But it's interesting. Of course, when the man grabs Bethesda, you still don't see Viktor making a decision to say, hey, stop, don't do that. It isn't until he begins to walk out of the restaurant, fights with one of the security men, and is about to cross through the door, and hears the cries of Bethesda and flashes back to his childhood, that he then engages. It takes all of those different steps. So he understands the system, and he's not willing to fight the system over that woman. But it isn't until he's about to leave and flashes back to his own mother that he's now willing to fight the system. Remember, Viktor has used the preposition outside. So he considers himself outside. So when he tries to go through the door to leave and makes a decision to return, he is giving him he's giving himself the permission to fight the very system that he actually supports and enforces through being a hitman, through being a mob enforcer. This guy represents the system, represents the criminal element. So he's going to now fight him, when in reality, that's what mob enforcement is. Not only just assassination, but enforcing the clientele and forcing any politician or businessman. Viktor is now going to fight the very system that he chose to join, because in fighting a guy and trying to rescue Bethesda, it is fighting the mob system. So Bethesda attempts to leave. The guy looks at her. The other security guard, the security guy, is looking at Viktor. Viktor doesn't see Bethesda getting up to leave. They're all watching each other, and it's likely a man thing again. But Bethesda getting up to leave, to me, could be a signal to the guy to do something. Again, when we see this part of the movie, we are very afraid for her. Now I am a woman, and I would, if I saw these men come in, I would do all that I can to try to hurry up and leave, because without them saying a word, a lot of times women who are vulnerable know what these types of men are up to. And we need to hurry up and get to a safe place, or get to a person who we think can protect us. It's interesting, though, that she doesn't get up and walk towards Viktor and ask him for protection. That's interesting, because usually women in certain environments will sort of try to appeal to another man. Oh, I feel afraid, or something like that. It's not always common, but it's common enough that if we are in a restaurant and it's just us, and then the restaurant is full of other men, and we can sense in one man that he's a nice person, a person that we feel could protect us, we tend to move towards that person. We may not move very close to him, but we'll move in the vicinity so he can see us. And we may engage in conversation to pretend that we know that person, so that the people who are coming in to attack someone don't suspect anything, that, oh, we're just friends anyway, right? And so we're hoping to send that kind of signal to that would-be attacker: please don't attack me, I'm with somebody. But he's going to grab her. So he grabs her, looks at Viktor, almost challenging him to do something about it. Viktor doesn't do anything about it, and they're going to take her to the back. Viktor looks at him, doesn't say a word, doesn't engage him, watches him, maybe on some level says, this doesn't have anything to do with me, do whatever you're going to do, I got my own business to take care of. And so we see that the man has put his hands over Bethesda's mouth, but the Bethesda that we see here could also still be acting, because you can't be, to me, on some level, you can't be a person who is afraid of these people and also be a person who is trying to take vengeance on your assassination target. Now, sometimes if you've been triggered from childhood because you were raped or molested or attacked as a child, something in the way he's holding her could still be a triggering event. That even in her mind, to set up Viktor as an assassination target, that the way he's holding her could still trigger her and trigger the child who was first raped by somebody, right? That they probably took her from the back, or they probably put their hands on her mouth to shut her up, to shut up the screaming. So it can still be a triggering event even for a person who's trying to take vengeance on their assassination target. So Viktor, they walk to the back. Viktor clenches his jaw, and he's sort of in limbo, in emotional, psychological limbo. He turns his head, it bothers him, but he doesn't get up to say, let me go take care of this now. He does a lot of, he really does a little bit of waiting, and then he resigns himself to go on ahead and leave out of the restaurant. So this is a wider view of him hearing the screams of the woman, hearing the commotion in the background, in the kitchen. Of course, he still doesn't do anything. He doesn't even nurse his drink anymore. He hears is very distinct, but he decides to get up and walk out. And the security guard approaches him and basically tells him that he can't leave. So here is the security guard telling him that he can't leave. And then Viktor says, yes, I basically can, and he fights the guy. And then this is where Viktor is at the door. He's entering the door. He's exiting a place, but he's basically entering the door, and he's going to stay within this doorway for a good minute, thinking. He hears the cries of the woman, right? And remember, don't forget, if the cries of the woman are still just as strategic, because we find out that she is setting him up. So he's thinking, wondering, should he go and handle this? Because remember, he has positioned himself as an outsider now. And so whatever decisions that he makes, he can make whatever decision he makes. He's still standing in the doorway, holding the door, thinking, wondering if he should go back. That hand on on the glass of the door says a lot. That pause is like he said, I'm not willing to let this go. I got to do something about this. And maybe this speaks to his childhood when he first decided to become a mob enforcer, that I don't want to become my father. I don't want to become my background. I don't want to become my narrative history. I got to do something about it. It wasn't the right choice, but it was a choice that he felt like he needed to make at that time. So this holding the door while he's still a little bit inside and out is like straddling the fence. What should he do? What decision should he make? Does this belong to me as a problem to solve? Because remember, he was given assignments to solve. He was giving tasks. They were assassination assignments, but Sergei gave him the assignment or assigned him to do something, right? Now he has to take the responsibility and assign himself. He has one last assignment that he has to do for that second mob boss, which is kill that reporter. But now that he's on the outside, he's now having to assign himself. So this holding the glass in the door and holding the door and standing inside and outside of it is this sort of contemplative thinking about what role he's now going to serve. What is he now going to do? Is he going to continue to find another mob boss and be a contract killer, or is he going to now be his own boss? And making a decision to go back in and solve a problem, assigning himself to solve a problem, is the steps leading to him becoming his own boss. And he's still in his door, you know. His hand is still slightly on the glass of the door, but his eyes are closed. The screams are getting louder, and now he's going to flash back into his narrative history, his childhood. So this is the father who has a belt, who is not beating the child, he's beating his wife with so much force. And this is reminiscent of him when he was in the bed, when Viktor was in the bed, and then he turned himself. And this happens, I feel like this happens when Viktor's father felt challenged in his authority, right? When Sergei comes and asks him to pay the money that he owes and punches him in the stomach, we hear these cries. When Viktor refuses to acknowledge his father while standing in the kitchen, we hear these cries. So I think that he beats the wife, beats his mother, simply because there are challenges to his manhood. And there's nothing like feeling like a man in targeting a victim and beating a victim and feeling the full expression of the chaos that is on the inside of you and creating chaos on the outside of you, right? That, again, what was his door? I'm quite sure that he saw his father beat his mother, and that became a door for him to enter, because there was nothing on the inside of him that says, I don't like the fact that my father beat my mother, and I want to be sure that I don't become that person. Even Viktor choosing to become a mob enforcer is his way of saying, I don't want to be like my father, so I'm going to do whatever I can to do better, because we don't see the father working anywhere, not even trying to become a mob enforcer. So there's nothing in this father who is beating his wife. I don't want to become what I saw growing up. Whereas with Viktor, he's saying, I don't want to become what I saw growing up. So remember, Viktor was in the bed with that cut to his head, and he's hearing his father beat his mother. And so that was the extent of the flashback that he remembers, and that's what pulls him back into the restaurant. That's what causes him, that flashback of his mother of his father beating his mother, and hearing that while he turned himself around in the bed to get some kind of comfort for himself from those cries, is what actually pulls him back in, and he turns around and he makes a decision to re-enter this door, to now be a true outsider, that he's now going to fight the very system that he has supported. So he walks. Remember, we get the back of him. So we got the back of him when he was running in the jogging uniform. We got the back of him when he was a child and deciding to become a mob enforcer. We get the back of him in different areas of the film. And now we get the back of him making a decision as an outsider to go in and rescue the cries of a woman, or to rescue the woman who is being attacked by these men. So that means he disagrees with some elements of the system that he enforces, that he hasn't had any really direct influence with the clientele, the women who are put to work. But this time he now has direct experience with it, and so now he's going to solve the problem. So then he comes into the kitchen. It's very light considering where he just left, but it's a full service kitchen. And it is here where he is saying enough. Enough. This is another word from an outsider now, who is saying this is enough. Whereas when he was enforcing the system, killing people, he never said assassinating somebody was enough. He's now saying that it is enough when it is in relation to this woman being attacked. He never even said it was enough. You know, it's interesting when he finds that child in the trunk of the car that Franco killed. You don't hear Viktor saying enough. When Franco messes up the drug exchange, you don't hear him saying enough. You don't, when Sergei comes to kill Viktor, you don't hear Viktor saying enough. You don't, when Viktor surveils to find out Rafa and present him to the second mob boss, you don't hear him saying enough. And when he eventually has to kill Kovacs, you don't hear him saying enough. But now that he's switching from outside, the word outside, to enough, we're going to see his decision making, because he's going to let Alexei go, the same one who sold him out. And actually he likely got the information from Bethesda, right? The film, the film video. And then he's going to let go of the reporter. And those are examples of his enough, which are fueled now by this concept of being an outsider. I want to stay with this idea, this concept of looking at Viktor now framing himself as an outsider, and that when he comes into the kitchen to resolve this issue with Bethesda being attacked, that he uses the word enough. And in both instances, I feel like that Viktor is becoming somewhat an interventionist, right? That when I say that he frames himself as an outsider and that he's saying that's enough to the men, and I'm linking it to the idea that he's now going to fight against the system. When you look at this frame here, he's fighting against the system. He's going against the system, but he's also intervening on behalf of Bethesda before he even understands who Bethesda is, right? Bethesda, who she actually is. And to intervene, I looked it up, and the meaning for intervene is to come between, to prevent or alter a result or course or of event. Again, intervene, to come between, to prevent or alter a result or course of events. And so he's he's becoming this interventionist that had he lived beyond Bethesda's shot to his chest, he might have been sort of like the moral imperative guy who fights against the system. The people that he is sent to kill, like the cop who he pours liquid nicotine in his coffee, a cop who is unwilling to be bought, or the reporter who is reporting on the second boss, mob boss. He might have eventually become those types of people fighting against the system. This is the first step, because remember, Bethesda is a client of the system. She's a product. Why would you fight against a product when you are a mob enforcer for the whole mob, right? But this fight sequence that you're going to see is that step by step towards a more secure attachment, that something on the inside of him is reaching towards something else on the inside of somebody else. It is a step by step towards fully leaving what he has left, that narrative history. Because remember, to the second mob boss, he said he's not going to basically be able to join because he can't risk it. And so usually when he joined something, he didn't really think about it as that long. He just joined it. At any time Sergey gave him a task, he performed it. But you don't even see him performing immediately the task that the mob boss tells him to do in killing the reporter. Instead, he goes to this restaurant and sits down, and that's where he meets Bethesda. Because in any other regard, he would have handled that, but he doesn't handle it until he's basically secured his relationship with Bethesda. So I look at him as an interventionist, that he's beginning to fight the system that he chose to join and enforce in a criminal, violent way. He's now intervening on behalf of this woman that he doesn't know. Just because he heard her screams doesn't mean that she was actually screaming. He didn't see her get hurt, right? In the same way that he has been exposed to his mother being hurt, he just heard the screams. And so then he equated the screams that he heard from Bethesda in the kitchen to the screams of his mother that he has always grown up with. But that's not really understanding the problem. That's not really trying to understand how to solve a problem. That's intervening before you have an opportunity to understand. So this intervention, this way of him coming between to prevent or alter a result or course of events is going to have deadly consequences for him, because he's intervening on behalf of a person who is actually setting him up. And that's something that that never even crosses his mind. The whole time that he was with her for 6 months, leading to his own assassination, it never occurred to him that she would be setting him up. So this idea of outsider, him framing himself as an outsider and then coming in and saying to the men enough, is all sort of coming together as a way for him to become the thing that I believe he really wanted to be. I think in some ways he wanted to solve his family's problems, but he wasn't willing to take on the debt of his father to solve those problems, but he was willing to save himself in becoming a mob enforcer. I think the last thing I might want to say about this in terms of intervention, remember that Viktor never intervenes on behalf of his parents. And he really didn't have the power as a child to intervene. But like I said, when you see your parent being attacked, there is something on the inside of you that should pull or that should push you towards jumping on the person, kicking the person, yelling, "Don't hurt my mom," yelling, "Don't hurt my dad," crying or something like that. And we don't see that in Viktor. But he's willing to come back and intervene for this particular person. And maybe on some level, there might be some guilt that he didn't intervene on his mother's behalf with his father, or on his father's behalf with Sergei. Maybe there's that notion of feeling powerless as a child, but feeling now powerful and coming to fight these men. Regardless, that's why it's so important that you sort of address problems before they become greater problems, because what he didn't do or what he couldn't do when he was younger, he's now trying to do, but is actually going to lead to him being set up and killed. So we have this fight sequence, and I remember hearing in a video, watching a video interview, and that this scene that is choreographed, the fight person that he is fighting with is the actual fight choreographer. Now, I didn't necessarily like this scene. I thought Viktor coming in to try to save Bethesda or solve some problem that he felt was necessary to resolve was fine. But I have a problem with Viktor falling like this when he's supposed to be a skilled assassin. How can these sort of these guys come in who don't even look like they have skill to fight, come in and sort of knock him down? And this may be indicative of the idea that Viktor just no longer wants to participate in these types of antics, because he seems to come off as much more skilled than he really is. But he may not have fighting skill as well. You know, just because you shoot a gun doesn't necessarily mean you have fighting skill. Now, he does pretty well in this fight sequence. He manages to handle the guy very well. But I thought this sort of stumbling onto the table was kind of, especially the way the guy fights him, it just seems like it didn't warrant it, right? He's supposed to be much stronger as an assassin than to be a person who just merely falls onto a table. And it seems like he trips himself, or I don't know, he sort of like trips and falls or something like that. It doesn't seem like the guy hits him hard enough for him to fall back. And I thought that was kind of interesting, because it goes against our understanding of what an assassin should look like, what an assassin should be like. He comes in with the advantage, really. The men don't really expect him to come in. At least we don't know that at this time and at this point in the movie. The men didn't expect him to come in. And so he comes in with the advantage, so he should be really taking them down a lot quicker. So I just thought that was interesting, this fight choreography, that Viktor stumbling onto this table sends out many warning signals to the viewer that does he really want to do this? Because does he really want to stay an assassin? This stumbling is symbolic of him not only maybe stumbling into this world, but trying to stumble out of it at the same time. And so I thought this was kind of like an interesting fight sequence. So we have Viktor still in this fight choreography. And so he has gained the advantage. So it's like a system coming after him stumbling and then regaining his power position or regaining his advantage. And so this is where I felt like when I was screenshotting the frames, this is where I felt like Viktor most conveys his attitude towards fighting against the system for which he chose and for which he has been enforcing for so many years. Now, this hit to the back or hit to the side is symbolic of him now hitting the system from the side or slightly in the back, right? And that it is him with a vengeance. ironically. And I'm not sure that he sets a goal, a task to be vengeful. For all intents and purposes, he is coming in to save Bethesda. But you have to think about the narrative history of him being betrayed as well, and him pulling that energy, pulling from that state of mind, pulling from that energy to hit this person in the back. He doesn't know this person enough to have this kind of energy against him. And this could be just male energy fighting male energy as well. But this is where I thought this was very interesting, that this image here best conveys for me Victor's desire to now fully fight against the system for which he's been enforcing for so many years. He manages to get this guy by the neck, and that's also symbolic of choking out the system, right? Taking it from behind. Remember the guy in the restroom where he takes the guy from behind, gets behind the very system that he's now trying to overtake. And so now every person that he's going to fight, as he continues to frame himself as an outsider, is going to be one. The purpose will be to sort of choke the system, take it from the side, take it from the back, take it from the neck, right? And interestingly enough, as I noted, that it would have been sort of kind of wonderful to see if he had become a mob boss himself. But Bethesda sets us back as the viewing audience when she shoots him. She takes away a lot of his potential at becoming a mob boss. I'm not saying that he wanted to stay with the mob, but things look a lot differently when you are the boss, when you are on the other side of the desk. And so there's a schooling that you get when you are a student, a mentee, a pupil. And then there is a schooling that you give when you are the mentor, the teacher, right? The trainer, the instructor, the boss. And so this to me represents that sort of symbolic way of now taking down the system from the neck. So then he manages to finish the fight, and then he looks at the woman on the ground, who's on the floor, and he looks at her, and I don't know if he has any sympathy. He just might be looking at her. So then he eventually walks towards Bethesda. He gathers her up. He doesn't say much or anything like that, other than saying that we have to go, right? There's a sense of urgency because he doesn't know if anyone is going to come in. And so I wonder then, if he feels like he has to go, how familiar is he with that restaurant, who owns that restaurant, who might be coming after them? And so we've never seen him surveil that restaurant, nor have we seen her. But there's a sense of urgency in him that basically says it's time to go. We got to get out of here. And this is where I say that Bethesda doesn't have many injuries, especially on her face or even around her neck. If someone is coming to attack you and rape you, usually you would have many more injuries than this mere cut on your lip. The man didn't punch her in the eye. The man didn't take her by the neck. He didn't pull out her hair or something like that. And that's why I say that when we find out that she was behind this whole thing, the whole thing in terms of setting Viktor up and getting the film footage and basically giving it to Alexei, who then gives it to Trafficant, the boss who basically had Sergei kill Viktor or attempt to kill him, that I feel like even the attack from the men was a setup. I feel like that was a setup as well, because any person who has been a victim of domestic violence, of any type of violence, usually even if it's the second, third, fourth, fifth, 15th time that you are being attacked, the person always gives you a fresh new injuries, a fresh hit, a fresh slap to the face, or a fresh knock to the ground, or something like that. They always give you new injuries. And for her to not have injuries near her eye, or not even see the handprint from a slap from one of the guys, right, is interesting to me. This little thing on the lip, she could have punched her own self for that. You know, she could have thrown herself up against the wall for that. So that's why I wonder about this sort of look that she gives. And of course, the writer director is purposely not giving her fresh injuries. He may not have thought of it, or he just may be purposely not giving it to her. But it's interesting too that even Viktor is just not considering it as well. So he takes her outside. She's still in her actress role, in a sense. She's still acting out this part of being the helpless victim, attacked person who needs help and guidance from Viktor. And she closes her eyes, and it really does seem like she needs this type of help. So he helps her into the car, into the cab, still with her eyes closed. She looks up at him, and she was wondering why he wouldn't get into the car with her. And I think he basically says, "I'm going a different way," or something like that. But she eventually takes out a piece of paper, gives him a piece of paper, which I think is about to happen now. So they still have a bit of a conversation. And then she tears off a sheet of paper. And I don't remember her even writing on that paper, but she tears out a sheet of paper and gives it to him. Once she closes the door and the car pulls off, he throws the paper down to the ground. And then I think she purposely drops her necklace, because it's the same necklace that she looks for in the kitchen and picks up. And then she throws a sheet of paper. She gives him a sheet of paper, but he throws it. And then she drops the necklace. And that's purposeful, because she knows that he's going to now contact her, right? Just giving him a sheet of paper, he could make the choice, oh, I could contact her, or I may not contact her. But now, knowing that there's a necklace on the ground, and it looks like a very treasured necklace, she knows beyond a shadow of a doubt he's going to contact her now. So he's sitting in his loft area or apartment thinking about the necklace. Nothing familiar comes to mind about it. When he's aiming to shoot Bethesda with her sister, one of the sisters, and I think it's Bethesda, grabs at the mother, who is now shot and dead, and there's a chain, or pulls at a chain or something like that, and I feel like it's probably this necklace here. So now he's on the phone, and he's contacting her, and he says, "I got something of yours." And that's how it starts officially, even though it started much earlier when Bethesda set to task to set him up and assassinate him. So they eventually get together, they meet, have dinner, and he's talking about how this is not easy for him. He's never done this before. Bad idea, the worst. But she's basically acting out her role. And see, what this tells me, that Viktor has never done this before, that Viktor has skipped a lot of steps in his personal development. Because once he decided to become a mob enforcer as a child, there was really no time to develop like relationships with women. So that is like his personal setback as well, his emotional, psychological, but definitely relationship engagement setback. Because if he had had the practice of dating while he was an assassin, but he had the practice of dating or seeing someone, he would have learned about women. Remember, it is Bethesda who says she learned the ways of men. But Viktor was only taught the ways of your enemy with Sergei. He never really learned the ways of men, because if he did, he would have learned that betrayal is always possible. He learned the ways of his enemy. He learned the ways of his targets, not necessarily men. And he's never learned the ways of women if he says he's never done this before. And so, again, if he had had any exposure to just the ways of women and how the ways of women reveal themselves, he might have been able to detect a little bit in Bethesda. But Bethesda is a really good actress in terms of the character that she's playing. She's a character in terms of Bethesda, her name and her narrative history, but she's also Bethesda trying to play a role with Viktor. So she's operating with two personalities. She's operating in dual roles. She has to make sure that she keeps both of them straight. The one that he doesn't know about and the one that she's trying to show him who she is. And so there's a little bit of a kind of conflict in between them. You know, he's sort of resistant to this idea, and she's still kind of pulling at him, but not so much. You know, she's keeping her cool. But it's kind of like this still sort of engaging dialogue about how this is not easy for him and how he's never done this before. And then they are having a conversation. That face says a lot about that face, you know, because we know that she's the one who has set him up. That face is so inviting, engaging, but it's scary too. It almost reminds you of a snake. That she is keeping a very tight lip about herself, so much to the point that we have to remember who she is. Now, we don't know who she is at this point in the film. We don't know that she's setting him up. And so we may be more intrigued by her eyes, by her hair, by her lips, by her face overall. But once we get to the end of the movie and we rewatch this and come to this scene, it's scary. It sort of sends shivers up the spine, because we were sitting at the table with the snake and didn't even know it, right? And that's how assassins do. You know, they tend to snake their way into the lives of their targets, right, to figure out how they're going to take them out, and then they snake their way out. And that's essentially what she's doing here. She's putting on the face that is necessary to garner any kind of emotion from Viktor, continue to get him off guard, or sort of encourage him to let down his guard. And remember, it reminds me of Samson and Delilah, to the point that when she strikes, and it is very shocking at the end of the movie, when she strikes, he just never sees it coming. And so they get into a kiss, which is kind of passionate for them. And it says a lot about her being able to kiss him. And, you know, she doesn't go through the same conflict that he goes through in the movie. When he finds out that she's pregnant, and he's trying to decide if he wants to stay in a relationship. Even prior to that, he's conflicted, but she's not conflicted at all. She makes him fall in love with her, but she holds herself back from falling in love with him. And so they're in bed together. Again, there's that lighter environment. sort of that peaceful environment. He looks at her lovingly, and he looks at her back. And these are frames from the beginning of the movie. And again, he doesn't know that he has contributed to many of the scars on her back, if not directly, but definitely indirectly, considering that he is or he was the mob enforcer. And so she's lying in the bed, sleep. And it's interesting. I don't know how she can sleep with herself, knowing that she is setting this man up. I don't know how she can make love to him. I don't know how she can engage in a relationship with him, but she assigned it to herself. This is her assignment, and part of the assignment is continuing to learn about him and knowing his ways that she can come in from the back, from the side, in the same way that Viktor comes in from the back, from the side, from the neck. She's doing the same thing. Developing a relationship with him, letting him fall in love with her. You see on the frame here, this is 6 months later, and this is her assignment. He is her assassination target, and he is her assignment. And so any way that she can come in after him, and I don't know how she thought she was going to complete this task, but you always make adjustments when necessary. In the same way that Viktor didn't think he was going to have to rescue Bethesda while he was sitting in a restaurant, he had to make an adjustment. And so he's conflicted. He's looking at her, sitting and observing her. She's asleep. And he's not tossing and turning in the bed, but he is tossing and turning in his mind and possibly in his heart. And so, again, he's very conflicted about what he should do going forward. And Viktor is looking at the two glasses. One is empty and the other is not. And I want to talk a little bit about her patience for a minute, because when she senses that Viktor is pulling away, she says to him, "You don't love me." And she also says, "I don't think you know how to love." And then he turns around and says, "I don't want you to go." And then she basically says, "Give me a reason to stay." And with that dialogue, I think it's very interesting that Viktor is pulled in emotionally into one of these types of conversations that women have when they are trying to nag a man to love them. And maybe nag is too strong of a word, but I've at my age now, in my 40s, I'm 46. When you sense today a person who is not interested in loving you or wanting to stay with you, I think you should let that person go, because I feel like if the person really wanted to be with you, they would make the effort. You wouldn't have to pull at them to be with you. But remember, this is all an act. And so she knows the ways of men, and she knows how to sort of put on the fake waterworks, right, in order to get him to change his mind. It's something that nothing really prompts him to think. He looks at the two glasses, of course, and we get to see the two glasses. But immediately, a woman would understand that one of those glasses that is half full should tell you that either she's just not a drinker, or there is something else that is going on with her. But I thought an image of those two glasses was interesting to take to use as a screenshot, because it automatically calls attention to women that she may be pregnant. And so they are sitting at the table. And this is where She's saying that he doesn't know how to love. You don't love me. And he's saying, I don't want you to go. Give me a reason to stay. And, that kind of middle part of the relationship where it's about to turn into something else long term. And I don't know where this is. We get an indication that 6 months later, but I don't know if this is before the 6 months or after the 6 months, but we just have to assume that it's after the 6 months. So they engage each other. He looks at her lovingly. And then this is where he sees the pregnancy test. Of course, he's going to be shocked that she's pregnant. So even before she became pregnant, he was already conflicted about his relationship with her, or him engaging in a relationship, especially as an assassin. But the pregnancy test is what now sends him into an even greater crisis mode, right? And so then he responds. He is conflicted. Is actually a bothersome idea, because it's a lot that you have planned your life to be one thing, and then it shifts, and it's voluntarily, in a sense that you know what it takes to produce a baby, but it's involuntarily because you didn't plan to be pregnant. You didn't plan to be a father. And he doesn't know what being a father is, because he really didn't have a true father figure. I mean, a true father in his real father. He only had a father figure who then turned around and betrayed him and tried to kill him. So there's so much that is going on in him standing in this shower and thinking about his narrative history and whether or not he is capable or even ready to be a father to a child, let alone be a relationship partner to a woman. And so we see him continually conflicted by this idea. And then this is where he does what he does. He goes and finds the gun and points it to her head. She never wakes up. She never wakes up. And I wonder, every time she's sleeping in his bed, I wonder if she's really awake. I really do wonder that. But she never wakes up, and he aims the gun at her head. Now remember, he's not going to be able to shoot her. There's too much love now on his part, and too much of relationship investment on his part to shoot her. Whereas in the beginning, when she was a child and he was pulling back the trigger, he couldn't shoot her because Sergei came in and stopped him. And we wouldn't be having this conversation, having this discussion, or we wouldn't see him shooting his gun had he shot her or had Sergei not stopped him. So we almost have to blame Sergei for stopping a process, because now he's going to reap the consequences of that decision, or that involuntary decision to not be able to shoot her or kill her. And so, the interesting thing that he could go and find a gun to shoot her is there was no resistance on his part. Just because he's not going to shoot her doesn't mean that we can say, oh, well, he resists the temptation. I think actually the temptation would have been not to take the gun out in the first place. If there was nothing on the inside of him that basically said, I don't want to do that. Maybe I need to talk to her. Maybe I need to break up with her or something like that. But I don't want to sort of equate her in the same way as the other assassination targets I have killed. And when he pulls out a gun to shoot, to aim it to her head, he's basically equating her. And the irony is thick, not even realizing that she is actually one of them. But he's equating her to all of the other people that he has set as the targets, set as assassination targets and actually killed. And so the gun that he's pulled out says a lot. It says a lot that he didn't even risk the temptation of pulling it out in the first place. And maybe he's on autopilot, maybe he's on auto drive or something like that. But the time he had spent with her, the fact that he has this child on the way, should have been something that he said, okay, I don't want to do that. I don't want to pull a gun out on her. And she's sleeping quietly. And he goes somewhere and he thinks about the situation, right? He goes and cries, and he can't leave this situation. Remember, when he was leaving his parents' house and going down there to Sergei, he made a choice to leave. This situation, he feels almost powerless. He can't leave this situation. And it has gone way beyond conflicted or feeling conflicted. He has now resolved in himself that this is going to be my life, because he can't kill her, right? And he hasn't hugged her yet until he comes back from attempting to kill the journalist. But he's now resigned to the idea that there's no turning back, right? She's a woman. I love this woman. She's pregnant. We're going to have a child together. And the thought of me becoming a father is scary, especially when my hands have been filled with bloodshed, has caused bloodshed. And now I'm going to hold a baby, right? And that's a lot that's going on in his head that we have to assume, because he doesn't talk out the dialogue. We are kind of set back in this narrative because the writer-director doesn't allow him to speak during this sequence. He's not speaking during this sequence, so we can't get any insight into what he's really thinking. So we just have to assume, and assumptions are not always good. It will be better for him to speak. However, the visual images of him being conflicted and scared and wondering if he will be the right person, etc., whatever, are still sufficient. So he's standing and looking at her as she sleeps, because he's about to leave and go out and meet the journalist. And so we get this image of the journalist. She has a baby. There's sort of like a baby bed and everything. She was holding the baby. And so she's here holding the baby, right? And she is the reporter that the second mob boss wants Viktor to kill. And he said he doesn't need it to be accidental. He just wants to send a message. So she's looking at the computer. It's nighttime, of course, and she's researching her target. Her target is that second mob boss, right? And in some ways, she's trying to assassinate his reputation. Okay, and remember, the interviewer has a reputation that's kind of disgraced, and he's using Viktor as an interviewing tool to sort of regain his reputation. And so here's the guy who is that second mob boss that she is going to write about. And Viktor is holding a gun to her head. He's looking at the screen. And it is here where he is telling her to leave tonight. Don't come back. She's dead. She's essentially dead. So this is where Viktor has decided, from the mindset of an outsider now, that he's not going to kill this woman. So the assignment that the second boss gave him to do, he's going to abandon that assignment. He's not going to do it. And maybe on some level, he's sort of helping the woman get out of town in the same way that Sergei initially helped him when he was a child after shooting Bethesda's parents, right? Either way, his narrative has shifted so much to the point that he is now letting people go. That whoever was an assassination target from the beginning of his thinking, that person is no longer that. And so he's telling her that she has to leave tonight. And she's telling her, and Um, and what really moves him is the fact that he sees the baby, or he knows the baby is there in the crib. So then, once he tells the journalist to leave tonight, don't come back, and that she's essentially dead, she leaves. And then he comes home and he puts the gun in the drawer, right? And then he feels the baby belly, her belly, Bethesda's baby. So when he's putting the gun in the drawer, this gun has been in the drawer the whole time. And that's why I said I wonder why Bethesda never got the gun out to shoot him then. Because whether he is afraid, or I'm sorry, whether he is shocked in this apartment or whether he is shocked in that other apartment with the interviewer, it doesn't matter. He's shocked. And so all that time that she had to take him out, she could have taken him out. So, of course, this has a lot to do with the writer-director plotting this out, plotting out his setback, because in meeting Bethesda, it really is a setback for him. But it has a lot to do with how the writer-director is plotting it out. It has a lot to do with how even Bethesda is plotting out her assassination target, right? She is no different than what she is doing to Viktor, the same thing he has done to other assassination targets. Plan out his own patience, plan out his own tolerance, plan out his own strategies, right? So putting the gun in the drawer, however, I feel like it is Viktor's decision to now kind of put this whole ordeal to bed, maybe. He's never going to let go of a gun, as anybody would attest. But this may be his way of kind of letting go of this whole idea of mob enforcing, right? Closing the book on it. The same book that you see trafficking close when he looks at the pictures and then he puts the pictures, the photographs into the book, and then he closes the book. We don't know for certain if he's going to do that, but the fact that he let somebody go, that person was supposed to be an assassination target, informs us or suggests and or implies that he's ready to let this go. So he lays in the bed with her, lies down in the bed with her, kisses her from the back, and then puts his hand on the belly. And so now he is actually invested in this idea of becoming a father, right? This is his unborn child. This is the woman that he loves. And so this is going to be his life. And so now it's time to let go of anything that might get in the way of that. So now that the writer-director has unpacked all of those decisions that Viktor has made, using Viktor as a character to talk about his narrative history, the twists and turns, the betrayals, meeting Bethesda, falling in love with her, saving her, rescuing her, and almost her rescuing him. The interviewer is asking him about whether or not he will become a good father, his relationship with Bethesda. He's basically saying, we don't have a plan, or he doesn't have a plan, but we'll work this out together. And then the interviewer asks, what kind of father do you think you will be? He said, a strong, good one, right? And you almost have to wonder the fact that he's interested in becoming this, that maybe this has been his goal the whole time, of family. But before he can really enjoy this whole idea of becoming a father and being with Bethesda and becoming a family, he has one more goal he needs to complete. He has been found out. He has been discovered. Now, he doesn't know it is Bethesda who has ratted him out. And interestingly enough, he was looking for Rafa, the snitch, to give to the second mob boss in order to get in to a new system, when it was also Bethesda who ratted him out, who was a snitch on his behalf. And so this is their discussion going back and forth about him becoming a father, having a family, etc. And so this is where he's been discovered. The men are going to come to this location. We don't know yet by whom, but we do know that he's going to have to sort of eliminate his enemies. If he's going to move forward with Bethesda, he's got to do it. And so we have this enemy who is maxed. We're going to find out who the person is. But this is a person who is willing and able and capable to take down Viktor. And Viktor takes him down. So Viktor knew that he was exposed. Now, we don't get how Viktor knew. Interestingly enough, I didn't think about it until I got to this particular frame. We don't know how he found out that he was found out or discovered. Regardless, we are forced to skip along with the character and then just try to piece it together later. So he takes tools of the enemy, right, to listen in on anyone who may be speaking. And that basically gives him instructions, because remember, he's in a setback right now. Even if he knew that they were coming, he's still in a setback. And so he's going to need instructions to get out of this particular setback. So now that we have Caesar, one of his childhood friends, right? Caesar was sent to kill Viktor, and they are in conversation. And so this is 20 years later, Viktor recounts. And Viktor is asking him, how did you find me? And Caesar goes into multiple conversations, right? He talks about Marku. He talks about, different, he talks about trafficking. He talks about all different types of conversations, right? But basically, how did you find me? And so they engage in their own conversation, of course, because he's not going to necessarily shoot Caesar so quickly as he would anyone else, because he has to find that information. He has to gather intel, right? And so talking to Caesar and having a conversation with him is going to get him that. Plus, it's a reunion. It is symbolic of a reunion. I mean, you see somebody you haven't seen in so many years, you want to know what's going on with them, even if you know you're about to kill them. And so Viktor looks at him with that kind of sort of stare that he gives, half blank face, half focused. And I thought this angle was interesting in terms of consideration, because it's almost like a fourth wall is breaking, that the two men are having a discussion, and then the camera is having a discussion in terms of taking the shots, right? The close-up shots. But it's almost like we are entering this conversation too, the breaking of the fourth wall to kind of see what's going on. You could also look at it as possibly a mob boss having a sort of zoomed in view, or zoomed out view of their discussion as well. And you can look at it as maybe security, taking time to really listen in on what's being discussed. So we have Viktor pointing the gun at Caesar. Remember, this is his childhood friend, and it has come to this, that he is pointing the gun at Caesar. But before this happens, before Viktor finally shoots Caesar, Caesar tells him that Trafficant knows that he is alive, knows that Viktor is alive, and that Caesar is the only one who knows that Viktor is alive. And he also makes also puts forth the same idea that Sergei suggested or said, that he had no choice, he didn't want to do it. And then he says to Viktor, we're brothers. Um, but he also says something that is a little contrary. Same old Viktor, never know when to back down. And it has some of the same elements of speak that Sergei was basically suggesting, that Viktor has no attachment, and that he's just, the type of person who's going to get it done. And so Caesar is essentially saying the exact same thing, that same old Viktor, never know when to back down. But how is it that how does Caesar expect Viktor to back down from an attempted kill? You expect Viktor to just take it and, take being betrayed, take being assassinated? Is that what you're suggesting? Because if you cared about Viktor in the same way that Sergei said, suggested that he cared about Viktor, why didn't you come with your regular face and not a mask? Why didn't you come with your regular dress, your regular garb, not as an assassin? Warn Viktor and say, trafficking knows that you are alive. I'm the only one who knows that you are alive. Let's try to get you out of town. So no one has any sort of loyalty to Viktor. If you care about him so much, you're calling him your brother, but you have come to kill him, right? It's sort of like that Cain and Abel. I'm really here for you, but I'm actually going to kill you under the sun, right? And so Viktor makes an interesting point, that he says that he could have killed Trafficking anytime. Even when Trafficking sent Sergei to kill Viktor, he could have killed him anytime. Viktor says, I chose not to kill Trafficking out of loyalty. That's why I didn't kill him. It wasn't that I was afraid. I didn't leave the country because I was afraid. I chose not to kill him out of loyalty. So then you have to think about Viktor's statement. So he had more loyalty to Trafficking to not kill him than any loyalty to Sergei in killing him, right? Because he could have said to Sergei in that moment, let's run away together. Let's flee the country together so I don't have to kill you, right? But, Viktor is suggesting the same thing that Caesar and Sergei suggested. I had no other choice. I had to do it. I didn't want to do it, but I had to do it. So he's going to eventually kill him here. And so he shoots him. And this is a childhood friend, the same person that he was playing with rocks in the courtyard, the exact same person. It's interesting too that when they were playing in the courtyard and the two bullies came after Viktor, none of the friends stepped in to try to fight the other bullies. Now, once you are triggered in certain environments and you've been bullied multiple times, it is hard to fight, right? But no one valued Viktor enough, because it still would have been 4-on-2. Even though those were big guys, it still would have been 4-on-2. Somebody could have picked up something to knock them out, but nobody valued Viktor enough to jump to his defense, in the same way that no one valued Viktor enough in his own family to cover him and help him, right? In the same way that Sergei didn't value Viktor enough to say, I can't kill him. I'd rather die myself, or I'd rather flee the country. And in the same way that Caesar, who's calling Viktor his brother, didn't value Viktor enough to say, I can't kill him. See, all these people, they make all of these different statements, but they don't back up their own statements. They're not even really loyal to their own statements. So I thought it was interesting that Viktor said, I chose not to kill Trafficking out of loyalty. And it has been this way for many years, for however long he has been in this other country. It's been that way. So he's forced to return back to his country, uh, Bucharest, Romania. So he returns, and this is where he's going to see Marco. He's coming through a door. Now, this door is different from the door that he left out of when he was younger. He's coming now, 20 years later, as an adult. And he has had such a narrative history prior to coming through this door. If you think about once he opens this door, and we've already had exposure to what he was as a child and what he revealed to the interviewer and to the viewing audience. And if you look at sort of like this front part of him, but envision the back of him and all of those steps from the back, right? All of those experiences, the whole narrative history, and all that suggests, what is behind him. It's not like he's walking away from it now in this sense. It's just that he has to return home to settle old business. He has no other choice but to reveal himself. Otherwise, he would have stayed wherever he was, and he would have continued to operate with the kind of standards he was operating with in terms of loyalty. He's had loyalty to all these people, but they haven't had loyalty to him. So him coming through this door is coming back to his past, but also the narrative history that is in back of him, that is also connected to his childhood, but also connected to everything he has done up until the age you see him now. So he goes into his old apartment, and I think this might be his bedroom. I'm not quite sure, but this is the way it looks. It's interesting to me how we have to assume that this is a different landlord and not the mob system that controls this apartment complex, these projects. But it's always very interesting to me how the mob, criminal elements, gangs, hoods, all that, they have a way of trying to control the area, but they won't keep the area up. They won't keep the area up. They won't keep the buildings up, but they want to own it and own you at the same time. So I'm quite sure that a lot of memories are sort of flooding his mind right now, his childhood, the many doors that he had to go in and out of, right? And so now he's going to see Marco. And we get an idea of Marco. And remember, Cesar was suggesting in his speech to Viktor that you either be the motherfucker or you get motherfucked, like Marco. And Marco is motherfucked in a sense that he could have chosen to become a mob enforcer, but he didn't, and he chose the life that he's in right now. And so look at how he looks, look at how he is. He's not anywhere advanced as we are as mob enforcers, right? He talks about his weight, he talks about how he looks, how bad he looks, etc. So Marco is coming in, and he's one of the childhood friends who was out there on the courtyard. So they basically have a conversation, and Viktor is asking about his mother, and he asks, "Where is she?" And Marco says, "I'm sorry. About a year later, she had died." And then he talks about the two bullies that they all grew up with, and how they took over when Viktor left, and then Viktor actually kills them. So we see some emotion in him when Marco tells Viktor about the death of his mother, how she passed about a year after he left when he was a child. So there is some it's the same kind of, probably the same kind of emotion that you saw when he was forced to kill Sergei. When he realizes that Sergei is going to kill him and that he was sent to kill him. And so it's that same kind of emotion. No real tear coming down his face in the same way that it came down when he was talking to Sergey, but there's emotion nonetheless. And so there's a kindness that he shows to Marku. He trusts Marku. It's interesting enough, if he ever did decide to have his own mob business, I'm quite sure that he would trust Marku. But there is a kindness to him in terms of looking at him, holding his face, and then he's going to have to leave. So he takes his gun, and we haven't really seen him use his gun in a while, and he's going to now go and shoot the bullies who used to bully him. And so they are in this room. He shoots them, and then we see the back of him, and he's actually entering the restaurant to visit with Trafficant. And so he's going through a door. He's going into this cafe rather, and the back of him we know what he has just done, right? But this back of him still says a lot about where he has been as well. So entering this cafe comes with a purpose, and he says something to Trafficant about Franco. Franco is still alive. Whether he stays that way is up to him. Trafficant is a father. And so we don't know that Viktor has kidnapped Franco. We don't get that storyline. We only get the statement that Viktor makes to Trafficant at the table, that Franco is alive, and whether he stays that way, it is up to you. So Trafficant here is that former boss who found out that he was still alive from Alexei, and then Alexei is the one who got the information from Bethesda that we will find out much later. So they are having their conversation, and Viktor is essentially asking, how did you find out? And Trafficant is saying, I'm surprised. Surprises you the kind of reach that we have. And he talks about how Alexei is working for Interpol, and basically he's the one who kind of discovers that Viktor is still alive. So they continue to have their conversation, especially about Franco, and Trafficant here is saying that Viktor was more like a son to him than Franco. And he's basically appealing to Viktor in like a father-son way, but it's also an act as well, because if he was much more like a son to him, why send someone to kill him? Why send Caesar to kill Viktor? If Viktor was more like a son to him than his own son, Franco, then why send someone to kill him? But he does go into detail about how Franco was weak and lacked any discipline, and he didn't have strength. And Franco is no different than the guy that we see with the second boss man, Kovacs, the second lieutenant. He's exactly the same way: weak, lacks any real discipline, no real strength. And so Trafficant is saying that we share the same kind of. He's basically suggesting that Viktor and Trafficant here, they both share the same kind of will, if you will, same kind of loyalty, same kind of strength, same kind of discipline. And Trafficant is saying, let's bury the past, and Viktor is saying, okay, what about the hit? And the hit is canceled. And Trafficant is saying, well, I always knew you were special, stone cold. And he makes a point about Sergey being just a foot soldier. He does what he is told. That Viktor is more of a thinker versus a doer, whereas Sergey is more of a doer versus a thinker. And you kind of see that when you see Sergey And even his attempt to wear a suit and look important, he's still much more of a doer than he is a thinker. And that's why Viktor was asking, so how did you get Sergey to do it, right? He's the one that brought Viktor up, raised him up. So how were you able to get Sergey to do it? And it's Trafficking who basically says that Sergey was no different than a foot soldier. And so Viktor, you know, as much as you know someone is full of crap and that they're lying and you can't trust them, there's a part of you that still throws off this kind of look. Like part of you kind of believes what they're saying, but part of you wants to give off this face that you don't believe what they're saying, right? And so here, there's some anger behind his eyes. There's some anger in even his cheekbones, even in his ears. And Traffickant's soft words are getting to him, but he has to force himself to remember that he's sitting in this seat simply because Trafficking is the one who sends Caesar to kill him. And so he has to put on the type of face that is still stone cold, stone faced, so he can get the job done. Now, here he is not under an assignment to kill Trafficking. He has to put himself under assignment. And when he does kill Trafficking under the table, that's the outsider. That's the word enough that he uses in the kitchen that is still perpetuating itself and shifting the narrative and shifting and creating a whole narrative history for himself that he just doesn't want to participate anymore in this mob business. And this is the lighter. So, and it's, I think, the lighter from Franco. And it's essentially the same type of lighter that Sergey sends Viktor's mother in the envelope with the money, basically telling her that her husband is dead. And this lighter is no different. He says to Trafficant that he will stay alive, and it's up to him. But I'm assuming that if he took the lighter from Franco, that means that Franco is actually really dead. So we have the gun come out, and Viktor is about to shoot him. And Viktor actually does shoot Trafficant, which is shocking to him. And Trafficant, just before he is shot, he's saying one cannot change one's nature. And that's a counter argument to Viktor, who now wants to, who has framed himself as an outsider and actually wants to exit the business. So it's almost like Trafficant discerned something in Viktor that wanted to be out, that wanted to get out. But in making the statement, one cannot change one's nature, Trafficant is basically suggesting you can't get out, right? You can't get out. And so who is the one who proves out in the end? You know, it's kind of hard to say, because even though Viktor kills the interviewer, but Bethesda kills Viktor, and so we don't really know in the end what he would have become, especially if he ever would have become a good father or a good family man. So he kills him with real intent here, and keeps his eye on him, and then he leaves. So Trafficking is sitting there shocked. Viktor gets up and walks out. And then there's a cut to Alexei. Alexei, remember, is one of his childhood friends as well. And so Alexei is the one who works for Interpol. He's the one who received the video feed from Bethesda. And Alexei decides to give that over to Trafficking as a way for him to get out, as a way for he said that I could sell you to buy my way out. I could sell you, Viktor, to buy my way out. So Viktor tells him here to use his left hand because it's not his dominant hand, right? And then he talks about how he sold him to trafficking, and he's also making the exact same statement that Sergey and Cesar made, that I didn't want to, I hated it, but I figure I could sell you to buy my way out. You know, trafficking is the only one of the whole group who doesn't say I didn't have a choice, that I didn't want to do it. I had no choice. I had to do it, right? Trafficking isn't the one who says this, but it is Sergey, it's Cesar, Alexei. These are the three people who are saying I had no other choice. Even Bethesda at the end says, she doesn't even say I didn't have a choice. I didn't want to do it. I hated to do it. She doesn't even say that. So Bethesda and trafficking are somewhat the same in their character. So Viktor is basically going to allow Alexei to leave because he looks at the picture of his family and his wife and kids, and so he wants to let him live. Now remember, this is the same Viktor who let the journalist live. That he cares so much about the journalist and her willingness to parent her own child that he was willing to let her go. And it would have been interesting if all of the other people around him did him the exact same way, right? But they didn't. And so knowing that he has a family and knowing that he has a narrative history with Bethesda and a possible narrative future with her, he lets Alexei go, right? And he says essentially, if I have to come back here, I will kill you. So here's the picture of Alexei and his family, his wife with the child, and then there's a cut back to the interview. And so we are now finishing the interview, and they have their conversation. Then Viktor is going to get up and give the interviewer the ring and then bring back Bethesda. So the face that you get here with Viktor for an interview that likely lasted a couple hours, his face is still clear. His face is still focused. His face is one of real, it looks like sincere intent. But like the interviewer, he doesn't know he's about to die. The interviewer doesn't know he's about to die. Viktor doesn't know he's about to die. The only person who knows each of these characters is about to die is Bethesda. So the interview is finished. Looks like it is productive. The interviewer is smiling. Looks like he might have the type of interview that's going to bring back his reputation from being disgraced. And we don't know why he is disgraced. I mentioned this at the beginning of this film analysis, but we know enough to know that he seems to be satisfied with the interview. He seems to be willing to move forward. And so Viktor gets up and gives the man the ring, and the interviewer knows that ring. That is an identification in the same way that it was an identification on his brother's hand, and it was noticeable. It is an identification in his hand right now, that it's going to, holding that ring is holding narrative history without even saying anything. Viktor didn't even have to say, I got your brother's ring, I killed your brother. In the same way that the lighter that Sergey puts in an envelope for Viktor's mother and the lighter that Viktor puts on the table for trafficking, it's already understood that I got the lighter, I got the ring, your family member is dead. right? So he's looking at this ring, he's observing it, and then it's going to spook him. And so he understands that what that ring possibly means, which shows the fear in his face and in his eyes and in his mouth. And then Viktor and Bethesda come through the door or come into the apartment. And so he's holding a gun. Now, he's been holding a gun. He had a gun in the ankle, then he pulled out the gun while he was in a car. And so he's been holding his gun. Now, we don't know if the gun is loaded, because remember, he woke up in this place. But it's like Viktor and Bethesda have come to a party. You know, she's dressed for the occasion. She has the necklace on, she has on a fancy dress, and the scars in her back. And so he's asking about the ring, holding them sort of hostage, right? We see the scars on her back, and he's asking about the ring and where did you get the ring? And Viktor is basically going to what he asks, did you kill my brother? And he did. And so Viktor takes his, it's interesting, Viktor takes his position behind Bethesda. He's walking behind her, and Bethesda is looking directly at him. So now she's conducting the meeting. The interviewer thought he was in charge, and then Viktor thought all this time that he was in charge. But Bethesda has been the real person, the real culprit who has been in charge. So now that Bethesda is actually in charge, and I forgot to mention in the previous frame that when Viktor walks behind her, he gives the gun that belonged to the interviewer to Bethesda. And so he walks behind her, and she goes and sits on the couch, and she begins to facilitate a discussion with the interviewer. And she tells her narrative history in the form of a parable, essentially. And what she talks about is she talks about this cruel king who ruled his domain, and the farmer owed a debt to the king, but he didn't have anything to pay. He didn't have any money to pay the king. So the king decided to take his two precious daughters as payment. The farmer tried to get in the way, intervene, and try to refuse, but the king killed the farmer. And the two girls were instantly put to work, and that was essentially put to service for the sexual appetites of men. They were both 10, or they were around that age of 10 years old. She was 10, and I don't know what age her sister was. And she's talking about that the sisters were two different types of sisters. One was weak, one was strong. And the weak one, her sister, could not withstand the sexual appetites of men, but she was. And she labels herself as strong, as being able to learn the ways of men. And so she was able to endure, and she makes a note of saying why he's here, and that it was all an illusion to get him to trip up so that she could be the one to take it all away. And the interesting thing is Viktor doesn't really detect or even really consider that the parable about her that she is facilitating and discussing relates also to him. That he wasn't a king, but he was a person who took away her family, because Viktor is the one who shoots. He's the one who shoots her mother and her father. And when she's talking to this interviewer, she's basically kind of labeling him as a king, but that's only because he represents the client. And so part of this larger mob system. So this parable, this narrative history, this is where we get her narrative history. It's told in the form of a parable, and then she reveals herself. So it's interesting how the mob enforcer who started out as a child isn't able to recognize the woman who was a child uh, when he first met her. And he is standing between the product and the client. And he is the mob enforcer that is between them both. And it's interesting, this image of a mob enforcer who started out as a child in a big t-shirt, who is now wearing a suit with a collared shirt, and is in love with the woman whose family he killed, and supports a system that sort of praises the client, right? So she gets into the parable, she talks about it, she in some ways she's putting her hands behind her neck, but I think it's her way of holding on to her scars to kind of push her forward. Because when you are confronted with the person who hurt you as a child when you were 10, when she says, "I'm surprised you don't remember me. I'm surprised that you don't remember me, but I was only 10." That he was one of the people that she had to endure as a child, his sexual appetite. But I think when she puts her hand behind her neck, it's a way for her to kind of control her emotions so that she can get out what she needs to get out, hold on to her scars or remember her scars, because she knows those scars are at the back of her, and just say what it is she needs to say before Viktor shoots him. So here are her scars, right? And he's looking at her, he's listening to her, and he's still very confused about the whole situation because he's holding on to this ring. He knows his brother is dead, but he's holding on to this ring as if one thing doesn't have, that the person who is sitting before him, whose sexual appetite he sort of expressed or projected onto her, is confusing to him. It's almost like he has cognitive dissonance, that he did a deed so many years ago, but he has distanced himself so far from it that it makes no sense that the person that he raped as a child is now sitting before him and explaining her narrative history. It's like, why do you want to tell me that now? Why didn't you tell me that when you were 10? But of course she couldn't tell him that because she was the product, and she had to act like a product, and she had to learn the dictates of men, the ways of men, and take it. And so he doesn't seem to understand, because he thought he was there. He had a goal in mind to revive his career, revive his reputation, and he wanted to use this interview with the hitman as a way to do that, not understanding the illogical aspect of interviewing a hitman. It doesn't even make any sense to do that, because then he would have to bring himself out of the shadows. It's not like the person was formerly in prison as maybe a murderer, and then you decided that you wanted to interview him, right? If he's a hitman, he's going to be a hitman. It's not like, the title of the movie is not Interview with a Former Hitman. And no hitman would really come to light, would never really come to the forefront and reveal to people that he was a hitman. So he was so blinded by his desire to revive his career and bring himself out of this, disgraced social position, economic position, that he just missed completely the obvious, right? But he's holding this ring as if one thing doesn't have anything to do with the other. He doesn't really understand her purpose and why she's here and what it relates to, and how she was the woman as a 10-year-old that he raped. So he looks back at Viktor, because that's what male energy does. It's trying to understand, why do you have me here doing this? Why am I entertaining this woman? He's not saying as much, but it's like I don't understand what's going on, because he's still stuck in the interview. He's still stuck in his original purpose for why he decided to do an interview, and he can't make sense of the fact that that the narrative is shifting on him, and that whatever narrative he put in his head to justify many of the decisions that he made, it no longer suits him, and actually his narrative history is now confronting her narrative history. Their worlds are colliding. They met each other when she was 10 years old and however old he was, and now their worlds, their narrative histories are colliding, and it's like he is doesn't make any sense right for him. And so Viktor is preparing to do what he does, which is he's going to assassinate him. She is finishing her story. And right now he is pleading for some kind of mercy, you know, because again, when you get to a certain age and you start to feel your mortality, whatever you've done in your 20s and 30s, you just don't feel like it should matter now that you're in your 50s and your 60s. But those decisions, they come to haunt you. They catch up with you. She was 10. So many years later, if she's, let's say she's 18, 19, 20. Well, it took 10 years later for it to catch up. 10 years on his time, 10 years on her time, right? And so those decisions, whether you like it or not, whether you try to distance yourself from them or not, they're still going to come back and haunt you in the same way that the consequence of Viktor killing her family members is now going to haunt him as well. And so he gets ready to pull out his gun. And just before that, she says again that it was all an illusion to get you to trip up, so that you can see it was me who took it all away. And then Viktor shoots him. She looks at him on the ground. I think she is moved by it. I don't think there's real happiness for it. I think it's just the completion of the setup, the completion of one part of the setup, and it's that part that is done, right? And remember, she's still holding the gun that Viktor gave her from the interviewer, and maybe he just didn't think about it or whatever. And you wonder, why didn't she shoot the man who hurt her all those years ago? But she got Viktor to do it. Viktor is actually unsettled about it. For the first time, we see a person who has just shot someone else actually be bothered by it, except for when he was with Sergei, but that's a different type of Sergei wasn't an assassination target. Sergei was a betrayer that he had to eliminate, that he was forced to eliminate. The interviewer was considered an assassination target, and not so much for Viktor, but mainly for Bethesda. But because he loves Bethesda, the interviewer became an assassination target for Viktor. So he goes and sits back down on the couch. He didn't really know what she was up to, of course, because after all, it just seems like, the task is done. He thought it was all about that task to kill the interviewer, set him up and kill him. But when she raises the gun, he's actually shocked. And she came dressed well for it, hair and all, with the necklace, like she was going to a fancy event. So she holds the gun, holds him at gunpoint, and then she goes into her speech with him. So she shoots him, and she's very careful in how she says her words. She doesn't yell. She doesn't talk fast. She just says what she needs to say, and basically tells him first, don't die yet, right? So then she asks, why go to all these lengths? And then to make you fall in love with me, to have a life together, the pain. And then she reveals she's the one who sold him to traffic him. So that kitchen fight scene that we see that was a setup, right? And then she talks about how it's a boy, your boy, the boy you've always dreamed of. When he grows up, he will despise you. And she makes a statement that Sergey made, that sometimes a simple bullet is not enough. So the very thing that Sergey told Viktor about the guy that they were holding hostage and bringing that woman in who had the hood on her head is the same thing that she's saying. Because remember, she learned the ways of men. So he's looking at his wound. That wound says a lot. You know, how many wounds has he given to other people, and now he is actually wounded. But the wound is more than the bullet in the chest. The wound is in his heart as well. The wound is in his mind. The wound is in his own confusion. And in the same way that the interviewer is confused about the whole setup, Viktor is just as confused too. He's just as confused. And so she goes through her speech where she's talking about it and how she went through all these lengths. And she basically says that I didn't want you to miss out. And so this is where the flashback comes, where Alexei is receiving a package in the mail with a video, a CD or DVD, and he watches it. And this is Alexei here, who works for Interpol, who Viktor let go. And he's watching the scene that Viktor was in. And so she lying on the ground is part of, to me, is part of the whole ploy. That she wasn't as hurt as she made herself out to be. Remember when I said that little cut on her lip just seemed odd? Just one cut. All these men who are trying to attack her, and she only has that one cut. She don't even have handprints on her neck. And so this is Alexei watching Viktor fight the very man who had his hand around Bethesda's mouth. This is how he knew, and this is how he justifies selling Viktor out to get out of the game, the mob. And so then Trafficking receives that very video, right? Because Alexei is still part of the mob. And there you see Caesar, and Trafficking is going to send Caesar to kill Viktor. But we already know that Viktor kills Caesar. And then she finishes her speech. She basically finishes what she wanted him to know about the fact that she has a boy, and that the fact that she sold him out, and that to bring a man to his knees, a simple bullet is not enough. And so she's there's a flashback. Viktor is not having a flashback, but when she makes the statement that it's a boy, your boy, the boy you've always dreamed of, when he grows up, he will despise you, right? That it is the writer director who is inserting this as a pseudo flashback, right? That Viktor always had some kind of longing for something else. That as a boy, he gets up off the bed, he looks out the window, and he hopes. Now, he goes about it by becoming a mob enforcer and making a life-changing decision that is now going to catch up to him, meaning that he's going to be killed. But it is this boy here, the boyness of him, that she's going to raise, and that she's going to show him the video of the interview, and that and she's going to encourage him to despise Viktor. Viktor's going to be dead. However, to me, that is not as effective as a strategy. It would have been better to leave Viktor alive and keep the child away from him, and that be actually a way to sort of bring him to his knees, to the point that he can't have a relationship with his child. But I do understand what she is doing here. in terms of channeling the boy in him that wanted better, and connecting that to the boy in her belly that is going to grow up without his father. And so we have this juxtaposition of when he makes that decision, that initial decision to become a mob enforcer, to when he's holding her at gunpoint as a child. And this is her face that we see, same kind of hair coloring. That same girl that he was holding hostage is the same, holding at gunpoint and about to pull the trigger and was stopped by Sergei is the same girl who is standing before him now. So he finally gives in to his wound. He dies. And he is basically, he just dies. And so that very boy in him looks out the window hoping for better. The one who became something before his time, because if being a mob enforcer was the thing he was supposed to do, then he wouldn't have had to frame himself as an outsider. But sometimes you make decisions because you feel like you have to make certain types of decisions. So let's recap Viktor's setbacks, how the character's narrative history frames plot setbacks. Well, remember we looked at different narrative histories, and we're looking at how their narrative history helps us to sort of see how the plot is framed in terms of setbacks. So let's look at the narrative timelines. We have Viktor's childhood. Then we have Viktor's role as an enforcer from childhood to adulthood. Then we have Viktor's role as a lover as an adult. Viktor's flashbacks to childhood toxic family life. Viktor's role as a friend of a friendship group from childhood to adulthood. So they were friends on the in the courtyard, but they became enemies with the exception of Marku as adults 20 years later. And then Viktor's dual role as an enforcer. So he is a mob assassin, but he's also someone who confronts the mob system later after he has been betrayed, because once he is betrayed, he considers himself as an outsider. And so using that term with the second boss. Let's look at his assignments, and I call them task management. So Viktor is assigned and sent to collect money owed to the mafia. So that's his main job. Viktor is assigned to work a drug purchase with Franco, the son of trafficant, who kills the man they are making a deal with. Viktor is assigned to cover up the murder, not realizing that he's actually going to be killed himself, scapegoated and killed. Viktor is assigned to kill a British police officer by the second boss, who cannot be bought. He pours liquid nicotine into his coffee, inducing heart failure. Viktor is assigned to kill a female reporter writing an article about his mob boss, but he abandons that assignment and does not kill her and lets her go. And then Viktor is implicitly assigned to set up the interviewer by Bethesda, even though we don't know that it is Bethesda who is setting up the whole thing. So these are his different assignments. There are assignments that he gives himself, but I'm only looking at the assignments that he is expected to complete via instruction. So these are accumulation of Viktor's setbacks. So Viktor becomes an enforcer for Sergei as a child. So I'm using that as a setback because he's supposed to be in school. He's not supposed to be making decisions that are too big for him to make. Don't forget that larger t-shirt that he was wearing. And then when he comes back into the house and he's engaging with his father, or his father is engaging with him, he has on a child's t-shirt. Victor experiences a setback when Franco messes up a deal, leaving Trafficant to order Sergei to kill Victor instead of Franco. So even though Franco is the one who created the problem, he's not admonished. He's not reprimanded. He's not really scolded, right? Victor is the one who is scapegoated, which creates a betrayal on behalf of Sergei. Victor kills Sergei when Sergei attempts to kill Victor, but is unsuccessful. Instead, Victor kills Sergei, the man who raised him, leaving him to fake his death and leave Romania for London, England. So this is a setback for Victor because Sergei was his surrogate father. Sergei was the one who was his instructor, his teacher, everything that he felt like he needed and everything that Sergei felt like he needed, he was to Victor. Victor petitions to become an enforcer for another boss, but is set back when his second lieutenant tries to have the boss killed. So even though Victor is successful in killing that cop who won't be bought, the second lieutenant is the one who tries to have his own boss killed, which sets back Victor because then he could have joined the crew, the organization, but he decides not to because he can't take the risk. Victor meets Bethesda, drops his guard, falls in love, and is killed by the woman who, as a child, he held a gun to, and killed her family. So that's a setback for him because it is knowledge that he is not privy to. Had he been privy to that knowledge and recognized the girl, and she says, just like the interviewer, I'm not surprised that you don't recognize me because I was only 10. Well, in some ways, she was talking to Victor at the same time, that I'm not surprised you don't recognize me because I was only 10. So that's a setback for him because that's knowledge that he is not privy to, that is not revealed to him, and that he does not discern. Because had he discerned it, the very gun that he just shot the interviewer with, he would have shot Bethesda with. Victor straddles the roles of enforcer, as assassin, and moral dictator. So when he frames himself as an outsider because of that betrayal from Sergei, then he sort of becomes this moral dictator, fighting the men in the kitchen, in that restaurant, letting the reporter go, letting Alexei go. So now he's become sort of like a moral dictator. When he says enough to the men who are hurting Bethesda, he's trying to go by some sort of moral code. So let's look at the narrative history. So there are multiple narrative histories explored within the film. So we have Victor's narrative history, which goes back and forth in flashback mode. Then we have mob narrative history, meaning the things that they teach you how to do, which is prepare, eavesdrop, learn about your enemies, blend into the environment, don't miss, eliminate your enemy, right? Assassinate. So there's mob narrative history, and that mob narrative history also includes hierarchy. You have a mob boss, and then you have a first lieutenant or second lieutenant, then you have foot soldiers, right? You have the types of people that Trafficant says of Sergei, that they do what they're told. And then you have other people in places that you put, sort of like Alexei. Alexei works for Interpol, but he's also really connected to Trafficant because Trafficant at any time could have Alexei killed. So mob narrative history is explored in different ways, from the perceptions of different characters as well as the dialogue of characters. But narrative history also includes mob narrative history also includes betrayal and scapegoating and no consequences, and you can be killed at any time, right? That it is not as safe and protected and covered as you would think it would be, especially if you are doing much of the hard work in terms of assassinating targets. Women and young children narrative history. So the women are beaten, they are abused, they have no real voice. Only at the end of the film do we see women have a voice with Bethesda. As she recounts her narrative, she takes control of her own narrative history and recounts it before the interviewer and by default before Viktor, and then she solves her narrative history, the violence of it, by shooting Viktor, because Viktor was always the target. In many ways, Bethesda is the one who gets Viktor to kill everybody, essentially. Sergey, trafficking, all of them, even if some of the kills are not necessarily related, she's really the one controlling the whole narrative history of the film, the plot development, because we really wouldn't have the film without her setting things up. So young children are sold into service. Women can be sold into service, put to service for the sexual appetites of men. So they are product. And sure, you don't want to, sure, you might see her scarred in her back, but now we can answer that question, why she only had a little bit of a cut on her lip, because you don't want to scar your product's face. No one wants to have sex with someone whose face is beaten up, whose eye is punched out or something like that, right? You still want to maintain a product that is commercial, that is appealable, that is desirable. So women and young children narrative, the young children, the men, they are also put to service, not necessarily sexually as we might conclude, but they are put to service to, they learn how to shoot very early, and they learn how to shoot people and assassinate people very, very early. They usually have a mentor like Sergey to Viktor. So women and young children narrative history. Then the enforcer narrative history. So I put that in, I put the S in parentheses because I'm talking, I'm mainly discussing Viktor and how he starts out as a mob assassin, and then how he basically ends up as an outsider. But then you can look at Cesar's enforcer narrative history, that his narrative history is connected to Viktor in the courtyard, but his narrative history also extends to having to kill or be sent to kill Viktor as well. You can also look at the enforcer narrative history where where Viktor is supporting the larger system of mob and mafia and criminal activity and violence, but then has a change of heart when he's fighting the man in the kitchen, and he's taking him and he's hitting him from both the side and the back, as if he's coming to the mob in a sense, to coming from the side and the back, and from the neck as well. And then maybe the enforcer narrative history, where you have Sergey who must collect the money from people owed, and if he can't collect the money, he must kill them. So the enforcer narrative history, you can examine it from different viewpoints. And then the interviewer's narrative history. And so the interviewer does not at any point perceive his mortality. He comes to an interview, or he commissions an interview to try to get his life back, to get his reputation back, not knowing that it's really a trap, and that the person that he raped when she was 10 years old is the person that he's going to have to confront on his journey to death. So the interviewer narrative history has interesting implications. You know, Viktor doesn't really, quote unquote, interview Bethesda. You know, he is moved by the emotional aspect of her being attacked. And so he is operating from a place of emotion when he continues to engage her. And even when he's conflicted about developing a life with her and becoming a father to their unborn child, there's really still no interviewing. We don't see him interviewing the scars on her back, even though he's rubbing them, he's looking at them, and they remind him of the hand that he put on his mother's back, her scars, but there's no interviewing, there's no dialogue. There's only the dialogue of, this is hard for me, I've never had to do this, and her dialogue, you don't know how to love, and his dialogue, I don't want you to go. It's more along the lines of dialogue, which basically suggests that Viktor is missing something. He's missing the emotional capacity of himself to care about someone, to love someone. So he does an interview. Viktor interviews Caesar just before he kills him. Maybe a little bit of interviewing with Marku, maybe some interviewing with Alexei to figure out how they discovered he was alive and who sold him out and things like that. But the main interviewer is the one who's actually conducting the interview with Viktor, and everything else is basically sub-interviews. So let's look at Viktor's narrative history. So Viktor is raised in an abusive home. His father beats his mother. His father also owes money to Sergei, who later kills the father, leaving the mother some money and the lighter in an envelope. Viktor becomes an enforcer, faithful, loyal, supportive, skilled, and trusting. Viktor desires to escape his fate. Viktor never believes that the people he supports would betray him. Viktor changes his views on being an enforcer as well as the purpose of the mob and using a language outsider. Viktor struggles with loving Bethesda, finally letting down his guard to embrace her and their unborn child, but only realizing that she set him up to die. So that is a simple narrative history. There are some sub-examples for which you would need to rewatch the movie, but that's the base of his narrative history. So mob narrative history: never miss, blend into your environment, learn the secrets of your enemies, prepare, eavesdrop, infiltrate, eliminate. When necessary to bring a man to his knees, actually break him. A simple bullet is not enough. And then a long career ahead, because it is assumed that you can't get out. And Alexei thinking that he could send that video to Trafficking with the hopes of getting out, eventually Trafficking, if left alive, would have probably tried to kill Alexei, because you don't get out of this. And it is Sergei who says that Viktor has a long career ahead of him. So there's the expectation that you will die being a mob assassin. There's no way you can get out. That's why you hear Trafficking in the cafe said, you cannot change your nature. A man cannot change his nature, right? And so all he's basically doing is countering the ideals in Viktor's head about wanting to get out. Women, young children, narrative history. So Sergei says to Viktor's father regarding the money owed, if you don't get me my money, I'm going to put your wife to work. When Viktor shoots Bethesda's family, Sergei, Trafficking, and another man take the two young girls and put them to work. Bethesda, as an older woman speaking to the interviewer, talks about her sister not enduring the sexual appetites of men. Bethesda was able to endure the sexual appetites of men and learn the ways of men. And then this allows Bethesda to get her vengeance. So in the same way that Sergei taught Viktor to essentially gain intel on their enemy, Bethesda became who she needed to become in order to gain intel on Viktor, and as well as the larger mob system. So the enforcer narrative history. So Viktor's 2 out of 3 friends become enforcers. So Alexei and Caesar. Marku does not become an enforcer. His life is motherfucked, according to Caesar, because Marku is fat, overweight, married, and not purposeful, like being an enforcer brings. Viktor's bullies are also enforcers, but they must bow to Viktor, whom Viktor later kills. And he basically kills him 20 years later. And then there are no friendships. Caesar is sent by trafficking to track and kill Viktor, but he is unsuccessful because Viktor detects him and kills him instead. And we still don't know how Viktor found out that trafficking learned about him. It could be that, I don't know. I don't know how that came about. And it's hard to look at the implications of the movie other than to think maybe on some level, Bethesda revealed herself in terms of telling Viktor enough in order for him to be able to shoot the interviewer, and then maybe connecting that to somehow revealing that they know Viktor is alive. Other than that, I don't know how he learns that they have learned that he is alive. We know how they have learned it, but we don't know how he has learned it. So the interviewer's narrative history is reported through Bethesda, and at the end of the film, it is Bethesda who reveals who the interviewer is, along with his brother, whom Viktor kills, and how she was put to service for the interviewer and his brother. The interviewer's narrative history begins and ends the film since he commissions the interview and is later commissioned to be killed. So then does this begs the question, who puts it in his mind, who puts it in the interviewer's mind to commission an interviewer with a hitman? So when we know that it can't be Bethesda, because when she comes in at the end, the interviewer doesn't recognize her. So it can't be her. So someone put it in his mind to do so. I don't know how that come about, so we don't have access to that information. But he commissions this interview because it's not like Viktor appeals to the man, to the interviewer, and says, I want you to interview me. Or that could have been how this happened. That Viktor might have said to the interviewer, I want to get out, but I want to tell my story. And, I know that you tell certain stories. He wouldn't say, I know that you were disgraced and so I could help you out or something like that. He's not going to say it like that. But it could be that Viktor was the one who said, okay, I want to tell my story as a hitman, which would still be odd, Regardless, though, the film begins and ends with the interviewer commissioning the interview, and later he is commissioned to be killed. So somewhere in the narrative, Bethesda takes over. And since she is still behind the whole thing, she must still be the one who really is the one in the shadows who commissions the interview. So understanding how the narrative histories frame plot setbacks, let's look at timelines. So the writer-director shifts narratives and timelines through flashbacks and sequences. So present day between Viktor and the interviewer's brother. Past between Viktor and his family, mother and father. Past again between Viktor and his friends, between Viktor and his mob associates, leading to present day decision making. And then from past to present day between Viktor and Bethesda. And so if you were looking at ways to sort of study the plot development of the writer-director, these might be instances where you could do that. So understanding how the narrative histories frame plot setbacks in terms of choices. So the interview, Viktor sits for an interview to discuss his choice and roles as an assassin. Viktor's choice, Viktor becomes a mob enforcer. The setup, Bethesda sets up the interviewer, his brother, and Viktor. And the betrayals, Viktor is betrayed by Sergei, trafficking, and two of his childhood friends. And then the ultimate betrayal that ends the film, Victor is betrayed by Bethesda. Again, if these may be different ways that you could focus your attention on how to study the film. Then understanding how the narrative histories frame plot setbacks. So in terms of plot development, the plot and narrative and the movie overall hangs really on Bethesda's setup. And so she sets up Victor, she sets up the interviewer, she sets up the interviewer's brother, and then any related member of the mob responsible for putting women and children to service. We are only watching the film and the actors at play because Bethesda set up all the encounters. Therefore, it is arguable that the movie is solely about Victor, meaning that the movie's title is Interview with the Hitman. But, you know, in many cases, Bethesda becomes a hitman at the end. When you think about it, she sort of permits Victor. She assigns Victor to kill the interviewer in the same way that Sergei and Trafficant assign Victor to assassinate, right? But in shooting Victor, she becomes him. She becomes a hitman. Now, she's a mother with an unborn child, despises the father of that child, and is going to deprive that father of ever knowing his child, but she becomes him. So that's why I wonder if the true film is about her and less about Victor. So let's look at the 7 stages of setback, the definitions and what the stages suggest for a character's narrative history. And so we're going to look at both Victor and Bethesda and maybe any other character that kind of comes to mind. So the following represent the 7 stages of setback explored within Overcoming Setback, my book, which will be available August 2021. So missed opportunity, punishment, pain, correction, recovery, restoration, and advanced. So advanced. So if you think about the common course analogy, if you failed a course, it's your missed opportunity, meaning that there's something in that course you did not learn, and so you have failed it, and now you're gonna have to take that course over again. If we were looking at a sample course like a math course, we all know it is common, universal, global knowledge that when you are solving a math problem, you have to show your work. You are never permitted just to put down an answer. You may have a Scantron where you circle an answer on the Scantron, but you are expected to couple that with showing your work. So if you fail to do that and the teacher decided to fail you because you didn't show how you arrived at the problem, at the solution rather, then that's your missed opportunity. So then the punishment would be to require you to take that course over. And there are certain courses that if you're going to graduate, you have to complete. And any of your core courses, English, science, history, math, you have to complete those courses to graduate, whether you are graduating from high school or college, or even trade school. Even trade school has core courses that you still have to take and complete in order to graduate. So then the punishment would be that you have to take that course over. And the pain is having to take that course over and learn everything that you were supposed to learn, while also taking new courses that have their own individual demands. It's an inconvenience. The pain is inconvenient. So then the correction would be to do the things that you were supposed to do, which is for every problem on every quiz, every test, every in-class activity, you have to show your work, period. I remember an instructor grading assignments while we were in the teacher's lounge, and I noticed she was a math professor, and I noticed how when she was checking the students' work, she was checking their work line by line. And it's not like she gave them sort of like some grace if they missed a line, but she was sort of, every line, it was either a check mark or an X. And I was so, fascinated. I teach English, so I check my students' work line by line as well in terms of their writing. But I just thought that was so fascinating that she was checking it line by line, and she was telling them that this line is incorrect, and so that if one line is incorrect, you're going to arrive at the wrong solution, right? So that correction is doing the things that you were supposed to do in the previous course now. Then recovery is recovering from a bad thinking about how to set a goal, endure a goal, complete a goal, right? That one bad thinking could be, I'm just going to skip ahead. I don't need to do it the way that the teacher wants me to do it. I'm just going to skip and do what I'm going to do, and I can still put the answer down and pass the class, right? Or the bad thinking is, I don't really need an A in this course. I mean, I can do just fine with the passing grade, which is a C. Okay, that's kind of bad thinking, because then eventually it's going to affect your GPA. And we're still on the course analogy. Then restoration usually requires a mentor, someone to mentor you in your thinking, to sort of usher you towards advance. And advance is that forward and continuous movement. So you don't run a race just to get to the finish line and stop there. You're supposed to cross the finish line. That's why I say people oftentimes live in setback, or they live in survivor's mode, and they have no vision for actually overcoming. So these are the 7 stages of setback using a course analogy, and now we're going to look at it in terms of the context of the film. So the very first stage of setback, as you know, is a missed opportunity. And so now we're going to apply the 7 stages of setback to the film. So to miss something is to fail to notice, hear, or understand something that was crucial for you to know. And that is essentially, we have all said, man, I missed that. I can't believe I missed that. I can't believe I ignored that warning, right? So I consider that a missed opportunity. So in terms of the film, the narrative histories of the film, what was Viktor's missed opportunity? What was Bethesda's missed opportunity? What was the writer's, director's missed opportunity? And then how does the writer-director use missed opportunity? And remember, the writer-director is not using the stages of setback or the theme of setback in the film. He or she is just writing the film. And in this case, Perry Bandal is both the writer and director for this film. But I am applying the theme of setback, and I'm calling attention to those areas where I feel like the writer-director is using missed opportunity. So let's look at it. In terms of Viktor, I feel like the obvious missed opportunity for Viktor is he didn't attend school. We don't see Viktor and his friends in the courtyard attending any school. Now, we don't know if it's summertime or something like that, but we definitely don't see them attending school. Instead, he chose to join the mob. So that's going to be an obvious missed opportunity, because he's not heeding the warnings, in the sense that his father borrowed some money from the mob, and look what they did to him. He's standing outside that door looking at them beat up his father and slap his mother, and that alone should be enough warning. Okay, I should not join the mob. Even his father didn't join the mob, right? Because if he did, we would have seen him assassinate someone. So not attending school, choosing to join the mob, is basically missing those obvious warning signs. Viktor didn't surveil Bethesda. Instead, he took Bethesda at her word. And mainly he took her at her emotions, right? That this person coming in to the restaurant, sitting down, and something is happening to her at the back of the restaurant, and then somehow they get into a relationship. He didn't surveil her. That's his pattern. That's his standard. No, she's not necessarily an assassination target. But when he goes and finds out that she's pregnant, and then he puts the gun to her head. It's a little too late now, right? And so there's no sense in having some kind of skepticism or some kind of fear of her or some suspicion of her. It's too late. You've impregnated her. So his missed opportunity was in not surveilling her and also taking her emotions at face value. Sure, if a woman has been attacked, we automatically assume that we should go in and try to help that person and rescue that person. But there are situations where a woman is setting up a man to be attacked or to be killed. There have been news reports of a woman luring a man to a destination only for her boyfriend to be standing in the woods somewhere, come out, and then rob the man. And so he took her at her emotions. Viktor also followed his emotions in his desire to rescue Bethesda. Rescuing Bethesda was not just that one moment in the kitchen. Rescuing Bethesda was that whole step-by-step process till about 6 months and some months after that, where he's following his emotions. He's not thinking logically. The moment called for logic. It didn't call for emotions. Well, actually, every moment when he is operating as an assassin, and he's really never not operating as an assassin. He's not taking breaks. He's not taking vacations. He's always an assassin. So that means if he's always an assassin, he's always on point. He's always sober. He's always mindful of his surroundings. He's always critical of the people that he engaged. Who are these people? What sort of purpose are they going to serve in my life? So I feel like he followed his emotions. He did not use the logical thinking of his brain when it came to Bethesda. Okay, so with Bethesda, her missed opportunity is, of course, she doesn't forgive Viktor. Both Viktor and Bethesda are kids. They are both being used by the same system. And so, yes, he kills her parents, but he's in the language of all the other modern forces, he had no other choice but to do it. He had to do it. Either he do it or he's killed. That's what Sergei says to Viktor. And so she doesn't forgive Viktor. She doesn't have any compassion on him in the same way that they both come from the same neighborhood or from the same economic background or from the same economically depressed areas or whatever. And they're both being put to work. So she doesn't forgive him. Bethesda doesn't give herself an opportunity of sustaining a family. So she lost a family, sure, at Viktor's hands, but this would have been the opportunity for her and Viktor to create a family, not just have an unborn child, but birth the child and raise the child together and have a family together, leave the country, start a whole new life. So she really deprives herself of having, of giving herself a family again. And then Bethesda takes on her father's debt, but she had no choice, which is a strange thing. But I say it in this way because she was involuntarily forced to take on her father's debt by being put to work. But then she shifts her narrative when she recognizes her sister is too weak for the sexual appetites of men, and that she's strong enough to withstand. And she shifts her narrative when she says, I learned the ways of men. So then her missed opportunity would be to learn the ways of men, but not use it to her advantage in terms of taking vengeance, right? That learning the ways of men could have led to a multitude of things. It could have led to her becoming a cop. It could have led to her getting into politics or something like that. And I feel like there was a missed opportunity to really learn the ways of men. She's talking about, in my understanding, or in my way of thinking, she's talking about learning the ways of men in terms of sexually. and how they engage in business or whatever. And somewhere she learned about sometimes sometimes to bring a man to his knees, a simple bullet is not enough. So she heard that, but she gained a lot of intel from 10 years old being put to work. She learned, she was moved up the system from 10 years old, 11, 12, 13, or whatever. And she learned a lot about that whole mob system that she could have taken instead of setting up Viktor to be killed. She could have learned all of that information and took it um, and told someone, became a cop, became a regulatory person. So that's what I feel like she missed her opportunity. So the writer director misses opportunities to provide clarity on narrative histories between the characters. So there's a lot of gaps. The writer director does not provide a clear line of development regarding how Bethesda sets up Viktor in terms of the steps. We get pieces of it. We get it in flashback, or we get it in a reverse sequence. We get a number of ways of how we find out, but it would have been better to give us a sort of line by line. It would have been interesting to see. It would have been interesting to see Bethesda go back into the same restaurant, talk to the person in charge, get the tape from that person, and then navigate how that looks in terms of how she gives it to Alexi, or if she mails it to somebody or whatever. So there's some sort of gaps. We do not know if Bethesda's sister is still alive. So she's talking about her sister being too weak, but we don't really. Is that a continued motivating factor for why she decides to set up Viktor and all of the parties involved? And then we are missing some background information on characters, and sometimes it's necessary, sometimes it's not necessary. But I do feel like there's some background characters that would be interesting. I mean, background information that would be interesting to know regarding certain characters. So that's your missed opportunity for Viktor, Bethesda, and then writer director. So let's look at punishment. Punishment. The purpose of punishment is to address negative and or bad behavior. To punish is to inflict a penalty, discipline, and then of course correction. So what was Viktor's punishment? What was Bethesda's punishment? And then how does the writer director use punishment and or punish characters? Now, the writer director may not necessarily think punishment in mind, but characters are punished. And so it will be interesting to see how that works out. So Viktor is punished for being loyal. Strange enough, Franco is not the one punished. He's the one who messes up a drug deal, but he's not punished. Sure, his father is not going to kill him. His father is not going to scapegoat Franco. His father is not going to tell Sergey, no traces, I want you to kill my son. Of course not. But he doesn't punish him either. He sort of skates by, and we don't hear much more about Franco until Viktor goes into the cafe when he has to return back to his country, and he goes and talks to Trafficant, and he says to Trafficant that he's alive and he will stay that way based upon you. But other than that, Franco is not punished. It's Viktor who is punished. Viktor was doing his job as a mob enforcer, right? But then he has to be punished because Franco purposely messed up that drug deal. And so then Viktor is punished at the end of the film for his choices. So that one choice to join the mob catches up with him as an adult when Bethesda shoots him. So in the same way that you would say people who join gangs, who become criminals, who do a certain number of things, it catches up with you. It's just as true. If you live by the sword, you die by the sword, right? And so eventually your choice is going to catch up with you unless you allow yourself to go through a correction process and sort of repair your broken thinking and let someone um, mentor you, and then you advance from there. Other than that, Viktor is punished basically at the end of the film for his choices, because he's not allowed, the writer director doesn't allow him to live, nor does um, Bethesda. And then Bethesda kills him because he killed her family. So that's basically a punishment. That is really her vengeance. That's her way of uh, taking vengeance. But that's how he is also punished. So Bethesda, like all women in the film, are punished for being women. They are abused by men, which is, I know that sounds weird to say, but they are the ones who are beaten. Like I said with Franco messed up a major deal, uh, um, sort of killed the son of a major boss. And why isn't he hit upside the head? Why isn't a belt taken to his back, right? Why isn't he reprimanded? Why isn't a gun put to his face? But it's all the women in the film who are punished, just for being women, because you have the women who are standing up for their men, like Viktor's mom, and one of the foot soldiers slaps her, and then Viktor's father beats her in the back, right? And then you have Viktor going in to collect money from that father, and it's the wife who actually sort of sides with Viktor about the money he owes, but it's Viktor who kills the wife, right? Leaving the two girls, who then have to be put to work, and they are also abused and scarred. If you look at Bethesda's back, there's a narrative history to those scars. So it's all the women in the film who are actually punished. Bethesda facilitates punishment of Viktor and all men involved. So any men that are connected to Viktor killing her family, she facilitates the punishment of Viktor and all those men involved. So then the writer director allows women to be punished, but not men when they make bad choices. Trafficking does not punish his son. So that's, now we know it's kind of obvious that it is the prerogative of the writer director to ensure that women are consistently punished within this film. There's no rhyme or reason to it. I said at the beginning, it's because they are women, because they are powerless. You don't see a woman in the film joining the mob to get power. You do see Bethesda at the end sort of operating as a pseudo assassin, right? Regaining her power, taking her power, but mainly women at the prerogative of the writer director. These are the women who are being punished in the film. So let's look at pain. The pain reminds you that you have done something wrong, you have made the wrong move, and you need to undergo a process to let the pain ride itself out until the fever breaks. So what pain did Viktor experience? What pain did Bethesda experience? How does the writer-director use pain? And again, he may not be using pain in a direct sense, but it is clear that characters are in some form of pain. So Viktor numbs himself to the pain of a toxic family environment. So the only time that we see Viktor, and we don't even get an image of him, we just get an image of his hand reaching out from one side of the frame and touching his mother's back. But the majority of his childhood is with a blank face. He doesn't say much. He doesn't voice much. He doesn't talk to his father. The toxic family environment, he just numbs himself to it. There's no need to sort of engage it or cry from it or anything like that. I don't remember us ever seeing him cry, Viktor, as a child. And the only time that he does really cry is when Sergei is attempting to kill him. Other than that, there are some moments where his face gives off this idea that he may be crying, or there's some sort of tears about to form. And then I can't remember really if he cries when Bethesda shoots him. He's more shocked than anything, but he numbs himself to the pain of a toxic family environment as a child. He only begins feeling when he becomes an adult. And Viktor experiences the pain of betrayal from Sergei and the mob. So this is a major pain from him. You can't say that he's experiencing pain when Bethesda shoots him, because he's too much in the shock of it for him to really experience pain. The bullet hitting his chest is going to be painful. It's obvious. But the pain from the betrayal, her betrayal, is not as clear initially. It would be clearer if he survived that bullet wound, and then you could see him lying up in a hospital bed, shifting himself in the same way that he turned to his side when his father was beating his mother, and then we could see the pain in his eyes and then tears forming. Or if she had let him live, or she didn't shoot him in such a way that he died, we could see the pain of him seeing his child playing on the playground, but not being able to engage the child, right? That would be like really, really true pain for him. But the shot that she gives him is too much of a shock for him to recognize it as pain, other than the feeling evoked from being shot, right? But we definitely see his face as pain when Sergei comes to kill him. But Bethesda experiences the pain of losing her family, but we only see her immediately feel that pain when they are shot and the men are taking her out of the apartment along with her sister. But when she's talking to the interviewer at the end of the movie, we don't see pain in her eyes. We see her presenting her argument, presenting her spiel, presenting her narrative history, and she is doing it as almost if she is giving testimony in court. There's pain behind her eyes, and we have to assume that she's feeling pain every time she looks at Viktor, whether she's at the table or whether she's in bed with him. But she experiences the pain of losing her family, but she's kind of numb to it as well. Bethesda lets pain guide her decision making. So that pain from losing her family has guided her decision making about taking vengeance and setting up Viktor, and then eventually killing Viktor. Writer-director reveals the pain of mob enforcers who feel compelled to stay in the system and kill people they have worked with. So Sergei to Viktor, Cesar to Viktor, and then likely Alexei to Viktor. And so that's why you hear them say, I had to do it. I had no other choice. It was either kill you or kill myself, right? Or they will kill me. So they feel compelled to stay in the very system that they chose, that they're sort of criticizing now, because they have gone on to get families, get a wife, and have kids, and they realize now that they don't want their own family and kids a part of that system. So they feel compelled to sell each other out so they can get out. That's what Lexi basically says to Viktor. Writer-director reveals the pain of enforcers who want to leave the mob and who will do anything to accomplish that goal, even if it means selling out a fellow comrade. And so that's where you see Alexei in the office basically say, if I felt like I had to sell you out in order for me to get out. That's why you have Viktor framing himself now as an outsider and telling the men in the kitchen enough, because he basically wants to get out. You also have Viktor letting the journalist go, and um, letting Alexei go, right? Knowing that they could easily come back and reveal that Viktor is still alive, and that he let them go. So this is I just thought it was interesting that every mob enforcer had the same statement. So that lets you know they really did not want to be in the mob, but they felt like they were compelled to join it and stay in it. So now let's look at correction. So the purpose of correction is to get you back on the original path set for you, or you set for yourself. Correction is defined as the returning of something to its former place or condition. So, was Viktor corrected? Was Bethesda corrected? Was there any other character corrected? And then how does the writer-director use correction? So let's look at Viktor. Viktor's decision as a child is corrected as an adult when Bethesda kills him. Strange enough, but Viktor is unable to make the clean break he might want, even if he does not voice it. So even though he started using sort of exiting language, he's not able, he sort of corrects himself in using that language, but he's not able to kind of overcome his setback fully, right? Because Bethesda kills him. So he's not really able to make the clean break that he might be considering. When he puts the gun in the drawer, I felt like it was his way of wanting to say it's time to put away childish things, because after all, he came in as a child, and he shot a gun as a child and moved and transitioned from childhood to adulthood using the gun as a solution. And so even if he was thinking, I don't want to do this anymore and I want out, and that when he's talking to Alexei, that we're basically the same, we want the same things, he's not able to get through the rest of the steps of the stages of setback. He can't move really into recovery or restoration or advance, right? In some ways, he might be able to move into recovery in terms of recovering from the bad thinking, but that's a process unto itself as well. So that decision to choose to become a mob enforcer is basically corrected when Bethesda kills him. It is corrected as an adult, meaning that it should not have been the thing that he chose to do. And so now the universe, in a way, is basically correcting that decision. And so death is essentially that perpetual setback. He will never be able to come back alive and address the rest of his issues so that he overcomes setback for good. Viktor corrects the betrayal by killing the people who put a hit on him, so that includes trafficking, and we have to assume that he has taken Franco hostage, right? But when he first leaves, when Sergei first comes and tries to kill him, and then Viktor kills him in return, Viktor fakes his death. And when he fakes his death and leaves and travels to London, England, that's not actually resolving the problem. That's just putting things on hold, setting things back, and essentially, skipping ahead steps. The real issue, the real solution would have been to confront the people who were trying to put a hit on him. Now he corrects the betrayal by killing the people who put a hit on him, meaning that that was a course he kind of missed. And so now he had to come back and resolve the very thing that he ran away from. Viktor self-corrects by reframing himself as an outsider and fighting the system. So remember when he's fighting in the kitchen and he's hitting a man in the back, to me that's coming from both the side and the back to fight the very system that he's been enforcing. And so once he does that, whether he's trying to protect someone or not, it doesn't matter. It's beside the point. You're not supposed to be disloyal to the system, even though the system can be disloyal to you and put a hit out on you. So framing himself as an outsider, meaning that he no longer wants to be part of this system as a mob enforcer. Now, whether he decides to become something else, become his own mob boss, or just leave the system altogether, we don't know yet, right? And we definitely know that's not going to happen by the time Bethesda kills him. So Bethesda implicitly self-corrects her belief that all men are good. Instead, she learns the ways of men. So if she's saying that her sister was too weak to endure the sexual appetites of men and that she was stronger, then they're implicit in that is the idea that the men around you are going to not treat you wrong. We may not say that they're going to treat you right or treat you well, but we don't expect an older gentleman to take a 10-year-old and sexually rape her. We don't expect that, right? She would never have expected. She hasn't been exposed to that. So she is looking at the men through the lens of her own mother or her own father, who are both dead in the film, but she's looking at the world through their lens and anyone they bring into the house. It's interesting too that her father doesn't answer the door when he's head of house, but of course he assigns that task to the mother. But it's interesting, had he been a true protector of his family, he would have opened the door, and then he would have been the kind of guard for the family and recognized who Viktor was and solve that problem immediately. But she self-corrects her belief that all men are good. Instead, she learns the ways of men. So the learning the ways of men is the opposite of what might be implied positively in that statement. Writer-director corrects Viktor by having him retake his course with the mob and finish what he started. So this time he can't fake his death again, right? But he has to confront the very mob that is out to kill him. And so out to completely destroy him. So that was his way. That's how I feel like the writer-director, in exposing Viktor and having the other exposing Viktor and having the other characters discover that he is still alive, he is forced to come back and readdress what he ran away from. And so in each instance, he confronts each character responsible for scapegoating him, putting a hit out on him until he gets to trafficking, and then he basically kills trafficking. So recovery. To recover is to return to a state of health, mind, and strength. Without soundness of mind, it would be difficult to accomplish or achieve anything. So did Viktor recover? Did Bethesda recover? How does the writer-director recover characters or use recovery? So Viktor recovers his reputation in returning to handle the people who betrayed him. So forced to come back and confront the people who initially put a hit out on him. He recovers his reputation as a mob enforcer and also as basically regaining power. You know, they had the power in the situation, and they doled out power to him as a mob enforcer, but they took that power away when they put a hit out on him. So he recovers his reputation in that way. Their bad thinking included scapegoating Viktor for Franco's mistake. So he moves himself out of the condition of being a scapegoat and takes his power back and recovers and shoots and kills them. Viktor doesn't get a chance to recover his life outside of the mob because Bethesda takes his life. And so recovery can be perceived in different ways. And so in this way, he doesn't get to the point where he can actually recover. Had he made it through that shot in the chest, he could possibly recover. But once he is dead, there is no no opportunity to recover. Bethesda recovers the reputation of her family, albeit falsely, because her father still owed money that she pays involuntarily with her life and body. So she recovers her reputation of her family in a sense of being the only one left to make good on her own promise to set up and kill Viktor. Bethesda is used to pay her father's debt, while Viktor elects not to pay his father's debt. And so, why that's significant? It's significant because although she is used to pay the father's debt, um, it doesn't really quite recover her, right? She's just being used. However, Viktor, in some ways, when he decides not to pay his father's debt, it is his way of kind of recovering himself. Strange statements, but it's involuntary. Bethesda doesn't recover from her thinking about vengeance. So vengeance is something that we don't know when she decided to take vengeance. We do know that she started to learn the dictates of men, learn the ways of men, and maybe on some level vengeance is forming in her thinking, but she doesn't quite recover from it because she actually takes vengeance. Writer-director recovers the bad thinking of characters using "I had no other choice, I had to do it," right? And Trafficking says to Viktor in the cafe, one cannot change one's nature. So you can't say that you had no choice because you still took the choice. You still made the choice to be a mob enforcer. You still made the choice to slip into Viktor's apartment and kill him. And so the Trafficking statement, one cannot change one's nature, is sort of like a counter argument to those individuals who say, I had no other choice. Now, that is actually your nature. So you actually did have a choice. However, there is an attempt by Viktor to change his nature by not killing the journalist or Alexei, letting them both go. So that reframing himself as an outsider is then exemplified in his new decision making about not killing Bethesda, not killing the journalist, not killing Alexei. Viktor is willing to change. So that disputes the whole idea I had no other choice, because there is a willingness on his part to actually change and adopt a choice. Restoration. So restoration requires mentorship, and mentorship is predicated on learning from someone who has walked out the process. So how does Viktor restore himself? How does Bethesda restore herself? Did the writer-director restore Viktor? Did the writer-director restore Bethesda? And how does the writer-director use restoration? So Viktor is personally restored. He mentors himself, framing himself as an outsider and using the word enough. So it wasn't every time that he shot someone previously to him using that word, it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. He didn't even use that term when he heard his father hit his mom, beat his mom. So all the way up into the kitchen scene when he's trying to help Bethesda, it was never enough. He never used the term enough, right? And he had been exposed to a lot of different types of violence at multiple levels. But it isn't until he is willing to rescue Bethesda that he frames himself as an outsider, and that enough becomes part of his vocabulary. Viktor restores the people he doesn't kill. So the reporter and the Alexei, meaning that they get a chance to get out. And Viktor said to Alexei, if I have to come back here, I will kill you, right? So the reporter basically is a fake death, right? Leave this apartment, don't come back, you are essentially dead. And also Alexei, so he restores them back to their former, whatever their former condition was. He restores them by letting them go. Bethesda mentors herself in learning the ways of men, understanding their sexual appetites. So instead of being, say, the victim who is consistently raped or feeling like a victim consistently raped, every rape or every sexual experience, she is strategizing in her head, learning the ways of men, understanding their sexual appetites. That's why she's able to take down Viktor, because she learned the ways, the sexual appetites of men. So we don't see them having sex. We only see them in a bed, but he is clearly satisfied with her, and that's enough for her to keep him on the hook. And then Bethesda gives herself power in setting up Viktor and the interviewer. And so she was powerless when she was a child, taken and put into service, and Viktor killing her parents, meaning killing her covering, her protection. She was powerless. She was powerless throughout the experience of being raped from 10 years old. But in strategizing under the weight of men, she gives herself power. And then she focuses all of her attention on Viktor and the interviewer. Writer-director restores Viktor with personal power, especially in taking his life back. So when he makes the decision with the second boss, who wants to bring him into the fold, Viktor says, I can't risk it. He's not going to do it. I can't risk it. And so that is his way of making a personal decision not to continue in the mob. Even if the language is still not there, he may be still searching for the exact language. But when he says to that mob boss, I can't risk it, that to me begins like the stages towards him exiting this setback of choosing to become a mob enforcer as a child. Writer-director restores power to women and their plight in the film. Not all the women, but maybe Bethesda stands for all the women in the film when she is the one who sets up Viktor and kills him in the end. So it's like, if you think about Bethesda as all of the women standing behind her, all of the women in the film who were abused standing behind her and shooting that gun at the same time, holding her up, holding her arm up and shooting that gun. And so the writer-director ends on the woman as powerful, shockingly, and shooting her aggressor. All right, so this is the last stage of setback, advance. To advance is to move forward in a purposeful way and make or cause progress. Advancing is a forward and continuous movement. So did Viktor advance? Did Bethesda advance? Does the writer, the director advance any other character? So Viktor advances his understanding about the mob business, but not in keeping his life. So of course, he attended Sergei's university in a sense, right? And so he advances his understanding about the mob business so much to the point that he uses many of the tools that he learned with Sergei to kind of infiltrate the second mob business, find out where that Rafa the snitch was, bring him to that second mob boss, and then carry on from there. So it's like what he learned with Sergei was really more or less theory and practice. But then apart from Sergei, leaving the University of Sergei, he sort of implemented and applied that understanding in a new environment. And so that does represent some kind of advance based upon your initial development, how you endured, and then how you overcame. And then he loses access to family. So this means that he can't advance. Once he is shot in the chest and he dies, there is no advancement after that. But Bethesda advances in understanding, but not in keeping her life, meaning that she advances in understanding about the ways of men, but she doesn't really keep her life because she leaves herself without a family. for herself or for her child. She's going to be the mother of her son, but as is going to be, I believe, a strained existence, because she's going to show this tape to her son about her father, and so this is going to poison her son against a father who is dead. So her life is not going to be as peaceful as she is suggesting. Writer director advances the plot using setback. So throughout the film, this is the strategy of the writer director, is to advance by using setback. That's why we see the character Viktor going back and forth in flashback, or we see us Viktor outlining his work as a mob enforcer and then returning to the interviewer, or we see sort of like the change from light to dark, right? So the writer director is advancing the plot using setback. Writer director advances the plot by having Bethesda overcome her setback. So that is important. That it is important. I don't really agree with her shooting Viktor in the end, because it's not a good idea to take vengeance. But to see her in a powerful position from the way we get her sitting on the floor on her knees with Viktor holding the gun to her head, to her then as an adult standing in front of the camera shooting Viktor, and all dolled up with her hair done and nice dress or whatever, and in a powerful position, does seem to sort of help us to see how she overcame her setback. And overcoming her setback is by way of learning the dictates of men, the ways of men. So now that we have finished applying the 7 stages of setback, let's look at a special consideration. So the reason why I want to focus on attachment is actually due to Sergei. Sergei is the one who uses the word attachment when referring to Viktor, and basically suggesting that he doesn't have any attachment. So Sergei's perception of Viktor's attachment, Viktor's insecure attachment, and then Viktor's pursuit of secure attachment. So remember, Viktor grows up in a toxic family dynamic, so it's insecure. You can tell it's insecure because whatever is going on in that family, he's blank-faced about it. He doesn't make an emotional decision when he goes and chooses to become a mob enforcer. He just looks at his father and he says, I don't want to become that, essentially. And so he makes a logical decision. So that's really insecure attachment. But when he reframes himself as an outsider and says enough to the men in the kitchen, that is his pursuit of secure attachment. When he engages with Bethesda, initially feeling sort of conflicted with it, but then she gets pregnant and he feels even more conflicted with it and almost kills her, but decides against it. That is his way of pursuing secure attachment. Then you see the other characters, who chose to become mob enforcers, but then basically want to get out of it. That is their way of moving or transitioning from insecure to secure attachment. So let's look at attachment theory. So what is attachment theory? Attachment theory is a psychology, evolutionary, and ethological theory that characterizes the relationships caregivers have to their infants, particularly when caregivers are responsive to the needs of infants. Attachment theory was formulated by John Bowlby, a psychiatrist and psychoanalyst who characterized attachment as reflected in infant behavior, seeking proximity to an attachment figure during stressful times. Bowlby argued that infants become attached to sensitive and responsive adults. Infants use caregivers as a secure base from which they can explore and return. So just consider a sort of a living room in a house, and the parent is sitting on the couch, and the baby wiggles out of the mother's lap and decides to crawl against the room. What you might see with the baby is the mother is a secure base, so the baby will crawl so many steps or so many crawls and then turn and sit on his bottom and look at the mother or look at the father or look at the caregiver, right? Like the caregiver could be a nanny or something like that. And then once the infant feels secure enough and knows that the mother is there or the caregiver is there or the father is there, he turns back around and continues to crawl again. And the infant does this multiple times, stopping, turning, stopping, turning, stopping, turning. And then during stressful times, the infant knows it can crawl to the caregiver, the mother or the father, and the mother and father will be responsive by picking the baby up or giving the baby a bottle or giving the baby the breast or just holding the baby, rocking the baby. That's responsiveness. So attachment theory is based on that. So developmental psychologist Mary Ainsworth's 1960s to 1970s research on secure base forms our understanding of attachment patterns. Ainsworth introduced the concept of secure base to study attachment patterns in infants, which include the following. So there's secure attachment, then there is insecure attachment, anxious, ambivalent, and then insecure attachment, anxious, avoidant. In the 1980s, the theory was later extended to adult attachment. Now these are not the only categories of attachment. It's always a standard of secure or insecure, but there may be other types of extensions or subcategories that are different from anxious, ambivalent, or anxious avoidant. So all you basically have to do is type in the term as a keyword search, attachment theory, and you'll see different types of attachment patterns. So here's secure attachment characteristics. A securely attached child exhibits the following characteristics. So explores surroundings with enthusiasm, checking back with secure base, mother, father, or caregiver, engages with stranger if caregiver is nearby, cries when caregiver leaves the room, but is happy to reunite when caregiver returns. Then behavior, develops sense of security to cope with problems and adapt to unfamiliar situations. Parents of a securely attached child are responsive and sensitive. Infants have positive, close relationships with parents, caregivers. The child is both comfortable and confident. Now, if you think about Viktor, all throughout his toxic family dynamic, you know, I find it's very interesting that he stands behind the door while Sergei is beating his father, and the mother is pleading with Sergei not to beat his father, right? And that he doesn't open the door. And then he only comes through the door, he opens the door and walks through it once Sergei and his other foot soldier leaves. And then he walks past his mother and his father on the floor while she appeals to him to help. And so there is no secure attachment. That means he has no positive or close relationship with his parent or caregiver. He doesn't feel like his parents would be responsive and sensitive to him, so therefore he's not going to be responsive and sensitive towards them. Whether they leave or not, it's Viktor who actually leaves the family. So the family doesn't even leave him. And then when his father is assassinated and killed, there's nothing on the inside of him that cries out, my father is gone, right? So we know that Viktor does not exhibit secure attachment. So types of attachment: insecure, anxious, ambivalent. So an insecurely attached child exhibits the following characteristics. So expresses distress when strangers nearby or in unfamiliar settings, whether the caregiver is present or not. exhibits extreme anxiety, distress when the parent departs, often resistant to reuniting when the parent returns. And then behavior, parents respond to the child on their own parent schedule. So, you might think that Franco is actually an insecure child. You would say that he's more secure because trafficking doesn't kill him, right? When he messes up that drug deal, but he's also a little insecure because he is able to express distress when he says to his papa, "I've been hit." He calls out his name, "Papa, I've been hit," and so he expresses distress. He exhibits extreme anxiety, but he's not necessarily resistant to reuniting when the parent returns. But because he's not really sorry for his mistake, it can be interpreted as him resistant to reuniting, meaning that he's not willing to still go the right way. And then parents respond to the child on their own parent schedule. So we don't see Victor's mom having a conversation with Victor only when the father is beaten by Sergey and he's on the ground and Victor walks past him and the mother is saying, "Help your father." But we don't see her coming into his room and having a conversation with him. We don't see her dressing him, laying out his clothes. Victor as an adult lays out his clothes. Where did he learn that? He didn't learn it from his parents, right? But somehow he learned to lay out his clothes. But we don't see the mother doing that. So we know that this is an insecure, anxious, ambivalent. But I don't think Victor is really anxious and ambivalent because he doesn't express distress. He doesn't express distress as the other characters do. So I then believe that Victor is anxious avoidant. So an insecurely attached child exhibits the following characteristics. Infants show little behavior indicating interest in the adults in the room, regardless of adult present. Avoid or ignore parents and primary caregivers, whether strangers are nearby or not. Strangers are not treated any differently than parents or primary caregivers. So the behavior, infants studied lack affect, meaning that the conclusions of a study revealed that many infants lack mood or response in terms of emotional effect. Infants do not believe that the adults in their lives will respond to their distresses. And children believe that communicating their needs is futile and makes no difference. So we see this illustrated and exhibited in Victor. That's why I believe he is an insecure attachment type, anxious avoidant, because he doesn't feel like it makes any difference to go in and tell his family or his mother and father, "I'm hurting. I'm a child living within a toxic family environment where I continue to hear my father beat you, mom, and I'm stressed. I'm distressed about that. But the only way that I can handle it is to basically lie down in the bed, turn in such a way, turn over in the bed in such a way that I don't really hear it as what I'm hearing it." And so then the only option I'm going to give myself is to essentially join the mob as a child, right? So that's why I feel like he's more anxious avoidant. So Sergey's perception of Victor's attachment, it is Sergey who mentions attachment, referring to Victor's behavior and attitude towards being a natural born killer. Sergey says that Victor has no attachment, but Victor pulls out the Romanian bill Sergey first gave him as a child, which suggests that Victor had an attachment to Sergey. And then since Sergey believed that Victor had no attachment, it made it possible to attempt to kill, saying that he had no choice but to do it. And so the people in the film really have Victor wrong. They think they truly know Victor. The only person in the film who knows Victor is the one who has spent time with him sexually, learning his ways, right? And that is Bethesda. because she knows him so well to the point that he lets down his guard so low that he doesn't see the shot coming. But it is Sergey that I thought that was interesting, that he's saying that Viktor has no attachment, but never really never realized that he kept that same bill, and he really wouldn't know that he kept that same bill. But it's also interesting that Viktor never told him that he kept that bill either. Viktor's insecure attachment. So Viktor is insecurely attached to his toxic home environment, his parents, and to his immediate childhood environment. When Sergey beats his father, Viktor does not intervene. Viktor listens to his father beat his mother, and he still does not intervene. Instead of going to school, he decides to become a mob enforcer. Although he considers Alexei, Marku, and Cesar as friends, it has been 20 years since he has last seen them. So it's interesting that he doesn't know that they are part of the mob enforcing group, right? That it isn't until they come and hunt for him and sell him out 20 years later that he realizes that they are part of, that they are also mob enforcers. Throughout the relationship, Viktor struggles with insecure attachment to Bethesda, wanting to kill her, but cannot because she is carrying his child. So we're looking at his insecure attachment. And then now let's look at his pursuit of secure attachment. So Viktor's desire to get out of the mob business represents his pursuit of secure attachment. Viktor's desire to stay with Bethesda and embrace their child represents his pursuit of secure attachment, because he believes he could be the father that his father wasn't to him. He even says to the interviewer that I will be a good one. And Viktor's desire to let the journalist flee and permit Alexei to remain with his family represents his pursuit of secure attachment, seeing that there is value in family and relationships despite the toxicity of his background. And that's why I say that he is making a transition in the film from insecure to secure attachment, but he's not going to be able to make good on that desire because Bethesda is actually going to kill him. So, conclusion, what can we learn from Viktor's setbacks? What can we learn from Sergey's setbacks? What can we learn from the interviewer's setbacks? And then what can we learn from Bethesda's setbacks? So Viktor's, what we can learn from Viktor's setback is that initial choice to join the mob, when he really wasn't pushed or pulled to join the mob, is the one that is his ultimate undoing. No matter what he decides to do throughout the film and towards the end, he cannot get away from that one choice. And basically that one choice comes back around to haunt him. He comes full circle when it is Bethesda who is holding him at gunpoint and then essentially shooting him. So whereas he wouldn't shoot Bethesda, even though he pulled the trigger and Sergey stopped him, there was more enthusiasm or eagerness on his part to shoot her father and shoot the mother without much thought or consideration. But there was he was holding himself back when he was in the process of pulling the trigger to shoot Bethesda. So that one decision to join the mob and basically to shoot her family and not shoot her came back around when he was an adult, and she's now turning the tables on him and shooting him. What can we learn from Sergey's setback? Sergey is weak. He's not as disciplined or strong. He's more disciplined than Franco, but he is what trafficking says he is. He does what he is told. He's a foot soldier. That alone is a setback, because there is no ambition in him, of course, right? There isn't anything in him. There's no sort of moral code, and it would be difficult to have a moral code in a way within this particular mob dynamic. But somewhere Sergey gave up. We don't have the narrative history of Sergey in terms of when he joined to become a mob enforcer, but we do see sort of like the pattern of him lowering his head, not feeling much into the whole environment, right? Um, the only time that we see him active really is when he's training Viktor. And it's almost like Viktor comes at the right time for him so that he doesn't have to be as engaged anymore like he had to be prior to Viktor coming. What can we learn from the interviewer Setback? The interviewer is just really clueless in a sense that why would any hitman desire to have an interview with you? Whatever the reasoning behind you wanting to do the interview, why would a hitman come out of hiding or come out of the shadows and say, I want to be interviewed and I want to tell everybody about why I chose to be a hitman and what I've done? That's exposure. That's legal and criminal exposure. And so the fact that the interviewer didn't think beyond the few minutes of his desire to want to interview this person, and his desire wasn't based on interviewing him, his desire was based upon wanting to regain his reputation. Well, he set himself up to fail, essentially, right? And so I think that was the major setback for him. Everything else is gravy, right? But that was the major setback, not thinking logically about the fact that someone is contacting me to be interviewed and the person is a hitman. It's not like the person is a politician or something. And then what can we learn from Bethesda's setbacks? So Bethesda is, to me, Bethesda really loses in the end. As much as she takes her power back, and as much as the writer-director gives her power to take back, she's really the one who loses in the end because she could have had a family. She knows that Viktor is in love with her because she says it. Why do all of this? Make you fall in love with me, etc. And so she knows that he is in love with her and that he would protect her. Right. He is proving his loyalty towards her in killing the interviewer. And so her major setback is not really regaining a family unit, right? That when she kills him, she's going to keep the unborn child, but she's going to also poison her son against his father, which is then going to really turn her son against him. And she can't really understand that right now because the child is unborn and maybe she's refusing to develop a emotional connection to the son. But once she births that baby, once that baby is out in the free world, it's completely different, the mindset. And then once she is raising that child, especially a boy who's not going to have a father figure, she will begin to rethink her particular choice in killing Viktor. She can't see that right now because she's looking at Viktor through the lens of vengeance. So her major setback is in strategizing to take vengeance, but also in leaving herself and her son without a family unit. All right, so the reference here is theories of attachment. So if you're interested in attachment theory, you can always use this as a reference, but you can always type in attachment theory as a keyword search and find out any additional references. All right, so hopefully you were able to gain some insight from this lecture. Please like, subscribe, and like the video, subscribe to the channel. You can visit my website, reginayfavors.com. You can always send me an email. Please purchase the book when it comes out. It's going to come out approximately August 2021. I needed to make some changes to it and do some final editing. So the book title is Overcoming Setback, 5 Keys for Entering and Exiting Correction. Thank you for listening to this audio. Have a great day.